We have to scroll, yeah, rise up to the sky. The enemy is here. We win or die. We win or die. Win or die. To win or die. The moment you want so bad. Stand united.
Was a good one. We had a pretty nicely centered circle just slightly south of Potato Hill, and then from there everyone had great opportunities.
Vendetta runs into a freight train as TSM just comes out of Milta and smashes them at farm. These guys were hungry for a win and a lot of kills, and you could tell right away.
TSM is not afraid to push you. They want to have the positioning, and that's why they got so good in this game alone, because they had the positioning all the time.
Oh, well, very unfortunate game for Vendetta, actually, because they actually got pushed multiple times in different areas in their home turf. We had an ending very close to them, actually, on the western side compared to where they loot. So very unfortunate for them to go out that early.
I mean, I think as this highlight reel goes on, we'll get to see more TSM. This top of the hill fight, Rumblers had a pretty good rotation, got locked out, and we just saw sort of that sort of death road up there was just too much. Team after team getting knocked off on the high ground.
Well, they waited a little bit too long as well. They were pushed by the blue itself. You gotta make a decision quick enough and just move on. Michael with the nade, boom, one, getting more, one more.
I mean, it's TSM's hunting for kills, man. They're looking for it. The only kills they're scared to go after is the game-winning ones.
The third party here, though, with VC and Hentis, that was just insane. So well played. Yeah. A perfectly timed third party to get as many kills as possible, and then obviously also taking Alfaka here and there.
You gotta respect TSM pushing up on the north side. Look, this was amazing as well. We saw TSM, they were rotating, but at the same time, VC was between them. And they,
Jeez, that's my dark horse. That's my dark horse.
That's my dark horse as well.
So everyone has GX as their dark horse now. Okay, I see how it is.
Oh my god.
Are you okay over there?
No, it's so funny.
Leo by himself. himself, though, taking out that battle with Lazarus.
Yeah.
That was pretty great because he was there by himself before he got some backup from the others coming in from the southeast later on.
I'm glad you're able to keep yourself composed, Froz, and keep talking whilst this mumbling fool towards the end of the test just continues.
I'm not
to
saying anything
This
again.
Dane, man.
I'm just dead.
I love this right here.
Yeah, that's great. This push here
Yes.
with making sure that the first guy he overextended to take the attention and then making sure that none of them got knocked.
That's a play you can take to your actual pub game.
Oh, yeah, for
pushing
sure.
the balcony versus pushing the hallway, always a much safer bet. It was really clean.
Looking out through the game, though, we saw TSM and Navi. They were struggling a little bit on the west side. Not just early on, but later on as well. Gustav here
man
making a move. He was, well, he had the left Iroh behind, but at the same time, he pushed here. He got himself one more point here, and that's great. One more point. We're talking about this the whole time. 1 point could be the difference in the end.
They had, what, like 8 kills by the end of this game, despite not
9.
really having placement points. So that's really big, despite no placement points probably coming in there.
This, though, the big story. Tempo Storm losing the 4 versus 3 versus...
Circles shifting here and there, and the shifts overall, Avenger, were strenuous on a lot of these teams.
I gotta say, I love these kind of circles.
Oh, yeah.
Because it's a curveball that these guys throw. All this, the migration, the great migration basically to the eastern side. There's so many great macro plays. It was amazing.
I haven't seen traffic like this since I drove on the 405, man. It was non-stop. It was Fury Road. People went out. We even lost my Dark Horse GEX during that rotation. It was really tough for them. And then we end up in the cluster at Milta Power.
Look, I have no idea what the 405 is, but I'm guessing there's a lot of vehicles on that highway or whatever it is.
That's what we drove on last night for like 45 minutes. To go 10
I was going to say, I'm pretty sure it's close.
This was amazing to see, though. Gustav spotted him early on, but he was waiting. He waited for Navi to get closer so his teammates could get into position and just blast him down.
Easiest 4 kills of Rory's life, right?
And you know what? I'm actually sure that Rumblers would not have had such an easy time if we didn't see Michael get knocked or we knock one, so they could actually breach together. That was very unfortunate. Overall, TSM, a great game again here. They're really showing this. They decided to go in another spot. Iroh is kind of in the open there, but overall, really well played by Rumblers. They got a lot of kills away from this game.
They had a little bit of a misfortune just before this happened, and I think Michael ran over Gustav or vice versa.
And of course, it's a quarry circle.
Oh,
There was a massacre.
You know, we didn't need to see that again.
I think we did. I think we did.
I think we did. Xenox came over immediately like, no, how are you going to do it
Look at
like
this.
that? Perfectly. Such a good nade.
I mean, no one's gonna expect anyone to lay down there just after the bridge ends.
Yeah, I suppose.
In the open as well.
And the triple nade. I love they were crawling in unison.
Oh, nice. 4x spray from Veselaj.
And then North America, as we jump into Tempo Storm here, all 4 teams go out one after another. 13th, 12th, 11th, and 10th.
This knock, though. This knock.
It's nice.
Such a good knock.
Are you saying that placement was a restoration to normality? Or?
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't great. We joked about Rumblers not being good at this map. They got
They
0.
got 0 points.
Lazarus got 5 at least, so they picked up some points on those rotations, but that's pretty common for them. They play this map okay.
Sure.
But NA, man, not great for them.
Hey, it was a rough game, but at the same time, we're only playing once.
Yeah.
So we gotta
thank
move on to
goodness.
Miramar. They can do better there.
Yeah, definitely so. Taking a look at some of these final moments as well. Since this had a hard time getting into this final circle, I even saw Crazy Sam doing a crazy 360 trying
Look
to
at
jump
this,
in.
Gustav.
He almost does it. Oh, it's so
Almost,
beautiful.
yeah.
Crazy.
Watch. Just give him the moment.
Nice knock. One more.
There we go.
There it is. Highlight time.
There you go. We're definitely not the highlight, let's be honest.
Oh, man. All right, there's Halo going uphill here up against Tempo Storm. North American violence, it wouldn't be a game of PUBG if it didn't happen at least once. Tempo ends up getting knocked out in 14th place. TSM went out in 15th. Kind of blew some doors open for some teams to play catch-up.
Yeah, I mean, Lazarus, one of the teams, they were going ham, but this one.
This is unfortunate. It's really unexpected to see 3 guys pull up in a car and not be able to take down the one guy that's in the ditch there. But extremely well played by Sting Divine, though.
This was a great shot by Taman.
Yep. overall GNG, they held the whole road down really well, but when Na'Vi pushed them in, now costing them a few guys, and they couldn't fight their way into the further kind of zone and push themselves further. But Genesis though also got popped out early. They tried to make a push across the road, which is the right play here because they saw where the zone was gonna. They expected where the zone was gonna end. They're crossing the road early because it was the only play.
This is beautiful to watch. How do it? Gen.G playing as a teammate. Loki and Esther, two guys taking out Na'Vi all by themselves. One
throughout that game. Let's watch this one back and get a little bit of a reminder, and just keep in mind how many of these points seem, you know, one kill can make such a difference throughout the entirety of these matches.
The stats do matter, and I think you've got to look at it. I mean, Entus Force, they came into this one, and we said it on Miramar, they have an average placing of 2.5. They know the lay of the land. They know this was a time to make up some points and get some really good stuff behind them and get it going. They've done just that. This is a phenomenal play from them. To be able to turn around when you kind of, and I suppose that what kind of makes the difference between a good team and a great team. I want to hold for a second and just say TSM, I do not know how they managed to get those kills on Lazarus when Lazarus was holding them outside of the blue. For Rory and Michael to be left completely unchecked, that should never have happened in a million years.
No, Michael putting up a really good performance considering he was, you know, last man alive. And this is, remind yourself, this is Genesis, the team who was left in that scenario. They were very late at rotating, and K-Mine, again, this guy to me played a brilliant matchup here. This was support from his teammate, I think, coming in. Yeah, Nerf got that, but the damage he did was absolutely paramount to his team. This is a very big kill game, and that's probably a big confidence boost that he needed.
To be able to nail that is coming across the road and just keep your teammates up. What else can you say about it? 12 kills.
Be a legend.
It's always great to see the eye tracking software giving us a bit of extra detail as to what's going on.
Dropped in, I hear all the talking. Is it too late? My code's been blocked in, I feel like walking away. Is it too late, babe? Is it too late for you to love me, love me, love me? Want you to love me, love me, love me. Why won't you let me in when I'm low? You gotta let me know. If I can't understand what you want, how can we carry on if you're in the wrong? Never planned for us to fall apart. Baby, I can't love with a broken heart. I can't take it, I too late. It's hard to believe you. I'm sorry, like people. Now it's too late, babe. Now it's too late. You never loved me. You should have loved me. You never let me in when I'm low. I gotta let you go. If I can't understand what you want, how can we carry on if you're in the wrong? Never planned for us to fall apart. Baby, I can't love with a broken heart. I can't take it. I can't take you with me now. How can we carry on? Baby, I can't love you. How can we carry on? Baby, I can't love you. How can we carry on if you're in the wrong? Baby, I can't love you.
As we started things off with bangs, and for Africa Freaks Fatal, it was not a good start to the campaign here, Top.
This was...
Go ahead. No, Ross, you do it. You're Toffee's.
This was a fight that lasted for a long time. They were basically fighting until Circle Free on Potato Hill. Even though that was outside the zone, we did see them move on later on with 2 each alive from each team.
I mean, they had to fight early, and there was sort of just one after the other. They survived a fight and just run to the next one and lose another guy, and it was sort of like a slow bleeding process for them. Jump over to Genesis, another team that we needed to have a good start today because we hoped maybe some momentum from the end of yesterday would carry over. Not meant to be as they end up going out in 14th place.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Froz. And going on now, Toffee's at the very end there. What do you think about all of this? Oh, I didn't clock it. I can't believe. Oh, what a fail.
Martin just dropped that.
Ah, never mind. Okay, let's on Genesis here. They actually got themselves red cannons, and then AHQ was slowly trying to hold them out, but didn't realize everybody had already died.
Yeah,
anyway.
they didn't see the he actually could have survived that, right?
He could have, yeah, but 4 Angry Men actually took this spot very early, managed to gatekeep all the teams in the south, and they were rotating or micromanaging the zone extremely well there. This push up from AHQ, I was surprised to survive this long. I expected Car to explode a little bit, but T1, they cleaned that up real nice.
It was less a snake and more of an adder. Nice. Catching them off the air as they were trying to come up. Very impressive, though, by Team 1. To Millie, Avenger.
Overall, this game here, it was a lot of chaos. You see it here from the start. There's a lot of gatekeeping. There's a blue camming. Na'Vi ended up fighting on the western side. There's a lot of overall a chaotic game. And I didn't expect it to go down that kind, where we are sitting down with only 11 teams once the circle closes finally on the military.
This could be one of the most chaotic military game we had, considering how early we already knew it was going to be a military circle. We saw a lot of the teams, especially Korean teams, were on the northeast side fighting each other. Gen G, they went for the boats on the east side, but Ghost Gaming already took them early in the game.
I mean, it feels like PO... he's making calls, but it's just everyone seems to be a few steps ahead of him. He brought his whole team on the massive rotation. They waited longer for meds. They went looking for those boats, but they were long gone. 2 other teams had already stopped by to try to get
those kind of moves to me say it's a move that exists in your region when you're going up against the top teams, and then the lower half is the teams that aren't that strong. Maybe you can get away with it. Here on the grand stage, though, Avenger, where you're playing against all the best teams in the world, those moves aren't going to fly.
You have to expect that the density of the circle, like there's always going to be a player once you get into the circle, especially in circle 2 and 3 here. Overall, though, FaZe, they managed to have a really good position for a long time, but didn't get the most of it. Also nice to see from the Rumblers here to gatekeep and effectively make sure that Genesis died, but they faulted themselves because they wanted to make sure that Genesis didn't get in, and Infantry...
4 Angry Men with the win, but this was one of the big factors early on. Seongjang getting himself this first knock and then into flush and then outplaying up on the top of the building. That was fantastic.
We didn't catch it here, but he pre-nated the stairs on the whole room and then smoked afterwards to reposition. That's such a good play from
Very well done.
This pull-up here from Na'Vi, though, nice thinking, nice, but poor execution here. They didn't breach in the same area and didn't push together here on the stairs. They should have been 2 there. Lambo was down to 1 HP. In the end, Africa Freaks here, they managed to take down Na'Vi.
I mean, it was a good Freaks push. Once the firefight started, they used sound cover to just get inside. They didn't lose anybody during that exchange, so very, very well executed. Up on top, we saw Rumblers. They cleared out what FaZe was trying to hold up here, and they had to deal with Gen G from behind. So Rumblers were able to put a couple kills on the board, but ultimately they went out very early and have had kind of a rough day today.
Yeah, I mean, but Gen G coming back a little bit, but it wasn't enough to take it all the way. And I mean, they got a little bit spoiled by Milk towards the end as well.
Yeah, I mean, it was a low-key sneak up from Gen G. They managed to pin them out, and it got them deeper in the game, so congratulations to them. They ended up with 3rd place and 2nd. Genesis fighting inside the warehouse. We saw them bump up against Ghost, I think, in here, and it just became too much to handle. Yeah,
I mean, they were outside the circle. They kind of drew this fight out a little bit too long, and in the end, the blue came to just sweep it up.
Yeah. Ghost got the kills, and ultimately Ghost got the res and then made the sacrifices. There's no way you cross that river safely with 4AM where they were. So they just took jungle
as we started things off with Infantry Gaming, having a little bit of a few pot shots here down on towards the bridge.
Force was a little bit unlucky. They were basically pinching Rumblers with 2 south of Rumblers, 2 north of Rumblers. But the 2 guys on the south here, they got a little bit too late, and they got taken out before Rumblers pushed north for the other 2.
Yeah, I mean, Rumblers got 3 times more than they normally get on this map with 3 kills. They did put some points in the bank. Yeah, I'd say, you know, PO's improving, Rumblers is improving, I guess, on this map. Maybe it's a good move.
I asked them for 4 points to game it free. I'm happy with that.
That's fair. That's fair. I said, what a 400 men. They've been absolutely dominant. Genesis here, it's opening up okay, but ultimately they just sort of got caught and eradicated. But still, 5 kills, not bad. I mean, when you play Sanhok, it's so unpredictable. Most teams, if you get 5, you go, all right, that was a good game. It was okay.
Something that was a little bit surprising, though, in the bottom, Force, FaZe, Ace.
Well, it's not surprising at this point to see FaZe down there.
Wow.
I mean, they're in danger of rolling down the same road Liquid did at this point. It has been a bad day for FaZe, and they need to clean it up. I mean, we'll get into that.
They're going to pull up. They're going to pull up.
I hope so.
We'll see it. Force they're going to win 2 games back.
All right, you FaZe with the double?
Yeah, hopefully.
Jeez.
Wow.
Okay, well.
And not great for Poppins, but, you know.
4AM was basically just bullying people.
Yeah.
They just want to kill people. They don't care anymore. They farmed so many points. I mean, basically, they said it. The caster said it. They don't need to play tomorrow.
They actually got 65 points now. Oof. In 5 games.
Yeah, it's nutty. That is nutty. And you know they're going to do well in the next game, too. So.
It's insane.
Absolutely crazy. I mean, I think it's better than we'll see a lot of the teams who are eliminated probably won't even have that many points at the end.
Mostly, I will say 65 is our hypothetical kind of cutoff, but I think it'll be lower because, again, sponges and everything. Oh, well, extremely nice play for them. Gen G pushing FaZe and punishing them for the shots that they shot in earlier, as you said, Toffees, when we talked about it. But again, it's not looking good for FaZe, guys.
No,
FaZe is not being FaZe right now. They're playing super slow. I mean, you can see how they were getting held by Gen G and Na'Vi on the north side, and basically nothing came out of FaZe at all.
Here's the reality for FaZe. They have 14 points, right? When Liquid finished their first day of play that ultimately eliminated them from this tournament, they had 13. FaZe is almost exactly in the same position Liquid found themselves after a day of play with a harder field of teams to deal with, and that worry.
Oh, I'll make some highlights. I'm here to cover for Toffees with the highlights here as we check in on Genesis. A bad day overall for the North American teams.
And what about for FaZe Clan?
FaZe Clan.
14 points going into Sunday. Rough. Well, that's an understatement. Add with some interesting positioning, right?
Yeah. You know, and maybe a little bit hard on Na'Vi. They did have actually a 42-point day yesterday in the AB group, so they managed to collect a few more points in this one as we check back on Genesis, finishing up this fight.
T1 played this well. I mean, you've got to understand, they had a 2-2 split against 2 different teams. They had to deal with Genesis from one side, then they had to deal with FaZe Clan from another side. Best of lots, of course, and a doozy. It's like that guy when you try to help, but you're just making things worse. That was a doozy there. 4AM biding their time. It wasn't as flashy this game in terms of the early on, but they favored the position, and from there they got rewarded as the game carried on. Best of luck, yeah, as I said before in the cast, give him a nade and, well, anything can happen there for Na'Vi. But when you are playing from this sort of position in the wheat field, unless it finishes there and everyone's in the wheat field, and it's fair game. Otherwise, you are going to be prime target. And of course, the finish between.
You know,
and that was horrible for Wayless, who made it himself.
Bad luck.
And Forever went down. Yeah, look, that was.
I mean, you know, I was a little nervous here at that VC allowed 4AM to push into their compound pretty as easily, really, as they did. But fortunately, things ending up working out pretty well for them. as they end up flushing out the 4 AM boys before turning their attention over to Entus Force. The Entus Force, Entus Ace, all Miramar has belonged to these two teams, and you felt 4 strong Entus Force going into this. You felt like they had it.
Yeah, I mean, even down to the 1 versus 2, the 2 members of BC were relatively low.
Was a good one. We had a pretty nicely centered circle just slightly south of Potato Hill, and then from there everyone had great opportunities.
Vendetta runs into a freight train as TSM just comes out of Milta and smashes them at farm. These guys were hungry for a win and a lot of kills, and you could tell right away.
TSM is not afraid to push it. They want to have the positioning, and that's why they got so good in this game alone, because they had the positioning all the time.
Oh, well, very unfortunate game for Vendetta, actually, because they actually got pushed multiple times in different areas in their home turf. We had an ending very close to them, actually, on the western side compared to where they loot. So very unfortunate for them to go out that early.
I mean, I think as this highlight reel goes on, we'll get to see more TSM. This top of the hill fight, Rumblers had a pretty good rotation, got locked out, and we just saw sort of that sort of death road up there was just too much. Team after team getting knocked off on the high ground.
Well, they waited a little bit too long as well. They were pushed by the blue itself. You got to make a decision quick enough and just move on. Michael with the nade. Boom. One. Getting more. One more.
I mean, it's TSM's hunting for kills, man. They're looking for it. The only kills they're scared to go after is the game-winning ones.
The third party here, though, with VC and Hentis, that was just insane. So well played. Yeah. A perfectly timed third party to get as many kills as possible, and then obviously also taking Alfaka here and there.
You gotta respect TSM pushing up on the north side. Look, this was amazing as well. We saw TSM, they were rotating, but at the same time, VC was between them, and they...
Jeez, that's my dark horse. That's my dark horse.
That's my dark horse as well.
So everyone has GX as their dark horse now. Okay, I see how it is.
Oh my god.
Are you okay over there?
No, it's so funny.
Leo by himself, though, taking out that battle with Lazarus. That was pretty great because he was there by himself before he got some backup from the others coming in from the southeast later on.
I'm glad you're able to keep yourself composed, Froz, and keep talking whilst this mumbling fool towards the end of the test just continues.
I'm not saying anything again.
Man.
I'm just dead.
I love this right here.
Yeah, that's great. This push here with making sure that the first guy he overextended to take that the attention and then making sure that none of them got knocked.
That's a play you can take to your actual pub game.
Oh, yeah,
pushing the balcony versus pushing the hallway, always a much safer bet. It was really clean.
Looking out through the game, though, we saw TSM and Navi. They were struggling a little bit on the west side. Not just early on, but later on as well. Gustav here making a move. He was, well, he had left Iroh behind, but at the same time, he pushed here. He got himself one more point here, and that's great. One more point. We're talking about this the whole time. 1 point could be the difference in the end.
They had, what, like 8 kills by the end of this game, despite not really having placement points. So that's really big, despite no placement points probably coming in there.
This, though, the big story, Tempo Storm losing the 4 versus 3 versus...
Circles shifting here and there, and the shifts overall, Avenger, were strenuous on a lot of these teams.
I gotta say, I love these kind of circles.
Oh, yeah.
Because it's a curveball that these guys are throwing. All this, the migration, the great migration, basically, to these sides. There's so many great macro plays. It was amazing.
I haven't seen traffic like this since I drove on the 405, man. It was non-stop. It was Fury Road. People went out. We even lost my Dark Horse GEX during that rotation. It was really tough for them, and then we end up in the cluster at Milta Power.
Look, I have no idea what the 405 is, but I'm guessing there's a lot of vehicles on that highway or whatever it is.
That's what we drove on last night for like 45 minutes. To go 10
I was going to say, I'm pretty sure it's close.
This was amazing to see, though. Gustav spotted him early on, but he was waiting. He waited for Navi to get closer so his teammates could get into position and just blast him down.
Easiest 4 kills of Rory's life, right?
And you know what? I'm actually sure that Rumblers would not have had such an easy time if we didn't see Michael get knocked or we knocked one, so they could actually breach together. That was very unfortunate. Overall, TSM, a great game again here. They're really showing this. They decided to go in another spot. Iroh is kind of in the open there, but overall, really well played by Rumblers. They got a lot of kills away from this game.
They had a little bit of a misfortune just before this happened, and I think Michael ran over Gustav or vice versa.
And of course, it's a quarry circle.
Oh, no. There was a massacre.
You know, we didn't need to see that again.
I think we did. I think we did.
I think we did. Xenox came over immediately like, no, how are you going to do it like that? Perfectly. Such a good nade.
I mean, no one's going to expect anyone to lay down there just after the bridge ends.
Yeah, I suppose.
In the open as well.
And the triple nade. I love they were crawling in unison.
Nice. 4x spray from Besselodge.
And then North America, as we jump into Tempo Storm here, all 4 teams go out one after another. 13th, 12th, 11th, and 10th.
This knock, though. This knock.
It's nice.
Such a good knock.
Are you saying that placement was a restoration to normality? Or?
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't great. We joked about Rumblers not being good at this map. They got 0.
Got 0 points.
Lazarus got 5 at least, so they picked up some points on those rotations, but that's pretty common for them. They play this map okay.
Sure.
But NA, man, not great for them.
Hey, it was a rough game, but at the same time, we're only playing once.
Yeah.
So we got to move on to Miramar. They can do better there.
Yeah, definitely so. Taking a look at some of these final moments as well. Since this had a hard time getting into this final circle, I even saw Crazy Sam doing a crazy 360 trying to jump in.
Gustav.
He almost does it. Oh, it's so beautiful.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Watch it. Just give him the moment.
Nice knock. One more.
There we go.
There it is. Highlight time.
There you go. We're definitely not the highlight, let's be honest.
Oh, man. All right, there's Halo going uphill here up against Tempo Storm. North American violence. It wouldn't be a game of PUBG if it didn't happen at least once. Tempo ends up getting knocked out in 14th place. TSM went out in 15th. Kind of blew some doors open for some teams to play catch-up.
Yeah, I mean, Lazarus, one of the teams, they were going ham, but this one...
This is unfortunate. It's really unexpected to see 3 guys pull up in a car and not be able to take down the one guy that's in the ditch there. But extremely well played by Sting Divine, though.
This was a great shot by Taman.
Yep. The overall GMG, they held the whole road down really well, but when Navi pushed them in, it ended up costing them a few guys, and they couldn't fight their way into the further kind of zone and push themselves further. But Genesis, though, also got popped out early. They tried to make a push across the road, which is the right play here because they saw where the zone was gonna. They expected where the zone was gonna end. They're crossing the road early because it was the only play.
This is beautiful to watch. How do it? GenG playing as a teammate. Loki and Esther, 2 guys taking out Navi all by themselves. One
throughout that game. Let's watch this one back and get a little bit of a reminder. And just keep in mind how many of these points seem, 1 kill can make such a difference throughout the entirety of these matches.
The stats do matter, and I think you've got to look at it. I mean, Entus Force, they came into this one, and we said it on Miramar, they have an average placing of 2.5. They know the lay of the land. They know this was a time to make up some points and get some really good stuff behind them and get it going. They've done just that. This is a phenomenal play from them. To be able to turn around when you kind of, and I suppose that what kind of makes the difference between a good team and a great team. I want to hold for a second and just say TSM, I do not know how they managed to get those kills on Lazarus when Lazarus was holding them outside of the blue. For Rory and Michael to be left completely unchecked, that should never have happened in a million years.
No, Michael putting up a really good performance considering he was, last man alive. And this is, remind yourself, this is Genesis, the team who was left in that scenario. They were very late at rotating, and K-Mine, again, this guy to me played a brilliant matchup here. This was support from his teammate, I think, coming in. Yeah, Nerf got that, but the damage he did was absolutely paramount to his team. This is a very big kill game, and that's probably a big confidence boost that he needed.
To be able to nail that is coming across the road and just keep your teammates up. There's...
A momentous opportunity lay ahead of all of these teams as they are hyped, they are pumped, they are ready to go. We are getting into the semi-finals. It's the final day to figure out which of our 16 teams are going to be moving on to Oakland for our next weekend. We are ready, and all of these teams here now look to try and push themselves on. My name's Kyle Laris, your desk host here. To my left-hand side, I have Toffees, I have Froz, I have Avenger. Gentlemen, we have seen ups and downs over the last 2 days, some surprising results, some potentially expected results, but overall, now is the time that everybody has to prove themselves to move on.
I mean, there's nothing left after this. 8 more teams go home, the best 16 teams, and as you like to say, 16 teams, the best 16 teams go to Oakland. This is the time to determine yourself now.
Who would have thought that?
Right? Prove it, and I think you got to.
Surprising to see some of the teams already be guaranteed after just 6 games. It's looking scary for both PL, but also for some of the other teams in the bottom. It's going to be an extremely exciting day today.
Well, one team in particular really did shine through. Yesterday, that was 4am Froz, getting 77 points on one day alone. They still have another day to play, so they could potentially break the 100-point mark here quite convincingly.
I'm pretty sure they will do that. I mean, after what we saw them doing yesterday, pretty certain they will break the 100-point mark. 77 points, though. Second place overall after just 1 day.
Impressive.
Yeah, it's like a moment of silence to let that really sink in.
That's a lot of points. That's a lot of points. Let's take a look at the highlights from yesterday as our top 5 is coming at you here as we have number 5 for PGC semifinals day number 2, and it will be T1 going up against this. And HQ, they were still between a rock and a hard place.
To their credit, they tried. They got out. They said, maybe we can make this work. And Adder said, no. It's the smile. We knew when we saw the smile.
I mean, HQ was pretty much just on an open field there. It wasn't much for him to do. At least they tried. It didn't work out, though.
Unfortunate for them all. The best game for T1 yesterday. Put them up there as well. 44 points total for them. And also, African Freaks, this pull-up here from Na'Vi, I would expect them to pull up together, make sure that they're playing together as a unit there, but they stopped at different places, and it ended up turning badly for them.
Yeah, it's not like this is an unpopular compound, especially on that circle. You can expect someone to be here, and the Freaks were waiting, and ultimately they came out on top. And despite multiple of them getting knocked down to 1 to 2 HP, they got everybody up and went on as 4.
Very important for Freaks Fatal to kind of continue getting some frags, getting some points on the board. They did not have the best day yesterday, and this is going to be their opportunity to try and make up a bit of that. Currently sat with 15 points. Not the best spot to be in, especially for a team that we've seen on international stages do well. Moving on to number 3, Infantry Clan.
Ooh, Infantry and W-Click. Infantry we're all cheering for. They had a really rough first day. Only 3 players for their entire first day of matches. They came back. They did okay yesterday, but I think they will be, I can say, the first team that will be knocked out in those 8.
21 points out of the 31 they got yesterday.
Yeah.
They only got 10 in the other games. This was the hope. This was the kind of the recovery we was hoping for. It was not to see them show up and show what they're capable of. Unfortunately, as you said, I'm quite sure they will be going out today.
It did look good for a while for them getting that win and stuff, but I mean, currently on 15th place, that's not gonna hold on. Let's be honest.
Yeah, no,
there is so many teams that are still playing today, and they are not one of them.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it there. And we have moment number 2 coming out as 4 Angry Men. Let's admit it, though. There were a lot of moments that we could have picked from 4 Angry Men. This is going to be one of them.
Yeah, I mean, and this is the 4 Angry Men was just unstoppable. They sort of got out in front, and it was like, you know, they grabbed the bit and just ran with it, and they refused to let go. There was no stopping them at that point. They were hunting for kills.
I really like the move they did here, though. They had 2 guys on the high ground. One was flanking, one was a little bit further away, just holding the whole side of them. So basically, they was just executing on infantry. It was like perfect execution there.
Scared to see them play 2 first places, 2 third places yesterday on a record-breaking day of the 6 games.
And number 1, VC Gaming. After their points, they accrued 79 points in total across their 2 group stages. That has put them firmly at the first place. However, of course, we might see a bit of shake-up from there. 4 Angry Men, 2 points behind after 1 day.
Yeah, VC's obviously not playing today. It's nice to see them. It's nice to hear their concepts. They're extremely... they're quiet when they're playing, listening for footsteps. Their communication is just extremely clean.
They did go down into the elimination stage, but they came back stronger than ever. And I mean, they did really good during the semis here. And today, they'll just be watching and see what the other teams will be doing.
Yesterday was the day of China and the East, of course, as they absolutely dominated the lobby. And today, we are resetting things. We're moving on, not resetting the points by any means, but we have the opportunity for the Western world to try and make some of that back up. It's going to be ANC going head-to-head today here. 6 games coming your way. And there's some big heavy hitters from day 1 that we didn't see yesterday.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we're going to see some of these guys come out and put up some big moves. We get to see TSM come back and put into play. But a shout out that I do want to give real quick, because we talked about yesterday being the day of the East. That's not entirely true, because W-Click was slowly under the radar, which is crazy to me, because they got 4 less points than TSM. We're talking about a heavy hitter. TSM's coming, and let's see how 4AM handles them. W-Click did almost as well of them in a lobby where 4AM was sucking up all of the points available. So I can't wait to see what they bring today.
2 second place and a third place. A lot of kills in the other games as well. Really showed them that these guys, they are forced to be reckoned with.
We have some teams that didn't play as well yesterday, and they're going to need to step it up. Sun Sisters, they played the first day. I mean, you had Vendetta from first day, but then you have from yesterday, Ghost Gaming, Africa Freaks, and of course, FaZe Clan.
I think a big one for me is Tempo Storm's going to have to come out aggressive from the gate. We saw on the first day of play, they played in that first group. It was very slow of their start, and they had a day off. So I'm hoping that they can took that day off, got some things warmed up, and do well on a wrangle.
I had the pleasure of talking with Microstar, Tempo Storm's coach. He said they're hoping to start off strong off the wrangle, because then they might have some time and some space to the points to be able to play with, so they can do some interesting things on Mirror Montana.
Let's take a look at how the overall standings sit thus far here for the PGC semi-finals. and you do have our 24 teams here and good to go. Bear in mind, our teams from Group B are no longer playing. Their points are now locked in. We are specifically looking at ANC, who have 6 games remaining today. So if you're 4 Angry Men, you're sitting pretty. However, if you are a team from ANC in that far right column, you are looking to get big points here to try and move yourself past that boundary into the top 16.
Yeah, I mean, the reality is Infantry is the only B team in the middle column. We know that they're not going to make it through here. On the left side, everyone is B except for Angry Men, and that is going to start to change very, very rapidly. So right now, there are 7 teams sitting in the stands who are going to be sweating, literally sitting there, having a little cup of coffee with flames everywhere, saying, this is gonna be okay. But I don't think it will be for some of them.
For me, what I'm potentially looking at is that if 4 Angry Men, TSM, and potentially WClick and T1, they decide to sponge up a lot of points, is that we might see a very much lower hypothetical cutoff point to the top 16, which is going to be extremely interesting to see. I'm excited to see how the drops are going to be turning off as well, because there are some teams at the bottom. They need a lot of points to make it into the top 16, which means that the other teams that maybe want to have some of these drops for the grand finals are looking to take that away from them now.
I mean, to be blunt, let's call a spade a spade. If I am any other team in this lobby, particularly 4AM, who I think is setting themselves up to maybe win this bad boy, I don't want FaZe in a final 2-day finish, right? I want to knock them out now if I can. They've shown weakness. I'm comfortable. Maybe 4AM chooses to target them throughout today and try to slow down their potential return.
Well, it is strong theorizing. There's the potential it could happen. When we get to these international events, we don't see as much of it as I would like. But when it comes to stage by stage, your points are reset anyway. So it doesn't have too much of a knock-on effect into the next stage, surely.
No, I mean, I think it's worth it.
Yeah, sure.
Could quite easily.
I mean, I think we're gonna see potentially some from these guys.
Yeah.
We could potentially see some punishing.
Yeah.
That's right. Of all the teams yesterday we saw when it came to performances, this was one of the most surprising for a lot of people internationally. But credit where credit is due. They came out yesterday and they absolutely popped. Well played by WClick, and they're coming into today to secure points to move on to the final.
They want to show everybody LATAM is a thing. We are here to compete with the best in the world, and we are doing really good on it. We're really good at doing it as well.
And they'll go a step farther. They'll say, earlier during scrims, they were saying, we're going to take Ghost out. They were holding up a Ghost logo with the old, across the neck. We're dropping them. So there are rivalries here. They're going to want to get involved. WClick is far enough ahead that I think they could.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, they're pretty safe.
Yes, they can play that spoiler.
Exactly. They can just keep people out from the grand finals if they want to.
And I think, to be clear, when we say teams may sort of work to keep other teams out, it's not, I don't expect hot drops, right? I expect them to consider their rotations, take spots they know that they like to go to, set up roadblocks, sort of like Lazarus did against Vendetta on the bridge. Look for that sort of messing with, not just hot drops.
Gatekeeping.
Yep.
And traps is the most efficient way of taking, or third party as well. If you hear fights, you see it in the kill feed, you see a fight going on in the team that you're kind of contesting with, you chase them. You make sure you third party that fight.
We might even see someone drop close to the other teams and just go there, pick up a gun, pop the tires from the other team. Make sure to cripple them from the start.
I see that from Michael.
Exactly. Everything from tire popping to loot absorption, right? If you drop a round power and you sort of take all the backup loot spots and then leave, it just slows them down.
Let's talk about T1, of course. At the moment, they sit on 44 points in 11th place overall, and they are one of the teams coming in from the PKL that some people had high hopes of. Ado was the one that definitely popped off yesterday, so that was impressive to see. We even saw it in our highlights as well.
I mean, I think that they were a team that did very well yesterday. In the past, when I've watched them, I just kind of compared them to bottle rockets. They sort of take off, but the ultimate explosion isn't that overwhelming. But they've evolved, and I think they've gotten stronger and stronger, and they're definitely bigger than that. And I think that throughout this tournament, they are only going to get bigger. Do I think they're world champions? I don't know. But do I think they're a top 10? Yeah.
Not champions yet, but I mean, they're doing a great job on becoming better and better here. And that goes for a lot of the Asian teams, I feel like. T1 is one that has showed us that. And we saw that yesterday. They're doing great splits, 1-3, putting one outside the zone, making sure that no one can flank them and such on.
I mean, credit where credit's due. In a lobby yesterday that was very, very powerful, Avenger, they got themselves 4th place with those 44 points. So just any extras that they can get here is going to sit them firmly in the top.
And they're scary enough to scare Ghost off from Minas. Minas is all T1s. They're not being contested for it.
Yeah.
Not expecting any contest today, so we'll see what's going to happen with the Ghost. Where they're going to be dropping, because they're going to be dropping on a flex drop or a backup spot, which is going to be hard for them.
Wait, Frost, is that you? Is that is that the Dark Horse? Is that Gex?
Yes! GEX, not
Okay,
Gex.
I like calling them Gex. I don't know. I'm just a big fan of the deep cover gecko.
No, let's be honest. They did fell into the elimination stage, but after that, in the first day of the semis, we saw them.
Yeah.
Oh my God, 41 points. They played perfectly. They got themselves one win on Erangel. Now, only half of the teams that has come to the semis have won a game. GEX is one of the teams who have won.
That's true. I do think the fact they won gave them a little bit of a bump in the points there. I need to see GX come out very fast or work to get those points locked in today. They're going to be looking for an average of, I think, 5-ish a game to make sure that they advance.
Which isn't too bad for them.
It's not bad. It's not bad.
Do that.
But 1 or 2 games where we go to 0 or 1 right out of the gate, and I think maybe that mentally causes them to slow down, and that could be detrimental.
Do you not think sometimes they are miss a lot of the points that they were able to accrue? Half, in fact, was from that win. Everything else was the 20 points across the 5 games, which obviously is not exactly the 5 points that they're wanting to average here, Avenger. But what do you think?
I'm looking to see them on Sanak. I'm hoping to see them start off strong. They are looting in boot camp. It looks to be they're going to be having that to themselves. So if they start off quick loot, make sure they gave us a good spot. That could be the map where they're going to be taking the most of the points home and securing themselves the spot in the finals.
I mean, if that's the map where you're taking the most points home, though, it puts you in the same boat of, man, that's the one game where we get points, and they're going to need to have a couple more big ones, I think, to maintain their position.
Let's move on to Lazarus here from the NPL, currently sat in 14th place with the 40 points that they accrued on day 1. They were just 1 point behind GEX here, and of course, they're looking to push up here for NPL.
Yeah, I mean, they're a big hope for NPL. These guys are sort of the polar opposite of some of the other NPL teams in terms of they like preparation, they like timing, they like to know their opponents. They got the day off between the groups, so I think they're going to have a chance. They went home and got to make book on who was going to be here playing today.
Sure.
I think that plays into their style. So I expect Lazarus to pass today.
And of course, Froz, they are one of Xenox's backup plans here when it comes to the overall day. So what do you make of them?
You don't want to be on the team that Xenox is rooting for.
No, you don't.
Because when Xenox is rooting for a team, it doesn't go too well for him.
He was rooting for FaZe yesterday.
Yeah.
I do want to say, though, Purdy has been putting up some huge numbers. And I mean, he's the IGL. We know that the other guys on the team, those are the guys that are supposed to be fragging. But if Purdy can do this, what are the other guys going to do?
I can be a little bit scared for Lazarus because 4AM is also looking to take Hacienda, and they've been fighting for it. And 4AM is currently in a spot to say, you know what, we don't really care. We want Hacienda. So they could potentially be dropping on all of the map to make sure that they get Hacienda to themselves in the finals. So that could be a little bit scary. Looking forward to see what's going to happen with that.
I want to see Lazarus put up a big early 3 so that they can fight for Hacienda. If they get to Miramar and they're sort of struggling to be in that 16 comfortably, they will not drop Hacienda. They'll yield it, and that will also mean they're yielding it for the championship, I think. So I want a big 3 so that we can see a true throwdown for Hasi Power when we get to Oakland.
Moving on, we have Sting Divine Esports, and currently they're sat in 16th place with the 32 points that they have accrued for themselves, which is absolutely on that border overall. 17th when you talk about the kills and the I guess the tie between HG, right?
Yeah.
Okay, fair play. So what do you think of them?
I mean, they're the only team who have won one game on each map, meaning they got a Chicken Dinner World Tour. Now, that shows how good they can be on every map, not just one map, because we see a lot of teams being especially good on one map, a little bit worse on the 2 others.
I was happy to see them how they performed in the group stage. A Chicken Dinner World Tour in my book is not unless you do it in the same stage, though. So they have to show up big today. I want to see them get a chicken dinner on each map in the same stage.
I think we're divided. I agree with Froz, but you two agree with each other.
Well, so it's 50-50. Although I'm happy to see them here. They've been showing up strong in their region. They're by far one of the strongest teams from the region. I hope to see them in the finals here. They need to fix some of their rudimentary macro rotations to be in that spot, to be in the top 60 in my opinion.
My worry for them is reflected in the numbers right here. You see their average kill is 0.8 for Jet. The average damage is not very high. They win chicken dinners, but if they're not winning the chicken, they're not bringing tons of kill points home. Yeah. And I think that is my worry for them, is if they come out today and they don't lock in at least one, if not, probably one chicken and maybe a couple of 2nd or 3rd places, I think they then struggle to break that 16 because their kill numbers just aren't there.
Right. We saw them being a little bit more explosive during the group stage than we saw them here in the final, semifinals so far. and hopefully they can turn back to what they did during the group stage, being a little bit more proactive during their plays as well, so they can take more control and just kill more people.
Makes a lot of sense, and that is Sting Divine Esports here currently. Moving on to our final team that we're going to take a look at here is Red Canids Kalunga. Fantastic stuff. They, overall, when it comes to how they were able to perform yesterday, didn't quite live up to where WClick was able to gain the reputation when it comes to the region as a whole. But 26 points on the board so far. They've got the potential to push up.
I mean, okay, so if 4AM has the macro and the micro, and they're the total package, and Rumblers has the micro, but their macro's not wonderful, Canids so far have shown me incredible macro. Their map control, their spreads, their sort of how they're moving as the circles close has been very, very clean. The problem is when those endgame fights break out, their micro just isn't supporting them the way it needs to.
They're a little bit too passive. They tend to stick together a little bit too much. I want to see them spread out a little bit more. I mean, they have been one of the dominating force from LATAM together with WClick for a long while now as well.
For me, for them to work is that they turn around their kind of top 5, top 6 finishes into being more aggressive. If they kind of turn that around into being more aggressive, they will get the more kill points, and if potentially also wins. But if they're not getting the win, at least they're getting the kill points from being the more aggressive. They need to play together, need to play 2 and 2, stick together as a duo.
We saw it in Erangel. We saw that game where sort of Milk, I think 4AM won by taking Milk out, but he fought Red Canids early on.
Sure.
Red Canids had a great spot, and if they had aggressively, I think, taken the priority over 4AM, they could have eliminated 2 or 3 teams, gone out a few points higher, and put the points they need to be a top 16.
I've learned my lesson. I know how fast things go here at the OGN Super Studio. So overall, when we look at the bottom 4 here, Ghost Gaming, Vendetta, Africa Freaks, Fatal, FaZe Clan, these are big names in that bottom 4. What are they going to have to do today? You can pick anyone you wish to be able to push forwards to get themselves in the spot they need to be.
Let's pick one each then.
FaZe Clan.
You want to start with these choice?
Bring it.
Yeah?
FaZe Clan, yesterday, I mean, we literally saw them getting bullied by everybody else, and today's the day they need to step it up. But I mean, it is FaZe Sunday, right? So that means it's all going to be good. We want to see them be more explosive, be more proactive, and make sure that they do their normal rotations. We saw them super late with rotations yesterday, and that kind of hurt them throughout the whole day.
I'll take Vendetta because it's the hard choice, not as like Frost. But I will say Xenox,
I took the bottom team.
Xenox needs to stop cheering for Vendetta. That way they will turn it around to make sure that they get in there. Also, from a game perspective, they need to start being explosive. They need to start killing because they're capable of doing so.
I'll give you a quick touch. Ghost needs to avoid WClick, who apparently they made real mad, and they need to go back to playing as a team. Yesterday, McCoy was a solo trying to go for these kills. They didn't feel like the team that played the last weekend. Bring it back, work as a unit, and show up for North America.
It's time. We're getting into the game. Let's do it. It's do or die. We're heading over to Dapper Poro and the bearer of the curse. It's Xenox.
And welcome, everyone. I am Porosaurus, and this is my not-so-cursed co-caster, Xenox.
I think
you're cursed.
honestly, I agree, but
Very
still
hard
shaking
on
my
you.
head. They're not wrong.
Well,
They're not wrong.
Maybe he is cursed. If that's the case, Vendetta in for some hard times today, but we are still going to root for them because look, we got Vendetta, we've got Sun Sister, 2 regions, regional representation
On the line?
in the global championship on the line here.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a long way to go for Vendetta. Sun Sister probably in a better position, but the boys on the desk saying FaZe Sunday. I can't help it. It's going to be Vendetta Sunday, Poro.
You think so?
Yeah, and it'll start here, game 1, game 2.
Well, for FaZe, it needs to be a FaZe Sunday. Otherwise, it's going to be a Liquid Monday as we come into our first map here on Erangel, coming across a nice, easy, calm plane.
Oh, that's beautiful.
It is. I mean, this is exactly what you want to see as far as a plane goes if you're any of these teams that have to kind of make moves early here. And interestingly enough, we see FaZe dropping out early. So I guess they've completely given up on the Milta Power dream here.
Potentially maybe down to Primorsk or around that quarry region for FaZe, but hey, earlier the better. We'll see how that plays out for them. Maybe mixing things up, Poro. And that's potentially what FaZe need to do. Mix things up.
You know,
because obviously yesterday didn't work at all.
It's such a mixed bag, though, because you start mixing things up, you get too far away from the play style that you've grown so accustomed to, that you've seen so much success with. and now all of a sudden you're coming and rotating in from different paths. You've got different teams that are going to be in front of you, so it makes things a little bit. It just adds that one additional element of risk in there. So we'll see how the FaZe boys cope up with it here as we check in on AT coming down in a lovely shade of FaZe red today. We're not orange.
Yes.
We like to see it. We love to see it.
We do love to see it. For FaZe, they would definitely love to see better performances today for what is the final day of the semifinals. Match 1, Aaron Carl. Let's get our first circle.
Okay.
Oh, it's Yasnaya, potentially Stalber if it keeps going north, but certainly couldn't be further away for FaZe. If we're watching them and talking about them, that's probably not an ideal circle to start with, Poro.
That is going to be an interesting rotation path. I mean, I imagine what we'll probably see them do is something where they stay along the west coast, come along from the north side. They are used to those hard northern rotations, but that is but one team in this map. There are so many teams that we need to be concerned with today as we check back the circle. Lazarus right dead center in Yasnaya, all to themselves. We have SKT just off to their east, and Red Canids have Pachinki all to themselves.
And just south of Red Canids is WClick on the cliffs. They've been a standout team, and we'll see where they will finish, but it's looking likely that it will be in the top 16.
Yeah.
Can Red Canids join them is the question, potentially, of the two LATAM teams. We might see both of them heading off to Oakland, and wouldn't that be something special?
I mean, WClick's been an absolute revelation this tournament. I mean, this is the best we've seen improvement from these Latin American teams over the course of the year. You know, we saw more improvement at the GLL Grand Slam where they outperformed all the North American teams there. Hate to say it, but it's, you know, stats are stats. Ball don't lie, and it's true. So, you know, seeing them perform even better now that we've gotten to this global championship stage is really, really heartening, and I like to see this region stepping up.
Rybo and Silson are probably the more common known names from WClick, but I think Harold and Reichner, like just giving them a shout out, they've been outstanding for me as a neutral viewer in a sense, and they haven't been carrying the team, but man, it's such a team performance for WClick, and you could kind of say the same for Red Canids. I know a lot of people know Andy, Rusty Zera, but Psycho and Raspu have been definitely holding their own, so huge shout out to those two, and we'll see how those two LATAM teams will go today. You mentioned before that circle, actually GEX have sent Sophia right up towards the west of Stalber very early. Gabba just watching AHQ rotating by. Unable to find anything though. To CC from AHQ, who interestingly sitting in the 16th position right now, 32 points. We talk about what the cutoff points will be. Well, right now, AHQ are setting the tone. So FaZe in last place, 18 points behind AHQ. When you think about it, Poro, like a 10-kill win for FaZe and 0 points from AHQ, and that just puts them straight into 16th. So AHQ have got a lot on the line here today as well.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, we got our lowest B group team that is no longer playing infantry, sitting on 39 points. So that's most likely the first spot that's going to go as we check in with QM, making their way in just north of the lake to the west of Yasnaya. You know, they've got 4 a.m. just to the south of them, and the question on everybody's minds is 4 a.m. for real? What are they going to do today, knowing that they have such a lead? As we see Helen going to take a few shots at a passing Purdy Curdy, but not going to find any joy.
A few shots, took almost all the shots, and yet didn't land a single one onto Purdy Curdy, who drives by. It's interesting to see right now, at least from the map that we can see, is a lot of teams are pushing up north of Yasnaya, north of the pond next to Yasnaya, rather than playing the fields, obviously, which is not what you want to do, but they seem to be assuming this circle is going to go north, that it's going to be around Stalber. That's not a given, though. Phase 2, if it goes south, Poro, we're going to see a lot more rotations happening once again, like we're seeing here for Phase 1. Hallen's going to get joined by Ada. Obviously, for Lazarus around the Yasnaya region, they're going to get this warehouse pretty comfortably early just south of Stalber.
Well, if you're a conspiracy theorist and you believe that the crates predict where the next circle is going to go, we have a crate right in the south side of Yasnaya right now. Ghost has made their way into the city as we see TSM making their way here in the south. They have Vendetta, WClick, and Red Canids all around them. It's going to be interesting to see where they decided to go, how deep they decide to go here.
And TSM were sort of like our 4 a.m. from Friday. They were dominating their lobby. They were in control, cruise control. Now, of course, they're going to be playing with 4 a.m. here today on Sunday. We'll see if TSM can continue to ascend.
We thought TSM had a dominating performance on Friday until we saw what 4 a.m. was pulling out, where they come out with another 23 additional points over what TSM cut the engine off. Creeping up to heaven here, seeing if anybody takes any shots at him. Nothing just yet, so TSM might have found themselves a home as WClick is going to keep going past them. Tempo Storm still looking for where they want to go on the western edge here.
TSM might be one of the few who decide to hold south of Yasnaya for this circle. There will be a couple of Freak of Freaks just around Lipovka spread out north of it. We're actually seeing shots from Red Canids onto Vendetta, and Vendetta's a team that probably want to find kills today, Poro, but maybe not this early on, maybe not at the 6.5 minute mark. We've seen how that goes for them from Friday, and it didn't go well against TSM.
Yeah, they had a little bit of a rough time in their looting spot with Farm and Milta being right there. TSM just kind of kept running into them and feeding off them a little bit, as we see a few shots getting traded back and forth here between the T1 squad. They are just to the east of Yasnaya in a 2-2 split. They have Ghost just off to their west.
Yeah, T1 playing the 2-2 split, 2 north of Yasnaya and 2 pretty much even with Yasnaya. So I think they're playing this pretty smart right now for T1's sake. You said from heaven, spot Red Canids going through the swamp just north of Mansion. Vendetta actually ended up holding around shelter from that early exchange with Red Canids, who have obviously moved forward. Sting Divine Esports just pushing up near Potato Hill. They're going to be coming in late. And as for the phase update, Poro, they're over at Everest. So they'll be coming in probably another minute or so.
Well, this is good from phase, actually, because, you know, you're dropping in a location that you're, you know, I mean, obviously these guys are accustomed to this, right? This is something that they practice, but it's not something that they've done as frequently as they have their Milta power drop. This, you know, so coming in a little bit later when the circle goes that far away from you, taking the time to make sure you loot up. They're not eating any blue damage.
You wonder how much loot they were able to find in that time, though.
Yeah, you know, they're barely ahead of the circle. They'll come in late. They'll be fine.
Speaking of fine, though, WClick have been spotted by TSM. Not a team you want to take too lightly here. WClick priming the nade, so is Rory into the hole. Might have thrown it a little too far at the backside towards Ragnar. Nade throw from WClick as Silza with a headshot knockdown onto Rory. They spot Gustav as well, just to the left of the tree. Now he has to fall back, and I don't think there's any saving Rory here, and there might not be any saving Gustav either. WClick are not a team you want to take lightly, despite how good TSM have been playing.
Well, it came down to a 2v2, and WClick comes out ahead on getting the first down on Rory. Now they're getting support from Harold and Rybo. Iro and Michael still in heaven, trying to provide some oversight, but not getting any angles here.
Michael's pushing up. He's pushed over to Gustav. Needs to give him some backup because they know the rest of WClick want to take this fight. You can see Shrimsy's getting involved as well. Now they'll take shots at TSM or WClick, whoever they can spot. Oh, Rybo gets the knockdown onto Gustav. The spray's decent. Iro with a triple tap. He gets knocked down, Rybo, though, to Iro. Nice trade back for TSM, but they're wounded. They're only down to 2 players remaining, as Iro can't confirm Harold, who gets away on half health. WClick down to 3, TSM down to 2.
Iro trading it back, but maybe just a little bit late. It maybe could have saved his teammate there, as the new circle has popped. We see we're going over to the Yasnaya fields. All our teams that are up towards the north side now have to make that decision. Do they want to go south of the lake here? Do they want to go south of Yasnaya? Or do they want to bide their time and see what happens next?
You say those teams up north, it's Stalba region teams at the moment. AHQ, Lazarus, 4 a.m. are in that vicinity as well, along with GEX. FaZe have decided to rotate back from shooting range towards Rollsock Turtles. Spots Michael driving by. Iro will be following him after that here. And will Iro make it out alive, though? WClick, Sting Divine, both looking at his direction. Not the start that TSM were expecting. Fortunately, they got a lot of their points already on Friday, Poro, so they're not going to be too stressful going into today, despite this rough start.
Yeah, they can afford to have a few rough games here and still be pretty comfortable. Good seeing SDV take a few shots early here, as that's been kind of one of their biggest criticisms going into this, is that they manage to get to late game, but they don't manage to get a lot of kills. So seeing them play a little bit more aggressive there is good news. As we check back in with 4 a.m. coming into the north side of Yasnaya, they've got QM crashing just to their south.
QM and 4 a.m. both wanting to take the western end of Yasnaya Poliana. Tempo Storm running a 2-2 split, though, at the bridge. I think this is probably one of the better locations right now that you could ask for. Depending on how phases 3 and 4 play out, they can obviously take either side of the river and then play north or south as well as west and east. As QM take the Wizzy Tower in the fields. If it does continue to those fields, Poro, this is a decent spot that will get you a great placement towards the end of the game.
Oof. Nice shots there from GYY. Gonna take McCoy pretty low, as I've never heard it referred to as a Wizzy Tower before. Now
Wizard
that's
Tower?
my favorite thing.
Wizard into Wizzy.
Wizard into Wizzy. That's that might be my new favorite thing. It's adorable.
Thank you.
I love it. Okay, QM finding the shots onto Wayless early here, and if TSM is feeling okay, they've got the. I think 4 AM is a little bit more secure in their standings. They can afford to have. Probably
you
6 bad games.
77 points in 6 games.
Yeah, they should be fine.
I'm sure 4 AM will be fine. There was a lot of debate about 4 AM and what maybe they should do today. A lot of talk about maybe trying to make sure some teams don't qualify.
Yeah.
Not necessarily hot dropping, but maybe cutting off rotations or just being a bit of a nuisance. 4 AM, I think, just going to play their normal game.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing, though. Who is 4 AM scared of? You know, who would they really focus on and say, like, oh, yeah, we don't want them to. I think they can kill pretty much everybody as you see Wayless actually going down again. QM needs to be careful. Maybe they're going to start attracting the attention of 4 AM here as Wu Fang going to try to get the flushing grenade.
Now, that's a second knock onto Wayless as well, so he is bleeding out rather quickly. ZGG is going to have to speed up the process. GYY doing a decent job for QM. You can look at ZGG's stats as well. First in damage and kills. 25 seconds until phase number 3. As Yan Lee's going to bleed out to Uncivil for Lazarus, one of North America's hopes for today.
Yeah, North American hopes definitely hinging on Lazarus, Tempo Storm, and to see if maybe Ghost can rally from a very, very rough day 1. They've got a lot of work to do, though. As we see Tempo Storm in a 2-2 split. Now, where's this next circle going to go? Wow, we're going to cut back to the northeast. So we're going everywhere here. We're going to go north, and we're going to cheat south, and we're going to go back up to the north. And
it's a bait and switch, Poro.
It is, yeah. Yeah, that is not what you want to see.
Fortunately for Lazarus, they didn't give in to the bait and switch. They stayed at the warehouse. Now they're in a favorable position for phase 3.
Absolutely.
And we're seeing that rotation again for all the teams that were around Stalba, went south of Yasnaya. Well, now they're just backtracking immediately.
Yeah, I mean, it's a hard shift, interesting shift. Vendetta now in some trouble. They've made it past Tempo. Can they make it past 4 AM?
Wayless is pretty good with the spray here as they go by. Icon's going to be knocked down. It's further bad news for Vendetta. It just seems anything that they do just doesn't work out. Crit was able to get by. Non-red pulls up short on the hill, looking for the yellows. Edge is going to get there too. Can he make it in safely, though? He can. Oh, that's probably the best it's been for Vendetta so far this weekend.
Yeah, I mean, they lose one in a very scary rotation, and they force Tempo to make their way out here as forever. Oh my God, Yeezy going to take down Critical, and he is far away from the rest of the boys here. It's going to be a rough res for the Vendetta squad.
Wayless goes down. That was his third knock, was finished off by Easy. Xiaolu changing position here with the rest of 4 AM as McCoy spots him. Ghost Gaming are in here as well. We've actually got a lot of teams now that have decided to crash into Yasnaya. It's obviously a fairly big city. You can fit a lot of teams in. ZGG knocked down by Strimzy. 4 AM certainly not playing with the same pizzazz as yesterday. In fact, they're the fodder today.
Yeah, Ghost getting a lot of downs here so far, but no kills confirmed just yet. Seems like they're doing a lot of damage farming, but nothing really to show for it. As Forever going to try to put the smoke wall down, stay alive for a little bit longer. He's going to take a few shots from McCoy, but he'll stay alive for now.
Forever and Xiaolu last to align for 4 angry men. Stark contrast from what we saw of them yesterday as FaZe Clan continue their rotation up north towards Stalba. They've got Tempo Storm just to their left. See Maluk further afield, up above. GEX as well, watching from the hillside. You say, because now 8's getting shot at.
This could be rough here, and they also have Sun Sister and AHQ at the top of the mountain here in Stalbert. So this could end up being a very, very sketchy fight on the very northern edge.
It could be Tempo Storm, though, who might find a knockdown or two here on the rotation for FaZe. They're slowing down as they reach the top here. 8 knocked down by Miluk. Now spots Fudspace as well. Zempa's up close. He gets the knockdown, and then the eliminations will follow. FaZe Clan are in some trouble, but Maxi finds a knockdown onto Zampa to maybe try and turn things around. No, he's not turning this ship around. FaZe Sunday. I don't think so.
Uba's still alive. Uba's still alive in the blue. Nothing really going for FaZe Clan so far, but that was a really rough rotation. Sun Sister now has the full attention of what's going on up here. We'll have to see where the next circle goes. We're going to the east and just to the north of Yaz. So all of this going on Stalwart Mountain is going to have to get settled very quickly.
There's a lot of dead area in this circle as well. Those fields out to the east of Yasnaya, basically unplayable So Lazarus are going to hold a high ground position as this next few phases progress. One of the better positions. I think for TSM, they just want to try and get to the middle of the field as quick as possible. Uber knocked down onto Crazy Sam, but I just don't see a way out of here for Uber, considering they are dead last on 14 points. They might get nothing from game 1 here. It's likely they get nothing.
So very scary time for FaZe fans. So we see Uber.
He's got nades.
He's got nades. Can make something happen here. It looks like, oh my gosh, he's trying to
Fear
go
realizes this nade is coming and gets Crazy Sam. That's at least 1 point. It's something, but Uber's in the blue. 3 damage a second here, and he's going to have Fear Champ peek over, eliminating FaZe in 16th position. And now Tempo Storm at the hands of GEX have lost 2. The Luke and Sharp Shot. It'll be a 3rd with Sharky. All gone now for Tempo Storm.
Tempo did manage to pick up a couple of kills there off of FaZe, but going out in 15th plate and definitely not the start they're looking for.
It's in the kill feed, QM and Vendetta going toe to toe. That's actually in the very dead center of Yasnaya. Easy pushing in
Looks like we
with
should
Liga.
Yeah, we're gonna get a res here on non-reg. So I believe Vendetta still have 2 up. Gex and GEX looks like they're sending 1 down to the south here, maybe considering entering the city. Meanwhile, Lazarus still has oversight of everything. Ghost just trading from apartment to apartment.
W-Click pushing onto QM. From the looks of it, Silzen's pushed up close along with Harold. Nicky's going to find a knockdown onto Michael, but yes, you can see Ragnar and Silzen in the same vicinity as Liga from QM. Easy spots them though. Prime Tonight's got 5 of them. Throws it inside, but now he spots that. W-Click are pushed back. That'll at least buy some time for QM. 2 kills for them, but only 2 players remain. The revival to non-reg for Vendetta did take place and was successful from Edge. They are inside of the circle, but you can see the congestion now on the east side of Yasnaya. It's quite impactful. A lot of teams in such a small vicinity as Purdy Curdy finds the elimination onto Gabba. Sun Sister trying to come down the hill of Stalba. AHQ in the similar vicinity as well. They're going to be pushing in from behind Sun Sister. Potentially Poro more kills lining up for Lazarus.
Yeah, Lazarus in a nice little spot here, kind of oversee everything. They are on the edge of the circle. You see him take a few passive shots at GEX. Nothing going to find its home just yet, but Sun Sister coming alive here against AHQ up in the north side. Looks like Luke 12 might be wanting to come over the top and see if he can sneak something away from this.
Fear Chan, the last one alive for Sun Sister. Knocked down onto his teammate. SR's there. Luke 12 is taking shots to try and third party. There goes Fear Chan. Luke 12 picks up the kill for Lazarus. SR's knocked down as well. That was from Fear Chan. It could get stolen from Luke 12. CC is the last one alive for AHQ. Was spotted as well by a Freak of Freaks. You can see them in the back distance. As Shadow will pick up the kill onto SR.
We're gonna have to ask Luke 12 if that 6x dinner plate DP is a new meta item there, as he managed to pick up a nice kill there. CC, as you said, still alive.
When you look at, but this map's about to pop.
Yeah, go.
For
I mean,
phase 5.
if this
Go and have a look
away
at
from
Yasnaya.
Yaz, it's gonna be disgusting.
Yeah, look at Yasnaya here. It is so packed right now, and I presume it's gonna move away.
Ooh. Okay.
Apartments are in for Ghost Gaming.
Yeah, Ghost is gonna be in for an interesting decision here, as they are currently kind of in a 2-1-1 between 3 different buildings, but I don't know if it's too late at this point to really get themselves back together, or if staying split right now might be the play, just so they can get more angles of fire.
It's a war zone inside of Yasnaya. Nade from Forever has a couple. These nades are going to be probably just about thrown by everyone very shortly as teams scramble for these apartments. Vendetta getting pushed on by QM. They're getting shot at by Ghost Gaming as well, who have got the angles, as you said, from those apartments. Forever. And they find a knockdown. Edge is going to be taken down by Shrimsy. When you're holding 3 apartments, you can get a lot of angles, a lot of sight lines. But if they do get breached at any point, it might be tough for Ghost Gaming. Sophia pulls up short. They've got the smokes. Forever knows he's getting breached. Throws out every nade in every angle that he possibly can. He got Leo. Sophia's knocked down as well. That was from Leo's nade. Team Fire. It's not friendly, though, for GEX and Forever. Holding on, maybe Forever.
They're going to wish they had that
Final
breach
nade.
back.
Does he go for Shy Way? Underarm throw. It's pretty good, but it doesn't get the elimination. Oh, they get the revive as well at the right time.
So close there is TSM, the last few remaining members getting crashed here by SDV. Iroh gonna stay alive for just a little bit longer. So close. He's already got 4 kills for the boys, and he's gonna get the res here onto Michael as well.
And they're inside of one of the only buildings outside of Yasnaya that is inside of this circle. Forever got the kill onto Kane after Drassel found the knockdown. It's one very angry man right now that's getting breached by GEX. But yet, as this continues, there's less and less competition. As non-reg is eliminated, that's the end of Vendetta. Flash grenade, but just doesn't know when they're going to be pushing. I don't think they're concerned with pushing right now, Poro, because for GEX, they've been quite slaughtered. McCoy spots forever. Oh, he was straight into Leo's captain. He gets finished off anyway by Shy Wei. Leo didn't know what hit him.
That was so close there. Leo not even expecting it. Is now Nikki going to take some fire here from Iroh. He's going to hide behind the exploding vehicle, just blow it up. Oh, no. Vegas and Drassel.
Ghost Gaming are cleaning up right now from these apartments. They've got such a high ground position. They can see in the field. They can get the angles for the players and teams that are inside of the city of Yasnaya. W-Click have taken their own apartment building for themselves. Red Cannon's out to the far east trying to deal with the Freak of Freaks. And of course, Lazarus still from that warehouse sort of position around the top of Stalborough North have been using that high ground advantage, but they can't get teams inside of Yaz. Let's see what Phase 6 brings for us here for what is match 1. Oh, they
Lazarus.
kept the feed for Lazarus.
T1 has been finished off between the combination of AFF and Red Cannons. Now Lazarus, not only do they get the circle, they also get double level 3 gear here and a nice bullet hose in the M249. Let's just see what they can make happen of it.
AHQ went out with 1 point, so that 16th position hasn't moved too much in terms of AHQ. Red Cannons are going to get the revive, but eventually they're going to have to take this fight with a Freak of Freaks. Out to the east, presumably Lazarus will find an angle here and get a third party from the north. You can see Uncivil, Luke 12, taking shots at Shadow and Lambu, who are just trying to move forward. They're just trying to get into the circle, but they're finding they're getting met by Lazarus. 4 kills so far. I think that's going to double up by at least the end of this game.
That is a tough push. TSM, meanwhile, out in the fields, have to figure out how they're going to make their way into this new circle. And we still have the solo player from GEX trying to make his way through Yasnaya and Ghost and W-Click.
As you said, and now they're going to have to get moving. That blue zone's moving. So it's time to leave the apartments in Yaz as a Freak of Freaks and Red Cannons start the fight. Iroh still alive, of course. TSM down to the southeast. They're going to get involved here with the knockdown of the Rusty Zero. Michael's going to take the vehicle, try and just find a position inside of the zone that he can crash into and try and stay alive. Andy spots Lambu, but he doesn't get the shots. Trying to just get one more peak shot to land. He's unsuccessful, though. Rusty Zero was knocked down, so Red Cannons are down to 3.
I mean, the whole time this fight is going on, it allowed TSM to make their way into the circle. Red Cannons was distracted after Rusty Zero went down to Ira.
Fight happening inside of Yasnaya as well between W-Click and Ghost Gaming. It seems pretty even. A Freak of Freaks and Red Cannons. This is taking its time right now between these two teams. It's certainly dragging on, which is bad news for Red Cannons because the Blues right behind them. Luke 12 stealing kills. He gets Raspu. Alo finds a knockdown onto McCoy. There goes W-Click. Lazarus now up to 7 kills. They had 4 the last time we saw them. They're feeding on both the teams coming out of the apartments and out to the east between Red Cannons and the Freak of Freaks.
And meanwhile, Michael is actually picking up a few of these here, getting it down for TSM. So that's another point picked up for them, as it looks like Red Cannons, Psycho, the last one up. It looks like he might be trying to wrap down here south and see if he can maybe get involved with TSM. You can see they hopped in the vehicle. Alo sending the shots, but it's not going to be enough to finish him off.
Gets to the base.
Oh, that's so close.
Easy's still alive at the back. He actually got the knockdown onto Iroh, so Michael's the loss with the line for TSM. A Freak of Freaks is trying to hold out far east, but Lazarus continued to just have this Overwatch view of them, making it almost impossible for a Freak of Freaks to move any further at all. I mean, Lazarus should be winning this game from here on out, Poro.
Absolutely. I mean,
this is... Look at the circle again!
Jeez, this thing is set up.
Oh my days.
But you know what? I mean, this goes back to when the circle cut to the south and cheated to the south and made everybody have to make that decision about whether they wanted to cut south or stay north. Lazarus held to their guns, stayed north. Now it's paying off for them as they are coming up huge, and that's 10 kills, and TSM has been finished off, or Ira has been finished off. Michael's still alive. 7 kills, though.
Massive for Lazarus, though, this game and what it's going to do for them. 10 kills. Undoubtedly, they're going to get a couple more as well as this rounds out.
This is also huge for AFF. I mean, AFF and QM, both of these teams were very, very low. QM does go out there in third.
This is not over just yet, Poro, because Purdy Curdy and Alo are actually not with the two downed members of Lazarus. Uncivil and Luke 12 both got knocked down by NN. This is going to allow a Freak of Freaks to push to the next circle with no pressure at all. They want to take this fight up close. Purdy's trying to run as quick as he can to go and get the revives. But the same time it takes for him to get to Luke 12 and Uncivil is the same time it's going to take a Freak of Freaks to get over towards the base of this mountain. We have a game on our hands, ladies and gentlemen.
They don't have nades. No nades on AFF. He does have a Molotov, so that could be something that they pull off here, as Purdy is going to go ahead and turn his attention back towards the AFF boys. This is a huge game for them as well. They had 15 points going into today. They needed to have a big first game to play off of, and how big is it going to be? Can they clutch it out in the 2v4?
It's still going to be very difficult. Purdy got the revive, so now 4 up again for Lazarus. Look, all it did for a Freak of Freaks, it got them a hope at a chance here. If they can find the knockdown onto Alo and Purdy, or do what they did again to Uncivil and Luke 12, then it makes it a 2 versus 2. And then got 2 pretty quick headshots. The nade, though, from Alo. It's straight to the tree of NN and Lambu. It's just going to hit at the front side, though. No damage inflicted, but Alo still gets Lambu. NN behind the tree. It's going to be very difficult from here. He did a good job before to get the double knock, but that's
there it is.
All it will be for naught. 13-kill win for Lazarus, and a good start for the final day. Maybe it will be NA Sunday.
I mean, I got my fingers crossed. I can hope so, but what a great performance from Lazarus, coming in huge with 13 kills. That's 23 points. They were sitting with 40 coming into today. That put them in the top 8 of all the teams that are playing so far. They're doing phenomenal. They couldn't ask for a better start to today.
We just caught Luke slipping and having a bit of a pick, but that's all right. Winner, chicken dinner.
Call him out on it. Just let it slide. You know? Like...
No, I can do that. He's my boy. But massive start for Lazarus.
Huge.
They were already inside of the top 16. They had about 40 points, if I recall, off the top of my head. Poro, you have that performance. They're already 60 plus. One more even semi-decent performance, and they're heading off to Oakland.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And again, you know, you look at other teams that needed to have big performances today. AFF only came at 15 points coming into today. They find themselves in second. TSM get another 7 kills off of Iro and Michael, the duo, making their way super late. It wasn't easy for them
either, was it?
No, it was not, definitely. QM in 4th place also needed a ton of points. So this is good for all these teams that are finishing high. These are teams that needed to get points early to try to build something off of for the rest of the day.
4AM didn't quite have the same powers as yesterday, but it was a very interesting game, though, of course, with the Asnaya. It makes it very difficult. A lot of teams in there. It wasn't as open field for them to be playing their usual play style, which is like rotating around and third party, impacting those sort of fights and then picking up kills along the way. So very different sort of game for 4AM. And I just think that for a lot of teams, it's one of those games where you just can't really practice for. It's chaotic. Yep. You've got like 5, 6, 7 teams inside of Yasnaya. A couple of the lucky few like Lazarus and Afrika Freaks out to the east, Red Canids as well. I thought W Click played well again in this game as well, considering everything that took place in Yasnaya, and they just continue to impress me.
Good stuff. Well, urban endings are always interesting to talk about, and I've got a whole desk full of guys that are ready to talk about this one. So, Kalaris, boys, take it away.
Let's do it. Yeah, that's right. We have Lazarus getting themselves the first chicken dinner of the day. Love that ending there as well. Lazarus was able to pretty much dominate the position and then rain down some death on towards Afrika Freaks Fatal. So big points for them, almost assuredly guaranteeing themselves a spot at Oakland.
I only opened it up. We said this is a team that's known for their preparation. The Ironmen of PUBG always come to play, and they did what they had to. They came out on the first one, put up some really good numbers, but they came down to placement. They moved to a good spot. They controlled that entire area, which that warehouse is kind of crashable in the early game. I thought they did a great job of defending and managed to get that win from the get-go.
Smart play from Lazarus. They went there circle 2, actually, and they just stayed there. They knew that, all right, we don't need to move yet. The circle might come back to us, and that's exactly what happened. And basically, it was just a turkey shooting for them.
Overall, some kind of rough circles for a lot of the teams we saw, especially in the second and third circle. A lot of teams up in the north.
Yeah.
I didn't expect it to be that stacked. That kind of punished some of our teams that went up there early. But obviously, you got to take what you can here.
Let's look at the highlights here from our first game of the day. Erangel. We only have 2 more Erangels here for the entirety of the semi-finals coming our way. And early on, as you already mentioned here, some hard circles to deal with, and some of the teams that are big names having a difficult time at the start, especially FaZe.
I mean, this is not what you wanted to see if you're a FaZe fan. Tempo on a same rotation. FaZe joined them in sort of a unity rotation, but the second that GEX opened fire, Tempo jumped off the bikes, and FaZe just got caught between a hammer and an anvil, and their steel just wasn't strong enough.
Luke took the first shot, and basically he got 80 straight away with that headshot. Backing him up was Sampa straight away. But after that, we saw a lot of action, a lot of teams dipping into Yasnaya, surprisingly, considering how far out in the circle it was.
Yeah, we weren't guaranteed to see Urban ending here, but there was a lot of Urban fighting. But Lazarus in the end here took a really strong spot, got 2 crates as well, and just locked down everything with a 13 kills.
Big firepower, big points coming in for Lazarus. But Africa Freaks Fairtail getting themselves second place. Not quite the kill board that they want to, but they will get them some points regardless. But game number 1 will go to MPL. Game number 1 will go to Lazarus, getting themselves 60+ points on the board here, pushing themselves almost towards Oakland. It's a big, big moment. As long as they're able to gain some more points, they're looking good for the grand finals.
Very excited for them. I'm a little disappointed in Africa Freaks. I think that they thought there were 2 teams still up, and maybe it was a 2-2-2 because they didn't push after those knocks they got on the uphill, and I think that hurt them. If they had tried to make some progress, they might have played that out differently.
A crazy moment here as well when it comes to the points earned is that TSM actually got themselves 12 points on the board. After losing 2 early, Iroh popped up with the 5 kills in this game.
They were picking up so many kills off the teams that were trying to get out of Yasnaya early. They were sitting in a really good spot. They controlled the circle, managed to stay in a few times. I got the 7 kills there and make sure they got 3rd as well. Really impressive for me.
Taking that yellow house there was like the perfect play for TSM. With only 2 plays up, that's one of the perfect spots. You don't want to have 4 there. It's way too many people in one house. But 2, perfect number.
I mean, the reality is the city is a barrel. Anyone who tries to go in there to survive later ends up being a fish. And when the game ends and the circle moves away, as it almost always does, it just becomes free points for anyone that's smart enough to stay on the outside.
Yeah.
I gotta say props to Yiz from QM, actually. He was in Yasnaya, last man standing for the team. Everybody else, all the other teams, they were fighting each other. He went to the south, went out of the city, down the field, because he knew if I go up in the city, I'm gonna get killed. But if I go out of the city on the east, southeast, I might be able to get some placement.
Yeah, he actually secured them the points there. He secured them the 4 placement points. If he fought with the rest of his team, he wouldn't have gotten the 4 points placement and the kill that he got on Michael with the nade. So 5 points clutch right there.
Who would have guessed it? Iron Foreign Man up at the top right now. They didn't quite get themselves that many points during this game. However, now we're going to see if they can start extending that lead here in the semi-finals. For Lazarus, sit in 10th place right now. They were previously 40 points. So jumping up to the 63-point mark means that they've got plenty of room to keep going.
TSM and Lazarus looking at this already, it could be scary for the Rumblers, but if they continue this, if Foreign Men starts going, they will be sponges, and they're going to be even more, like, they're going to be so safe, the Rumblers and Genesis.
Yeah, I mean, I think the reality is the higher that those, like, TSMs and 4AMs climb, the more points they're just going to feel free to go after. And that is going to get harder and harder for teams like FaZe and Vendetta to get themselves back into this. I mean, honestly, I don't know how you do.
Let's be honest, Baseland, they didn't jump for Built to Power. They could have reached that. Africa Freaks Fatal, they did go for it.
Yeah.
And instead, Baseline, they went to Prim. And of course, they had the longest rotation to get into the circle, but it was way too late, even in circle 2 and 3 when it started rotating.
It's pretty much the worst circle you can get. In Stalba, or northeast of Yasnaya, towards Stalba, and you loot on the west coast south towards Prim. It's gonna be rough.
They need to step it up, but you know that the guys from Liquid have already taken the window seats. You don't want to get stuck in the middle. Get those points. Don't go home this weekend. I can't believe that I'm talking about FaZe not being in Oakland. It's blowing my mind.
Definitely so. Do you not have to be... I mean, obviously we're all concerned here, but only 1 point from this game. Again, admittedly, a very rough game for them to drop the circles, constantly heading towards the east, away from them for the most part there.
Let's be real, though. 23 points just from Lazarus, we see here. 23 points to FaZe would put them up in a top 16-ish position, or at least close. So it's just one good game to kind of get it kickstarted.
Is that going to happen, though? It's
we
wishful
will
thinking almost.
Not with a circle that jumps 99 miles away from them.
They need to do it here on Erangel, though, because on Miramar, they are not doing good during this tournament so far.
Right,
I mean,
right.
I don't see that changing up later on today either.
Well, not doing good anywhere in terms of this weekend, but
No, but on the good side, though, Gemji is waiting at the airport still for them. I saw him spamming in the chat yesterday. It was a really good copy pasta, probably the best one. And but yeah, he's waiting for them, making sure that they can go home safe together if they are getting knocked out now.
Jeez Louise. All right, anyway, focusing on some of the other teams, African Freaks Fatal gets themselves some points there to try and push themselves up. I think it is fair to say for a lot of us here on the desk, when we've seen them at international play, even in Korea as well, they're one of the teams that we didn't really expect to be in that lower portion so far. So it's not a bad start for them to get the ball rolling, surely.
At the same time, they were very passive. You could see them. They were one of the teams that stayed up north on the Circle 2 there. And then basically nothing happened. They were just holding out red cannons all the time there.
yeah, I mean, cannons again. We saw them get to that sort of very late game. They had a good position, and then we saw them open up a fight. And I think I jokingly looked at you and was like, well, here's where the macro falls apart. The second they seem to touch the triggers, they lose people. So I think they need to get a little more proactive and stop the people holding near them.
No, but also this area is extremely hard to play edge from because it kind of goes down in a valley. You have no cover, no trees. It's so hard to bleed from there. So you have to either push early before the zone starts coming on your back. But we see that again and again. If they start making some move earlier, rather than waiting for the zone to push them, they would be able to make some better kind of macro decisions.
It felt like Ghost Gaming made the best out of their situation, right?
Yeah.
When they were stuck in Yasnaya, it's hard to get out. Getting the 8 kills, killing the people that were in the city and dealing with that and getting the points that way.
But there's the reality of the situation, right? They won the Yasnaya fight, right? They were the last one standing. So you go to Yas thinking, I know I'm going to lose the end game, but I got to pick up kills. The problem is there's at least 8 to 9 other teams that are going to be thinking the same thing. So they picked up kills, but the second they got out of the city after their big win, TSM just picks them off on the cross, and it's over.
They also lost a few kills being stolen because they were knocked in the open there. So, but yeah, honestly, for me though, a Hail Mary, sending it towards an urban city ending is better than trying to breach something in like Circle 2 if you're not confident doing that. They got by far the best position. Usually we see Faceland kind of taking that northeastern apartment. It's a really strong position. It's the last kind of frontier before everybody else tries to get out of the city. So picking up kills from there is extremely good.
But Ghost get himself 8 kills there. I mean, that's not bad. If they can keep that up in every game, it's not. They're going to go through.
They see a climb. I mean, it's about decision making, and to break that, there's some questionable stuff. Like we'll go back to FaZe briefly because I don't know if we'll be talking about them much later today if they keep doing this. They had a chance to take No Lean, which is sort of that city just north of Yaz that is great for sort of a solo or double drop. They could have taken the rock sort of overlooking the lake. They could have crashed Lazarus at the warehouses, but they rotated with tempo, and I still can't wrap my head around that choice.
I mean, that's something we usually see FaceCon do. They go for long rotations because they don't expect so many people to be up there. Now, this was a little bit unfortunate. You had Tempo next to them rotating, but you also had GX and Sun Sisters up there already.
All right, gentlemen. Well, we had a little bit extra time compared to what we normally do between these games, so thank you very much for all of that. But we are getting into game number 2 here on Erangel. It's back to Poro, it's back to Xenox for all the action. Let's go.
And we are back here for game number 2 of the final day of the PUBG Global Championship semifinals. I am Porosaurus, and joining me again is Xenox. We had a great first game there. North America coming in clutch in game 1. Is it going to be a repeat of Saturday or Friday? Another day of the West?
Yeah, you say that. Friday was the day of the West. Saturday was the day of the East. And today is then, I guess, the West again.
You know, that's
we could go south, north. Who's north? Do we even have north?
We
I
have
don't know.
north.
I don't know. Penguins are not here, I guess.
No penguins to be found.
Nonsense.
But there are Ghost Gamers to be found as we check in on those boys. And T1. T1 had a nice little spot there early on. They end up getting kind of surrounded and sandwiched by AFF and Red Cannons.
They're doing all right.
A little bit early, but not a bad game for them.
They're doing all right. That's all I'm going to say. I don't think there's much more you can really say about T1. They're just coasting along, right? They're not being flashy. QM, obviously having the exchange with 4am in Yasnaya. They are still in with a chance of making it to Oakland, but a lot of work to do for them. Same can be said for Red Cannons. If I'm correct, actually, they're almost on the same amount of points, and Red Cannons are like 1 or 2 points outside of the top 16 right now, and we know what they're capable of in terms of being able to collect points for the rest of the day. AHQ barely holding on, Poro.
Yeah, pretty solid day so far for those squads. AHQ, though, needs to kind of step it up a little bit here as we head in to match number 2. Got a nice plane cutting down from the north to the south of the island, favoring a little bit west. We'll have to see what our teams that we're keeping an eye on decide to do. So we saw what FaZe did last time, opting towards a western coast drop. Do we think they stay with this again? I mean, they can't get to Milta this time.
I honestly don't know. They might go to military base.
Could be anything.
What I do know is probably everyone else is most likely going to go to their usual drop locations. It is FaZe that's the one that is shuffling about in terms of their drop locations at the moment.
And you know, obviously there's a lot of teams.
I think it might be military.
Yeah, there's a lot of teams in here that we all want to keep. We want to make sure we keep an eye on everybody. But this is FaZe Clan. This is the team that had so much expectations on them coming into this, and that is
question mark?
A lot of teams
Bonka?
going over there to Military Island.
Yeah, Afrika Freaks, TSM, and FaZe Clan. Welcome to Sosnovka Island.
Okay. Well, you know, this is something that TSM has already shown that they're willing to do. If they can't get to Milta base off the plane, they'll drop on Military Island and just loot up in the base. FaZe has done this in the past as well.
Are we going to get a milli circle?
So this is, and you know, this is kind of an AFF again. What are we going to do? Oh, please be a milli circle.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Zaki circle. Not
okay.
Quite.
That is a lot. That is a lot rough.
One day we will get a Zaki circle. It will happen.
It might. Hey, you know, you never know. It might be
Not
this
today.
one. It might be this one. But that is not a lot of people in that early circle. Or T1 rather looking really nice
GX.
in that North George location. SST feeling pretty comfortable as well. GEX in the South George spot. Tempo should be pretty happy with this too. This is one that they're used to playing. So it's going to be. I'm wondering if we're going to see teams go for the hills, the North George hills here early. Are we going to commit to the north side, or are we thinking that this might still cut south?
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting proposition because you're right, it can go north and south here. So do you play Everest this early on, try and get some information on the south side in anticipation potentially for the circle to go south from here onwards? I think north has got more of the predominant circle side at the moment, so I think you want to, best case scenario is to obviously run a 2-2 split here.
Yeah.
And I think one of the better 2-2 splits that you could potentially run is potentially Georgia Paul Bridge if you're a team like GEX or T1. You're already in Georgia Paul, so it is a valid option.
Yeah. And then you got to keep in mind as well, you know, we got 3 teams on military base. You've got all the teams that work the coastline and Vendetta, W-Click, and Sting Divine right now. You know, at any point, any of these teams, the timing of their rotations could find themselves off a little bit.
So I just want to point out in terms of the leaderboard that you can see on the left-hand side of your screen, if a team is got a gray icon to the left, it means, of course, they were in Group B, which means they're done. They're just sitting there watching nervously today. And if they obviously got a red icon, it means they are in playing today for Group A or Group C.
So infantry still in it.
For now.
No, the hope is still alive.
I think infantry is going to drop out.
Look, not with that attitude. Okay, yeah,
pretty likely.
They're in it. They're in it. They're good. As we check on AFF, they eventually, I guess, opted for the vehicles. They're going to go ahead and loot up Milta Power. Probably take their time with things. They are not unaccustomed to eating a little bit of blue damage and coming in late, so this might be what we see them do this time around.
Wrap on the eastern side of Erangel and then push up north, come in through Severny sort of around the beach, and then crash north of this circle, or, you know, by the time they get there, it'll be phase 2.
Interested to see what
Afrika Freaks.
Yeah, interested to see what Vendetta decides to do here. This is going to be one of the rare opportunities that they have that they don't have to worry about TSM just off to their east. So they can kind of play this how they want to and not have to be too concerned about getting run up on by somebody who's been killing me all the time. So see, Sophia could take a few shots. This is all popping off over here by the cube. It looks like QM might have made a run here, but GEX getting here just a little bit ahead.
Interesting decision for GEX. You know, you look at the teams that were around George Paul, GEX, T1, and sort of their decision making is always going to be interesting with these sort of circles. They get essentially first choice in terms of the positions around these areas. As you said, going for cube, and I think what they wanted to take was that 2-2 split, 2 at cube, 2 on the other side.
Is a nice little split there. We do have Easy coming in, bringing up the rear. Overseeing all of this really is Tempo Storm, and then you have Red Canids coming and trying to make a play here, arguably late. I mean, it's 5 minutes in.
Leo, do we go for a seat swap? No, just a couple of toots and some waves as Andy goes past Leo. It's all friendly.
Yeah, very, very nice to let them know, hey, you know, maybe don't cross this bridge. I said, you know what, sir? I don't think I will.
Tempo Storm going to be crossing the other bridge to the north, Georgia Paul. They get over safely. Decent spot for Tempo Storm. UM holding just to their northeast. T1 deciding that this is going to go north. They've committed north.
Yeah.
Completely.
Yeah,
Sun Sister as well, committing north. Lazarus have rotated up to Severny, 4 AM. Go north side of the river.
Yeah, and it looks like Lazarus might actually find themselves a crate again. And here we go, Purdy Curdy. These boys getting some crate luck early on here. Now
Circle luck in game 1, crate luck game 2.
Yeah, we'll take it all day long. As FaZe looks like they have started their transition out of military. TSM still down there. AFF still late looting in Milta, as we kind of expected. Ghost and Vendetta also a little bit late on the transition here. We'll have to see where they decide to go.
And they'll go up east side into the north again of the river. I think you'll see quite a few teams will commit more north here.
We've got the 2 bridges that look like being held by Tempo and GEX right in the dead center. The West Georgia Bowl bridge is free and clear, and it looks like everything east of Razak, as far as bridges, is also clear right now. So should be making for some easier transitions for all these latecomers.
Wonder if 4 AM might just hold up at the crash plane for now. See Vendetta and Ghost coming through the South TS9 fields. Freaky Freak still over at Milta. TSM now making their way out of the military base, and for FaZe, they'll go up the west coast. Predominantly, I would assume they'll play the south end of this circle. As for W-Click, they're going to take a boat.
Why not?
And this works perfectly, because in a minute and a half, we'll find out most likely if we're going north or south, or at least get a better idea of the picture. And W-Click can choose from the boat, essentially. Crazy Sam, shots on Awayless. Oh, a lot of shots landing from Viet Chan. Knocked down onto Awayless. Not a good start again for 4 AM. 2 games in a row. Certainly not continuing their domination from what we saw on Saturday.
Yeah, 4 AM getting a little greedy coming in there very late, diving for the center of this northern area here. As you see Shilu actually now in the sights of Lazarus.
Luke hits these.
Luke hits these all day long. Yep.
Well, Purdy
hits them too.
Purdy hits them too. They both do. And 4 angry men are down to 2.
And they are also very spread out. You see ZGG is just going to hide out in this little shack. Meanwhile, Forever has made his way more off to the northwest. He does have a vehicle. It looks like he might consider repositioning. But yeah, 4 AM now down to 2. As we said, a little bit greedy.
And this is probably bad news for a lot of teams, because they would have been hoping and even potentially suspecting that 4 AM would have been soaking up points and making it more top heavy, therefore allowing a bit more freedom in terms of that 16th position being lower on points. But if we start to see a spread of points, 16, 15, 14 might end up being a higher cutoff than we might have suspected coming into today, expecting 4 AM TSM to continue to soak points.
Yeah, this is what we were talking about. This is why it was so hard and difficult, really, to really peg down a
phase
cutoff
2.
time.
Oh.
Here's phase 2.
Oh, yes.
We're going to go up north. We're going to Zarky.
Well, you say Zarky, but I'm still thinking this would be North Georgia Paul Fields. Forever's actually sent it right over there as well. Time to rotate. If you were on the south side of the river, you definitely want to start moving now.
Look, if you say it's going to go to Zarky, it's going to go to Zarky here. ZGG going to take some shots from Gaba as he makes his way through on the motorcycle. He should be okay. Forever, though, is in the spot that Sun Sister wants.
This is really bad for 4 AM. They wanted this position. They got here first, but now Sun Sister coming in to claim it for themselves. They've got the numbers. Crazy Sam, though, probably doesn't realize that Forever is here. Holds an aggressive angle, expecting Sun Sister to start to try and clear out the compound. He might actually back off from this, although Forever has been hanging around and did pull up. So they've got 2 here for 4 AM. They're obviously completely outnumbered, and Sun Sister are playing this cautiously, like they should.
They are outnumbered, but we have seen the things that Forever and ZGG are capable of doing. So they have a little bit of hard cover, and it looks like Gaba might have caught caught vision there just a little bit.
There's a bit of bridge camping happening at Georgia Paul between HQ and Sting Divine. Headshot from Mill. Can't find the knockdown. Yes, he can. Now Levi's and Nikki are coming in as well. The after party arrive in the UAZ in the buggy. There might be more here. We've just seen 4 Angry Men eliminated completely inside of 10 minutes of match 2.
4 AM ran right into W-Click in a 2-2 split. So W-Click once again finding themselves in the right place at the right time to pick up some points.
Sting Divine lose 1, but it feels like that could have been a whole another world of nasty, and it might still be. Still a knockdown onto Levi's. If he makes it inside of the building, should be revived safely. W-Click are holding a decent position. 2-2 split, 2 in the fields, 2 holding the high ground. They can get a lot of information here of the entire North Georgia Paul area. I like their split for this game. W-Click continue to impress.
Great split coming out.
What
now
is
look at
going
this
on?
FaZe finally making their way into South George,
no.
but they're getting shot down by Red Cannons, and that's going to be Uba going down early as the rest of the FaZe game.
Run him over.
Fuzzface now. Oh, this is dangerous.
Roadkill for Rusty Zera and Psycho. Fuzzface might be next if he's not careful. Although the bridge, that still is being camped by AHQ. Milk knocked down onto Raspu. Andy gets by, but of course there's still 2 more members of Red Cannons to make it over the bridge. They've lost 1. Andy's going to stay, try and help out, put a bit of pressure onto AHQ. The elimination onto Raspu is successful. Milk continues, but he's not in the best position for this one onto Rusty Zera and Psycho.
Take a few shots, though, as Red Cannons will regroup as 3. FaZe now is at left with 3, and they're making their way through crates right now, trying to figure out how they're going to get across here as everybody, I think they're the last one.
Am I wrong in thinking that if you're going to hold that bridge, you probably can use all your members of AHQ there rather than just Milk? If you're going to do it properly.
You know, it's definitely worth argument here as AHQ. They have a guy off to the north and a guy off to the south in Milk, and 2 in the middle that are really not doing much of anything here. So
5 seconds till phase 3. I won't lie, I want this Zaki circle, Poro. Do we get it? Oh, yes, we do!
You gotta believe, baby.
Well, kind of. It's as best as you're gonna get. I'm telling you right now. I'll take it. It counts. Zampa eliminated. And we've got some fun times to come here for match number 2. Although for the players, I don't know if they're too happy with this.
This is definitely going to be interesting. Well, the most important part about this circle is that it's cutting out the hillside just to the east of those North Georgia Bowl fields. So that's usually where we see these games kind of end up, in those hills, and that's what everybody's kind of used to. So now this thing cutting a little bit farther west, ooh, it's going to be interesting. Sunsets are in a great position right now.
It's a beautiful sight to see. I won't lie. I'm almost in tears. A freak of freaks coming up very north. They'll be crashing the Zaki Beach. Never said that one before. Levi spots Psycho pushing through for Red Cannons out of North Georgia Paul, which is not even inside of the circle anymore. Levi's over with a decent spray. Oh, Sting Divine are able to get a bit of help from Nikki, of course, and that's going to get Andy knocked down. Rybo's knocked down by Yan Lee. Space fighting 1-2. Blue pushing up to GEX. Oh, Tempo Storm crushed by GEX, who are up to 4 kills. 3 players remaining.
Look at Ghost now coming over the top, though. They might be able to clean up off of what's left of this GEX and Tempo Storm fight, but GEX looks like they're already back to full health, and it's Sophia. Oh, no, actually, no, it wasn't going to be shots from top. I think it might have been FaZe.
It was shots from FaZe in North Georgia Paul, who have only just made it to North Georgia Paul from South Georgia Paul. GEX are going to get on the move. They've got a minute and a half to head over to Zaki, which is where Vendetta have actually crash landed, along with QM.
Look at a freak of freaks fatal. They got in the boat and they're coming in from the north side too. This is making for some interesting rotation paths this circle.
GEX leaving the area of Ghost Gaming. They're getting shot at by AHQ. And Lee over at the fields. SR and Milk holding the apartments at North Georgia Paul, but only for now. They're going to have to move. T1 haven't even moved at all yet. Guys, that blue zone's coming in pretty quickly now on the eastern side as well. 55 seconds. There's Luke 12 an uncivil spot. TSM pushing towards their compound.
They spotted Michael. I don't think they realized, though, that the rest of the TSM squad is just underneath them, well within grenade range, but Luke 12 might give them some kind of idea here as we see Ghost try to crash into the north side. They're going to find Yan Lee, and he's going to go down. This is that AHQ split we were talking about a little bit earlier, maybe a little bit too ambitious.
FaZe are also getting involved in this behind AHQ. Maxi finds a knockdown onto Milk. Sophia is actually behind FaZe as well for GEX. Don't know how he got there. It's AHQ getting torn to shreds. 80 finds an elimination. Gustav will take out Luke 12, who was a bit uncareful at this compound. You mentioned it before. They didn't know that Gustav and Iroh had actually pushed up so close here for TSM. FaZe 4. Oh, Maxi spotted from behind. Sophia with a knockdown. Getting a Fuzz face as well from inside of the smoke. Drassel lands a decent tag, and that blue zone is starting to hurt. Should be able to get off the first aid kit, but AHQ eliminated. Fast FaZe goes down to the blue. It's only Maxi that is actually standing for FaZe Clan. Of course, the circle came south towards the fields, as we suspected it was always going to do because of the water.
Yeah, Ghost actually crashing the compound was a great call on their part. They put themselves in a good position to really feed off of this, and that's GEX going down. FaZe, rather Sophia, going to be the last one up. He's going to take the shots at Maxi. No, it's not going to be enough.
Down. But he's out of time here. He can't even get off the first aid kit. No! FaZe! Another poor performance for FaZe. Only 4 points gained from the first 2 games today.
It's going to be tough to rally from this one, but TSM still 4 strong, still on this northeastern side. They've cleared out Lazarus. Lazarus is done. See, they have a nice little angle onto QM. A few shots being taken their way. W-Click still in a great spot as well. They've got the 2-2 split.
They haven't moved.
Yeah, they've been holding this 2-2 split for quite some time, and it is paying off great dividends for them right now.
Howler knocked down along with a cat from T1, pushing over towards Sun Sisters compound. They stopped them immediately before even Adder and Jeff Locker even thought about coming over. Still holding the extended fields, and now we're going to see Jeff Locker knocked down by Harold. W-Click have got a lot of vision of this zone, and I mean a lot of vision of this zone. So don't be surprised to see them in the kill feed, getting knocks, getting kills. As Harold tries to finish off Jeff Locker, the smoke from Adder. Successful for now, but all it takes is one stray bullet. Adder's going to be able to get the revive on a Jeff Locker for T1, who are now the last 2 alive for the Korean team. Sun Sister putting in a decent performance so far on the final day of the semifinals. 3 kills, 4 alive. Just inside of the circle, and now looking to finish off T1, who have got to cross this road. It's going to be deadly. Suspecting that they will eventually fall here, either to the arms of W-Click or to Sun Sister.
Yeah, T1 in a really rough position right now, as you said. But a few other fights still kind of breaking off. We have Vendetta and AFF off to the
I want a north shift here, Poro.
Yeah, this is going to be... It's going to be crazy depending on where it decides to go from here, because we have fights that are about to break off in pretty much every part of the circle.
And Vendetta's going to be aggressive here because they've got the knockdown. Now you've got an advantage. You also have the information on a Freak of Freaks. There goes T1 as suspected to Sun Sister. But for Vendetta, they will indeed push. Edge finds the elimination flush onto Shadow. We are going to see him knocked down, though, by NN before he also got Lambu, though. So 2-for-1 trade between Vendetta and a Freak of Freaks. W-Click still using that high ground advantage for the teams such as Ghost Gaming and Sting Divine at the south side of the circle. McCoy with the nade, but Ghost Gaming in a tough position here because they got eyes from Sting Divine and W-Click here on this position.
Ghost has been wanting to push this for so long now, but they've been held at bay by the one Levi's from Sting Divine and the W-Click gang. It looks like W-Click might be aware of Levi's presence now as Ghost trying to make a push.
Silson and Ragnar with a high ground, keeping an eye on this. Smokes are buying a bit of space for Ghost Gaming as they push on the Turtle and Nikki. That's the important danger in front of him. Tags landing onto Drassel. He's very low, has to now heal. They've got time. They are inside of the circle. We get a center circle for phase 5.
Oh, that's a good grenade.
There's a lot of open space in this circle. A lot of dead space. As you said, McCoy's nade found Turtle. Nikki's in a horrible spot. 4 health. One final nade. Will it be one from the grave? Got the knockdown onto McCoy. Any more from the nade that he threw out earlier? No, not to be. Vegas now turns his attention to W-Click. As Gustav knocked down by Easy. QM and TSM up north get into a tangle. Rory and Iroh, the last 2 alive for TSM, as McCoy getting revived for Ghost Gaming. But W-Click are the next boss in this fight here for Ghost Gaming.
I mean, that was so huge from Vegas, though. that leaving him behind as an anchor has kind of pushed W-Click back. It kept them from focusing their fire down onto Ghost and finishing off any flushes that might have happened. You can see Levi's now the last remaining player up for SDV. W-Click knows he's there, but what are they going to do? I mean, they've got it. They're full focus on Ghost here. Good shots coming out from Ghost, though, to push them back using the smokes. I gotta wonder how much utility they have left as they have used so much smoke just to get over here.
W-Click are inside of the zone. Levi's now a matter of time before Ghost Gaming probably trample all over him. If they actually push past Levi's without realizing his position, he could be the thorn in the backside that stands up. Oh, he spots them. Oh, look at the trigger discipline, though, from Levi's to not take these shots early. Wants to make sure that everyone goes past him first. If he has to take shots, it's only to defend his life rather than being aggressive. He knows that Ghost are pushing up this hill to go and take the fight with W-Click. So he knows that GG have got, obviously, further things on their mind here other than trying to find Levi's.
I mean, it's insane that Ghost has been able to push this far up onto W-Click. They've been doing such a good job of turning and pushing the heads back as soon as they peek.
Under arm.
They're getting shot at here. Silzen, what can you do with this grenade? The underarm is going to come through. No. Doesn't look like it's going to land where it needs to.
He's tossing and turning to underarm to overthrow. He needed to underarm that because Ghost Gaming were much closer. Levi starts to creep up, essentially becoming a part of Ghost Gaming, whether they like it or not. Rybo with the elimination onto Vegas. Ghost Gaming pushing up to take the fight with W-Click, but it's not looking good. Shrimsy, Draxel both knocked down. Only McCoy remains, and Levi's is still there. He hasn't even gotten involved at all. Ragnar finds 3 for W-Click. But it's not over yet for them because Levi's is transcending up this mountain towards the gunfire, only to realize that Ghost Gaming are gone and only W-Click remains.
What a clutch flank from Ragnar coming out there. I mean, he came through at exactly the right time, and that was huge for the W-Click boys as they're going to go ahead and they're going to start being the ones who are starting to farm points here in this lobby.
Phase 6 over to Sun Sister. QM north of them. Afrika Freaks inside of the circle on the south side near these fields. Red Canids and Vendetta both going to have to cross over from the west, and of course down south we've got W-Click, although they've still got the infiltrating Levi's, who they haven't quite flushed out yet. But remember, W-Click knew that Levi's was hanging around that mountain range earlier. I think that they will keep that in the back of their mind here as they try and push out. Rybo's just going to get in the vehicle. W-Click somehow still with 4 alive. Hard to believe, but for how much longer? Maybe I've jinxed them. Afrika Freaks spotting them pushing down this hill. Spray from Style. Couple of tags landing here. Harold very low. Ragnar held back though at the top of the mountain. He's giving them Overwatch. He's able to land a tag back. Afrika have only got 3, so if one goes prone, then there's only 2 eyes to W-Click. They've still got the numbers here, so they can start to push forward.
Oh! It's a good nade from NN. He's going to find one with it. Rybo has been taken down. The rest of the, but AFF has to turn their attention back over because they're getting a couple of downs. Vendetta now coming alive. They're going to find the red cannons, boys. It's down to just Rusty Zera for that squad.
Levi's is about to walk into Ragnar here on the top of this mountain. Don't forget about him. He's still up. NN holding a very aggressive position here for Afrika Freaks. Ragnar finally knocked down, but it's critical motion. I think he'll get stolen by Levi's, though. Still pushing up, still being silent, and he does steal the kill indeed. Does give away his position for Sing Divine to the rest of W-Click. He'll get that information from Ragnar. Harold low, crawling towards the smokes. They've got the rock there as well. Levi's gets involved. Spots Icon at the tree. Tag from Non-Red. 64 health. No nades for Levi's to throw down towards W-Click. Although he's already done an impressive job. Non-Red's finished off by Rusty Zera. Crit needs to deal with him, but he's only got the 2 times on the SLR. It's not ideal, but it doesn't matter for critical motion. Sends Red Canids out in 8th position, and now Style and the rest of Afrika want to deal with W-Click.
It's also worth noting that all these teams that are left right now are all teams that are in the bottom part of the leaderboard. These are all teams that need points. So this is going to do nothing but just push that point total up. You can see where we're standing right now as far as live standings for today. But overall, these are the guys that are kind of fighting for their spot here in Oakland.
North side is quiet. Crit knocked down. Icon is all that remains for Vendetta. That's NN again from that aggressive position. He's got Style to help out. Style is dealing with W-Click. Levi's now pushing in. You can't forget about Levi's, who has just been the silent assassin pushing along the back lines, and there goes W-Click. In the end, Style picks up the double onto Silzen and Harold. Icon with a nade from inside of the smoke. Grip's going to bleed out. He's going to get spotted at the left side of that smoke. Flushed and finished by NN. Afrika Freaks fatal up to 7 kills. From the bottom 4 to start the day, Poro, they're making the climb out of the bottom 8 to try and get into the top 24. Gabba knocked down and finished by Style. Oh, he's styling on everyone right now in match 2.
Huge day so far for AFF. Can they keep it going? Right now, they need as many points as they can get because they had, as you said, a rough day number 1. But QM, Sun Sister, both of these teams also in desperate need of every single point they can get. You can see STV still alive. Levi's still alive for Sting Divine here. And we got one more solo for Gex in the south part of the circle.
QM with 4 alive. Have got the numbers. 3 kills. Spots Sun Sister, Kandesu. Wanting to get the revive on a Fear Chan instead of being a solo, you'd be much more happier as a duo. And we'll risk it for a biscuit. Some vehicles in here as well. And starts to get the res. Levi spots Style. Gets behind the rock to his right side. It's NN! Afrika Freaks! Working as a tandem duo perfectly. Will finally flush out Sting Divine's Levi's, who I've got to say, give him an A+ for that performance here for match 2 as a solo for that long.
Absolutely A+ for effort here as we see the Sun Sister boys snaking through just on the north side of the road. I think Wufang has a pretty good idea that they might be over there. The grenade's going to come out. It's not going to be far enough, though. Kandesu and Fian Chen trying to figure out how they want to approach this circle. QM is just completely concerned with them. They haven't even looked over AFF's way yet.
Shy Away still alive for GEX as well in those fields as we are 37 seconds away from phase 8. Sun Sister doing a decent job of trying to just stay alive and dealing with QM. There is Shy Away from GEX. Of course, Afrika Freaks holding the south side of the circle. They've got all eyes on what's happening north of them from QM and Sun Sister. They don't know that Shy Away is down south behind them. They have no idea.
I mean, this is huge for all of these teams. As you can see, the leaderboards on your left right there. Here goes Sun Sister trying to make something happen. Fiashan's going to go down. Kandesu gets taken to almost no health, and he's just going to have to lie prone. Who's going to end up picking him up?
Hello, NN? Crossing the road, that's how aggressive Afrika Freaks have been playing in this game. He gets the knockdown onto Easy. 3 more remain to QM. Afrika Freaks have been the freaky ones in this game. They don't care who they have to take down. QM now have got a new entry to deal with in terms of an opponent. Kandesu's still alive. Shy Away as well as solos. They can get involved here if they start to push up. But Kandesu, it's time to move, buddy.
Styles just peeking through that scope, seeing if he can spot any type of head, any type of body part, just take any shot at all. Is now Xiaowei.
Oh boy.
Oh, he's made it. He's still alive. Xiaowei gonna screw around and win this game. You watch. I'm calling it right now. They got 6 kills on GEX right now.
I got no idea who's gonna win this game right now.
I'm calling it.
QM's got the numbers. Afrika have just been doing freakish things. Shy Away is, as you said, in a great position. Kandesu's probably the least likely from his current spot. Well, there you go. Yeah. Taken out by Easy. That's one less contestant to deal with in this Battle Royale. Style's got no idea.
He has not looked south in probably 20 minutes. He has no idea that Shy Away just ran across a wide open field to get prone right behind him.
And up close and personal with QM. He backs himself. Even never mind, Easy spots him. Now Style is essentially in a 1 versus 4, and Shy Away is not going to be his friend here. QM
not at all.
With the numbers and now with the advantage to win this game. Style cannot help out NN. Can he get GYY though? Or one member of QM to maybe bring them down to 3. He spots GYY through the trees.
Oh no, hit the dirt on the top of the little hill there.
Got him to half health, but he gives away his position. That's the downside. And Shy Away gets confirmation of Styles' position as well. You've got to remember, Shy Away hasn't got a lot of information here in terms of what's a 4v1.
Well, that's a good view of what we're looking at there. You see the center of this final circle is pretty much on the middle of the road, and that's going to be Style going down. Shy Away sneaking his way to a second place finish for his team. He gets another 7 kills. What can he get here? He's going to go ahead and die blue.
Just do it. Yep. Smart play from Shy Away. QM get the win, 6 kills, but Shy Away ended up, as you said, stealing second place, got an extra kill And in the end, a little bit anticlimactic considering how awesome that game was for match 2 of the day. We finally got some sort of a Zaki finish. I'm happy with that.
I'm happy with it too. I'm not gonna lie. I have not seen a finish up there in quite some time. Probably not since the end of NPL Phase 2, I think. But that's been a long time. Regardless, QM with a big victory here. They came in here today with 26 points. They found themselves in the bottom 8 of the teams playing today, so they needed to have a big day. But I mean, all of these teams that are finishing high right now are all teams that were needing the points, the fighting for points. We were worried, we were concerned about whether or not TSM, these teams were going to start 4 a.m. Were they going to be eating up all the points and not giving? Right now, it is the Wild West out there in Group AC.
It is tight.
Yeah.
So close in terms of around that 16th position. If you're in the bottom 8, they've still got a lot of points. So if you're in that middle pack, you're sweating profusely going into the next 4 games. And I think really what, as you said, that game has gone and done is now spread the points out a little bit more. 4am struggling today. That's been a talking point. TSM also not showing quite the same sort of domination that we saw on Friday. And so we're not getting that top-heavy play in terms of points. We're now getting that spread of points. That's going to make it all the more difficult. If you don't have good games today, you got no chance. And considering we've now played 2 games, I'm happy to cross out FaZe and Vendetta.
Oof. Big claims.
Lines
Vendetta
right through their names.
Look, Vendetta had a decent game this last game, but they finished 6th place, only 3 kills though. So, it's possible. I don't know. W-Click is pretty much the saving grace for a lot of these teams because they're one of the guys that are at the top of the leaderboard that are still getting a lot of points.
It will be interesting to see where W-Click finish by the end of the day. I mean, I'm presuming top 5 is almost a given right now, the way they're playing.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Well, we're going to find out what the analyst desk has to think about this one. Guys, we haven't seen a circle over there in quite some time. Tell us what you had to think, what you thought about it there, Kalaris and the desk.
I'll tell you everything and anything, Poro. Anything at all. But I'll tell you something. Even though that circle wasn't that normal, it's a restoration to normality because it wouldn't be the semifinals without China winning games. That is right. QM getting themselves the victory on the board there. But as Poro is mentioning, Toffees, those were some wild circles.
I mean, wild circles. It's always fun to watch something outside the normal. Kind of feel bad for FaZe having to chase everywhere they land. It seems like the circle's like, I'm going to go as far from you as I can. Tough for them, but QM was 6, GX was 7, Fatality with 9. I think what this did is it made those teams that sort of survived the crazy rotation just rack up kills on everyone else trying to play catch up.
I like seeing crazy circles like this because it's all about adapting anyway in this game, and this is the best way to adapt to a new circle. You haven't played that much. One team that did that phenomenally was AFF, actually. Taking a boat on the north side, going to Sarki, and managed to, get himself into a really good position.
It is a throwback to when I worked with you guys again. I am Katowice in 2018, where Optic had to make an amazing run. Avanga died in 16, and they just crushed and ran through everything up in the north there. I love these kind of circles here. What makes it really hard, though, is that it's basically impossible to get in from the northern, western, and then southeastern side, except if you get a boat like AFF did. Amazing play by them. But I just love these circles, guys.
Let's take a look at the highlights before Toffees drops more pens. Let's go.
The pen dropper.
I'm on my 8th.
This was quite deep into the game already as we start things off. W-Click had a great position on this high ground. They got a lot of kills from it, but in the end went down.
What was great with W-Click taking this position was they took it early. Even though the circle kept on going towards north, they stayed there because they wanted to hold the edge. They wanted to get as many kills as possible.
It can be very hard to hold this position down here. Levi's could have played more dividends here, but he didn't. He ended up actually surviving for a lot longer than expected. But overall, Ghost Gaming could have played this a little bit different, but it didn't happen. W-Click was the winner of this fight here for sure.
I'm not sure what. Anyway, I did want to give a shout out to Levi's for staying the course. His way, Trid, he would have died there. He would have got out of 10. Instead, he survived to 5 and managed to pick up more points for his team. So good job staying quiet and letting them take the lead on you.
Xiaowei also taking down, making sure he got 2nd place and denying himself here. Could play maybe something on the leaderboard. We'll see.
Gotta give love to Freaks. NN going up over the road, saying I'm gonna fight all of QM by myself.
That was mental.
It was.
It was the only chance to win the game, and he tried. He went for it. He tried at least.
Yes, he did. But in the end, QM Gaming gets themselves the points on the board. The big old chicken dinner with the 6 kills as they do come in. 16 points up towards the top here, but a very even spread when it comes to the points as a whole. Africa Freaks Fatal came in needing to put up numbers, and so far so good, Avenger. They have been able to accrue quite a lot of points.
Back-to-back clutch, but from a solo player, from QM here. We saw it last game, 4th place and 4 kills. Now this game, 2nd place and a lot of last game was 4th and 4 kills with a clutch, and then obviously a win here.
Yep. No, I mean, they stepped up. They're doing what they need to. Freaks is doing it. GEX, who I think all of us have sort of picked as our dark horse throughout the day here.
All of us.
All of us.
All the
except
cast.
Froz. I don't know
Okay,
if Froz was into them or not. No, but like they really did step up. They played very well. I know Froz has had his eye on them for a while, as much as we sort of give him a hard time. I was impressed how they played that one, Froz.
Yeah, I mean, they got a lot of early kills, and that's how they played it. They got the early kills, but then they went down to one person. He had to snake a little bit.
Yes, he did. The overall leaderboard for today's points, of course, here is Lazarus will sit at the top with 24 points. Quick QM gets themselves 24 points as well. I almost Avenger. Anyway, we have TSM with 16 points coming in there too with the 5th place. So people are solidifying themselves in those top spots.
I mean, Xenox said he's ready to put a line through FaZe and a line through Vendetta. I'm not sure if I'm 100% ready to do that yet, but for these guys like Vendetta, it's definitely didgeridoo or die time, because they need to really put their money on the line. They have to press, they have to look for kills, or they're done. They're done after this one.
One thing we can absolutely conclusively 100% say basically at this point is for Infantry Gaming, the road is definitely coming to an end here with no more games from Group B teams.
Well, all the other teams at Group B, or at least the ones from 9th and above there, they need to start sweating a little bit as well. Seeing how the games are going right now, we see a lot of the middle teams getting a lot of points. They might be able to catch up and push you down from the top 16.
Yeah, it's looking kind of unlikely though, because it's our top of the middle pack that is getting a lot of points. So they're making sure that it's like it's a long road from 39, T1, 44, all the way up to Rumblers. It's still 20 points, and for 6 more points to get that, I'm not expecting that to see that.
Yes. Do you know what time it's for? Time it is.
Yes.
I can't believe this.
China won, so we know what time it is.
We had, you know what? We had Lazarus win the previous game, and we could have listened into them. However,
you're killing me.
We didn't do that, and now we're going to listen in to this game.
能补吗？马路上面能补吗？我补了。后点高台一个。后点高台有4打2，别着急，打个药。马路的圈中心，马路圈中心。 不死就行。有人能混烟吗？我被炸了，左边能拉一下吗？我没烟了，帮我补颗烟。我没烟了，我没烟，没烟。还有一个是隐身的，我能直接顶到前面进坡吗？反正后点是。我有车可以拉。我感觉得顶到游哥那边，得帮游哥，得帮游哥。不用帮我，看到了。一个顶能帮我架吗？我帮一个游哥。哎，就一个独狼，就死的位置，他死的位置。我看到他了，右边。 右边顶上，右边最顶上200，打了一枪头，封烟那儿，封烟那儿有高手，右边。
And that was that. I've ruined my rundown.
Here, you can have mine.
Oh, thanks. I appreciate that. Cheers, mate. All right. Well, nice. You know what? I'd love to get your opinions, but actually I don't care anymore. It's time to go. We are going to be back in a few moments. Time here for more Erangel. We have one more Erangel coming your way here for the semi-finals. We'll see you in a few for more PGC.
Black equalizer brightens dark scenes without overexposing bright areas. Color vibrance allows for more realistic and vibrant colors. It also provides the convenience to tune colors in-game, making you see the change instantly.
always great to see the eye tracking software giving us a bit of extra detail as to what's going on.
안녕하세요. PGC에서 게임 연출 총괄을 맡고 있는 한현우라고 합니다.
I've been an observer and game director for the last 3 phases of the MPL.
Hi, I'm the stage manager for PGC 2019.
I am the live editor for PGC.
저는 그 직업이 옵저버도 있어서요. 항상 이제 그때 상황에 따라서 상위권에 있는 팀들을 주로 잡으려고 노력하는 편이라서 예측은 할 수가 없네요.
Predictions. 16 teams will go to the finals.
This is why we don't do quantum. Well, as stage manager for PGC, I worked on the North American teams. So obviously I'm going to choose them. So I would like to go with Tempo Storm. I want to go with Ghost Gaming. Rumblers is having a good showing here so far.
I don't know, you know, the European teams and the Japanese teams and the Korean teams look pretty strong, but I gotta be biased. I've been shooting North America all year long, so I gotta go with Genesis. Those are my boys. I love it.
파이널은 MPL 팀들이 진출할 겁니다. Let's go MPL! K-Mine, Dressel, Mikoy, Los HD.
I'll be biased and say that Rumblers is my kind of like favorite team at the moment.
I think the Rumblers are in everyone's mind.
Rumblers, definitely. You know, they got in because of another team having visa issues, which is super unfortunate. Rumblers got the spot, and man, if they jumped at the opportunity.
They are dangerous. They're playing like they've got nothing to lose. We know they were scrappy. We knew that they were a good team.
I mean, it's not a joke. Rumblers is at their best when they stay up late, they eat a ton of food, they joke around, they just wake up and they play PUBG.
As the Rumblers are putting shots into them as well. 10 kills here for the Rumblers, who are doing a fantastic job holding down this facility.
It doesn't matter though, because Korea is going to do well.
Obviously, you can't count out Korea.
Korea's just won 2 games back to back.
OG and Entus Force will come out on top of the semifinals after this weekend.
I think both of the OGN teams will probably be the top 5.
They're crazy. That's all you can say about them. They just go and go and go.
Entus Force about to find Lazarus. The battle begins. Cherry Poppins, he's not moving for the life of him. Entus Force! Sweep through Lazarus.
가장 기억에 많이 남는 거는 이번 그 PGC에서는 새로운 시스템이 좀 많이 들어가서 토비라고 아이템가 있잖아요. 그걸 활용했을 때 젠지 로키 선수가 3명을 킬하는 장면이 나온 그 장면이 가장 기억에 남습니다.
Flashbangs out, but it's back behind the rock for Pokemon. Loki's just gonna flush out another one.
Closer, creeping towards the center. Headshot in range here for Loki, now at the tree. Pokemon and Loki both out of utility. They've used everything they've got here. Only the 2 times on the 4-16 for Loki. Lands the headshot. Does he have the heals though? Loki's pushing out. Loki picks up the headshot win.
Before the game, the waitlist just stayed back home.
Right, you just see behind us.
Yeah.
It's right here.
It feels like a gym, right? Yeah.
We're here to see generally the Chinese team, but we love 4AM the most. Everybody in the team we love got V, Xiaolu forever, and then Wang Xin, of course. He did so good today. He got 15 kills, and he's definitely on fire.
4AM keep pushing. Once they're done with W-Click, it might be AHQ after that. Somehow Silson manages to stay alive, gets behind the rock. CGG can't believe it. He's wondering how is he still alive. 4AM have pushed down to the old position of Pokemon. They're sort of creeping in behind him. W-Click still hold out to the far east. And well, that's the end of Poker.
Still alive.
How is he not dead?
Okay.
There we go.
All right, there we go.
It took a little longer than expected.
All right.
I think it's for TSM, it's showing everyone that no matter what happens, there's always something new to do.
It's hard for me to give like an opinion other than TSM because TSM's clearly going to win.
That's what's up. We're going for TSM.
TSM.
Yeah, I think TSM coming in with the same momentum from groups. I can see TSM going through.
Yeah, I feel like TSM makes it through for sure.
At Beachhead thinking about just trying to pass through everything, but that's going to put them closer to everybody on TSM. The spray's starting to come out. You can see a little bit connecting, and there we go. Navi is just dusted.
Welcome back, ladies and gents. You blink and you miss it, but there was a moment there that I do want to just highlight. It just brought to attention how incredible all the people behind the scenes of this production so far have been, and that is something that you've got to give credit to. They've been working so hard, and also in the same vein, you guys at home, the fans, have been turning out and just giving us your thoughts. I love hearing from you. All of the PUBG fans are incredible. I absolutely love it. So passionate, and there's so many regions to support, and I'm sure your favorite might be doing well, might be doing badly, Europe. But so far, the games today have been electric, Rich.
The biggest issue for all these teams that are down there on that stage now is there are only 4 more games to go. 1 Erangel, 1 Sanhok, 2 Miramar. After all is said and done, at the end of today, we say goodbye to 8 teams. There is a hell of a prize pool on the line, Lauren. And for some of these teams, the pressure really could start to crumble.
Is there any better view than that in front of you right now? Hailed as one of the best in the world. Where are they now? They are down at the very bottom. This is the last chance to dance. There's no two ways about it. My hope in them has faded. Prove me wrong, because we're seeing teams time and time again surprising us, and it has not been the likes of FaZe. It's been the others who've been fighting tooth and nail for smallest of margins, but we're about to jump into game and have a look at this. From south, east, all the way across towards the west. This is going to be a rough one for anyone up north, but this playing path could bode for some interesting results.
Instantly, as a FaZe fan, as a European, you know, I am kind of on the FaZe train, but the brakes are being applied and the controllers coming around asking for tickets, and unfortunately I left mine at home. Things are looking extremely difficult. Even now, when I look at this, they're not on usual home turf, Lauren. No. They've been pushed out. AFF will go there and take up residency. We know that they are a Milta Power team. For FaZe Clan, this shows weakness. This shows signs of potentially not being as comfortable, more than likely what we see them time and time again. Average for me, I think, to even be safe in this competition, I'm going to put it out there. If they want to make it, you're looking at 15 points per game for the next 4 games in a row.
Absolutely, and I think the cutoff, it's 60 minimum overall now?
Yeah, about
minimum.
60.
Because keep in mind, the Rumblers and teams like that sat around 65, and they can no longer change their fate. So that's where the marker's set if you want to look comfortable. And even then, Horror said it perfectly, it is the Wild West out here. It could be anyone's matchup now.
65 is going to get you into that top 10, but then we are reliant to play in the PUBG game, and that's the fact that every other team below that also needs to be doing bad. It's now a game of numbers. And at some point, you've got to ask yourselves, okay, where do we stand in? Let's go and find kills. Let's go out there and hot drop teams. Eventually, there's going to be nothing else to lose. You are going to go have to find these frags. You can't just wait to find them on rotation or hope the circles come towards you.
God, look at that. That leaderboard is terrifying, right? Look how close it is as well. From, you know, bottom to mid-pack, a big game here and there, maybe some lucky teams falling out in front of you that give you that jump. You're right back into the meat of it. Now, circle hits, it's gone pretty far north, kind of centralizing above the river that runs through, I guess, north of Rozhok. You're looking towards that, and it is going to be that decision-making of north or south. Where do we put our money here for these teams?
You touched on it perfectly. This is where you look towards UIGL to make the call. Do we go north of the river or do we stick south? I would suggest there is a little bit more chances of it pulling towards the south, and the fact that you do have that water up in the north, eventually you will come away. But for the first 3 to 4 circles, it's anyone's game. You have to take a pick, take a choice, take a chance, find somewhere, and then, but more importantly, which is where the kind of the good and the bad comes down to PUBG, look at what's around you. Look at the exit plan. Formulate some kind of strategy to move depending on where the circle will go. There's a few times where a team will pick an area and think, yeah, this is a really good compound. The circle hits, they're out of luck. They get battered on rotation, or there's no vehicles, and everything can just completely go wrong.
And I'm glad we were looking at that south coast for a second. It's incredibly busy with some segregated players, and this is one of them. You're going to see Turtle catching more than enough of a glimpse to know the Sun Sisters are close by. Sting Divine certainly looked quite spicy in that last game. Maybe not quite as far as they'd like to have gone. Of course, QM closing out in game 2 with that Zaki circle, Lazarus in the first. But speaking of Lazarus, they're down there as well, around Quarry, but no one completely together, maybe 2 players and the rest are split. So there are chances of these early punishes coming through. Never forget how much of a difference that can make to a team going into the final circles with just 3 players.
Turtle's on his own, so he needs to be careful here that doesn't disconnect too far from the team that they can't get a res. If he is miles away, then it's not coming through. You're going to die and you're going to give up points. More importantly, you're going to be giving up points to the team that's actually not too far off you. Sting, they're in 17th. Below them, Sun Sister, 21. Separated by 33 and 26 points, respectively. So you have to play the numbers game here. You have to be careful. He does have friends in the distance, but if you get knocked, he's completely out of luck. I like the disconnect here. Walk away from the fight. Ring the alarm bell. Maybe call your teammates in to get some help. But remember, further afield, they're not inside the circle. They have work to do.
Speaking of circle, it's 4 minutes on the board right now, 4 minutes and 10 seconds. Teams are already starting that journey slightly further towards the north, looking at Tempo Storm shifting up further. It's W-Click who caught my attention. They are sending it towards the likes of Ruins, heading up that way. We see GEX, for example, already over by that kind of 4-stack across the road east of Georgia Pole. You have T1, who had a bit of freedom in the east over by Yasnaya. Long shift around by Stauber. They're pretty safe here.
Not a great set of games so far, though, Lauren. 0 points on the board for T1. We were looking for a big performance today. Coming out of the PKL, you've got a standard. You've got a reputation to live up to, especially when you're wearing T1 on your shirt.
It's a big name.
It is. It's a big brand, and you expect big things. But so far today, they have not delivered.
Hold on. Sun Sisters, I think, just caught a glimpse of SDV disengaging from the areas. This might be their time to try and think about, well, how do we approach this now, as we might have some alleviated pressure. The south side is now becoming sparse of players. They're all trying to head north. You can't forget the fact the FaZe is down on the military base, way far out of this. They'll be one of the last teams to start heading through, which has been somewhat of a common affair for them. A couple more shots. That's TSM towards Vendetta. Vendetta might be putting down a bit of fire back, and yes, they are Icon. They're going to be getting a couple shots through. That's towards Iroh, who I don't think is too fussed. They are in the vehicles. They are moving away. They don't want any of that for now. If they decide to set up in this position, much better idea. They're in the circle now. 4 a.m. Blisteringly hot side that you saw just yesterday. Now having to reset the pace a little and come back into this. Not seeing the crazy performance, but now there's a contestant nearby, someone daring to go towards their areas, someone daring to come close to them, but Wayless, huge reputation by this man, of course. Can he punish Ghost for being this close, or will they continue to move?
He's been watching his step, but I'm seeing them move as a... Oh no, they're moving individually. There's no idea. Surely Shrimsy has seen this. You either shoot or you die. It's a simple... He stepped...
Wayless.
That's so sneaky.
He's so patient.
Has he been seen, though?
I don't think he has. I don't think Ghost Gaming know about this yet.
This
you wouldn't do
time.
this. Hold on. Wayless has heard the glass break. He knows someone is very close by to him. He is isolated. He's on an island, and he's going to find one. The assassination from inside. Wayless can readjust now. He's just going to be a pain to Ghost, who are in transition. McCoy had already left, so now he has to fall back because he has to support and supplement Ghost Gaming, who are now a little bit terrified because if I died to that man, I'd be on notice.
The grenades are cycling. He's looking towards his front side window.
Don't go one by one.
Yeah,
Rich.
this is with him doing this. The smokes will go down, so it'll kind of block any approach. He jumps
4 a.m. are turning up. The rest of them piling in. Look at this.
Oh my God, he's actually been a beacon to annoy them.
They're going. Rich, they're sending it right back to this. They're not going to leave a man to die on his own. They are coming back to support their player. Wayless plays it safe, calms down. The rest of the team come in, and Shadow is there. McCoy, say goodnight. The rest of the team arrive, and you do not get to mess with just one of 4 a.m. You get the rest of the squad.
They're at the walls, they're at the doors, and here we go forever now. Checking the backside, they've blocked them in. There's only 2 players left, and the problem is for them, their information's given away. By having this one player inside the building, the smokes went down. The reason that he put them down was to avoid his footsteps. Smokes, yes, they can hide your body, but they also do a big job in hiding your footsteps. He knows you're not hiding inside the cupboard, my friend. This grenade could be checking the stairs, but there's also one to the left-hand side. How proactive it is and not just drive in
pushing.
here.
He's caught with an aid in the hand. He almost took down Wayless. That was a really smart piece of play coming out from Drassel, but he can't convert it to a kill. Now they're in danger. Shrimsy out of nowhere. Takes himself out of the compound, holds the wall, moves around. 4 a.m. go from being the hunters to being the hunted. Forever's prone down, the nade comes in. That might force the move. Forever's going to be careful. He's banking on his teammates. Shrimsy's nade sweeps away 2 of them, but there's Drassel gone. This is looking like mutually assured destruction.
For Ghost Gaming in 20th position, this is such a travesty, to be honest with you. They didn't need this. They need an absolutely blinding game. But they committed to the cause, and 4 a.m., well, they answered the call. You can never fight one of 4 a.m. 4 angry men, 4 angry brothers. And they've killed 3 members of Ghost Gaming. This could be them done and dusted for round number 3.
Shrimsy, what can you do in this? 4 a.m. have nothing to lose if you want to look at it in that regard. They can just play scary PUBG. They see a fight, they'll take it. They've already got 3 kills. They're sat up in top. Exactly. They are the most dangerous team to come across right now. We will catch up on the rest of that once this is all resolved. You can't look past it. 4 a.m., the terrifying beast that is patrolling the streets of Erangel. Shrimzy been spotted. Now Forever flexing towards him as well.
They've got points to spend, Lauren, and that's the thing. They banked them throughout the week, and now they're putting all cards on the table. They'll hold it down, they'll lock him in. We will take a look at this map and we'll show you how things
North
have
or
been
south?
moving about. We go Morley towards the north. Rossok bridges will be contested. You don't want to be crossing them. AHQ, they'll lock down the 4-stack over on the western side. Tempo Storm now has to decide what it wants to do, and so does Lazarus. They're over on the west. Both of them foothills of the Georgia Paul mountainside. But that bridge will be an absolute bottleneck and potentially the death of one of those teams if they don't scout properly.
There is a great deal coming over from Everest that cannot be ignored.
This
Tempo
worries
Storm
me.
is one of them. Their timing could be good because it looked like Lazarus was about to move themselves. They might still have a player on foot who could put down some shots, but they've missed the point where they could have maybe punished a little bit more. But again, they'll make it across, but they can then themselves become the gatekeepers if they wish to.
I suppose this is the strong point of holding upside of that hill, is that you can scout the 4-stack. They've actually run into it because GX has left, and that's because they were on the side that it was exposed. They watch for them to leave. We'll hold for now because this could be the end of Ghost Gaming.
They're checking how do they approach this. Shrimzy holds the line, he holds the angle, he holds nothing. 4 AM sweep through, they eliminate, they annihilate Ghost Gaming, and they stay themselves in this. Still with 2 deadly players certainly alive, they can just take whatever fight they fancy. And with this northern move, you feel as though it will move away from that river, it will move away from Rozhok, and it will move closer towards the shooting range. So all of these teams considering their option, there's already so many in such prime position.
I don't like this personally. FaZe is actually shooting onto teams from the backside of the mountain. Other teams will be able to preactively read this, or preemptively, should I say. They'll know where they are, they'll get that info, and maybe even box them down and bottleneck them in. Tempo Storm set up a really good entrapment between the 4-stack on the bridge that comes out of the backside of Crates over towards actually Rozhok as well, so you won't be going through the middle center if you want to cross the rivers. Lazarus hold the outskirts of Georgia Paul. Any other teams are going to have to go to the outer extremities around George, all the way to the most western bridge through the north and come out up the north to be precise. 4 AM. Well, if you find them, you're probably going to die. They're lingering in the east. Have to be careful of the 2 players that are remaining. TSM. This is an interesting one. They have a 4-man's wide split across the open rocky areas. But Red Canids, they're in a 1-1. So individually, yeah, you can take a fight, that's fine. But losing a player, I suppose TSM's in the same bank as 4 AM, right? They've got points, we'll go and have some fun and spend it. This is shooting practice for them.
I'm so happy we're looking at W Click here for a second. Very wide rotation. They are going to be heading across the Georgia Paul Bridge, the very far western one. This gives them a safer rotation and potentially entry towards the northern side of the new circle. They have been a patient team. They have been very reserved in regard. Oh, don't you do this, Putty Cuddy. Don't you do this to them. Don't you dare. Oh, no, the pre-nade is about to come out. He's going to pop it down, and now FaZe could be in all kinds of trouble. Oh, no, the trap's been set. Oh, somehow they're alive, but Putty Cuddy goes for the punish. He get hit. He's just got run over, but Halo's there. It's going just absolutely a million miles an hour. Luke 12 to find Mexi, and this is looking like FaZe's final dance. They're done for here. I'm sorry, I have to say it. They have looked like a shadow of their former selves. The car might have done it for him, but Luke 12 gives him a bit of dignity on the way out, and it's just uber alive, and what a travesty of a performance for FaZe.
Poor scouting, poor watching, poor timing. They've done it to themselves, and this is just a diabolical performance from Europe's #1 team, Phase 2 champions, Classic champions, Phase 3 champions. Well, after that, unless Uber can pull a godsend of a maneuver here, I can't see them in Oakland. This is absolutely diabolical.
Yep, and with the circle moving towards the western side, this pays dividends for Lazarus, for example. They can take their time now. They're on the slow side of the circle. W-Click has rolled up just slightly north of them. That could be something down the line to remind yourself of, but for now, it's Uber left to watch as the rest of everything they built coming into this, that they focused on, the tragedy that struck the likes of Liquid is going to strike them just slightly further on. We are seeing the rest of the teams moving around and shuffling towards the southern side of shooting range. So the likes of Vendetta getting to position over towards it, AFF getting towards that side. You are seeing Lambu catching a couple of shots from the Sun Sisters. That's just slightly north of shooting range. And as much as the Sun Sisters do some damage, they're not quite in the circle, so they could be gate kept here.
Uncivil wants this, but he knows that he can't overstep his boundary too much because of Luke 12's position. He won't get the support he needs, and he knows that Uber's got nothing left, so he will flush. There is no doubt about this. Really quickly to update you what's going on with that kill. AFF are actually being shot from outside of the circle. The Sun Sisters are looking for a point of entry. They're just above the shooting range. All of AFF are now inside the shooting range, so that large amount of territory is taken away. On the hillside to the left-hand side, if you think about it in your mind, you've got SDV. So the Sun Sisters are in a very difficult position. Vendetta, T1, and AHQ, that grenade hits Fuzz and just jolts the bike. Holy hell.
At least the car did some work for FaZe. That's about the only kill they've been getting this tournament. Down in the southeast, TSM, another European hopeful, has run into the scariest men in this map. It's 4 AM. They haven't gone for the indirect engagement. That car is not looking so hot right now. It's actually looking maybe a little too hot, should I say. Gonna pull up, get the hell out of it, and readjust. TSM could be slowed down by this.
Still keeping an eye on that kill feed. I think everyone wants to know, is FaZe going down in 15th with the hopes and dreams alongside of it? Tempo Storm still stacked up. Maluk on the scout having a look around. The two players from Red Canids lingering and kicking just on the bridge side. They know, I think they know where Tempo are, and that's what Maluk's been doing exactly, just to keep them in check. Up in the north, it's just wild. Once you bring this map up, you have a look, it's like an ant farm.
We've got to look towards TSM being pinched between two here as well. 4 AM's presence is enough to send them south towards the west, where actually you've got to be a bit worried because QM is sat in one of the compounds, a very strong compound that gives you a great deal of vision. Now, Lazarus trying to deal with the remaining member of FaZe, Uber. They're still holding the line. Can he take it on with him? No, it's FaZe down in 15th. And it's certainly not FaZe up this time. It looks like that could be their final song here.
And that was actually down to the North American brothers on the opposing side. Tempo Storm got the eye onto Uber, forced the engagement, down he goes, and out go FaZe. Circle updates. We bring it uphill from shooting range. Main compounds here, you're looking towards GEX. They're going to be laughing. People who might not be laughing. To come out of that shooting range is going to be difficult. AHQ are on the hillside. I'll stop for now while we look at TSM because we see one team wandering off into the distance and they've got to run. The only difficulty is if they decide to set up in front of them. Remember, where TSM is not a safe position. It's out in the open. Everything is an uphill struggle from this place where they are, and they are as far against the circle as humanly possible.
Yep, and these outskirts are going to be horrific to try and play towards. A double graze, very nice readjustment for QM. I like that.
Really quickly, Lauren, I want to touch on what could be a big powder keg kicking off in the back. AHQ are holding down the crashed plane site. You have Lazarus, W-Click, and Tempo Storm. Even SDV, they're all looking for an entry point. The plane would give you that amount of cover you need. If not, you are bombing middle and you are praying and hoping no one else is there.
W-Click, this is a big send from them. They're going to beat Tempo Storm to the punch. That's good news for them. Lazarus are not too far behind. I'm glad you highlighted this because it does look like that race. GEX is spread out, but they are spread out maybe a little too thin for this. They better be on notice as the Sun Sisters find forever. That's over in the east.
Lazarus
That's as 4 AM have tried to turn up. We are going to see W-Click now surrounded by 3 teams, and it looks like the fight does begin. Look at the kill feed. Harold holds. He gets Halo. He gets Uncivil. Lazarus fall like flies. They've rocked up and they've rocked out. 14th place. Thanks for the feed. W-Click will take that all day long.
Latam says thank you very much, North America. Once again, they did the dirty on NB last week, and now they claim the points once again on Lazarus. That is fantastic for this Latam team.
But now look at GEX. They've seen this all happen. They've heard it all happening. They're leaning over this way. They already punished one, but could they convert on more? I'm not sure. I think W-Click will want to stabilize and slow down the pace, get themselves a little bit of footing, and then continue the fight.
Hold for now. Psycho, he knows in treacherous waters here with multiple angles to hold. Really, what else can you do but try and pick up a few? Luke, job done. Psycho dead. 13th place for the Red Canids. Onwards we go. Tempo Storm need to find a better location than this one. Again, same kind of scenario as TSM where you have to make a very slow approach. Up in the north, though, we still have engagements. AHQ, SDV, all been overwatched by AFF. And when I say Overwatch, it's actually a low push because there's nowhere else really to go. They can force the engagements here. Same scenario happened with Uber, where Tempo Storm shoots him in the back. For AFF, they'll give away the position of SDV, and AHQ, well, they'll take full advantage of that and say thank you very much for the 3 points.
Oh, Michael just got caught about 200 meters away. He's done for, flushed by Kane. GEX starting to show a little bit more dominance here after holding such a strong position on this map. Now, does TSM respond to this, or do they again try and just stay quiet in the south? It looks like Tempo Storm might be finding the engage towards W-Click, as a Freak of Freaks still find picks up in the north.
Battle at the bottom of the table. We have to take a look into it. Vendetta versus Sun Sisters. Edge first one to drop here. All three players will be very close together, hanging around the Harry Potter. TSM not too much in front of them for now. Again, I spoke about the uphill battle which would ensue once this circle went forward. SST need to collapse on this, but look who's got the same frigging idea. AFF, if they stab them in the back, that's potentially 5, 6, 7 points waiting to happen. They can crush them from 2 different angles.
NN's on the run. He's trying to get there. It looks like Sting Divine has been eliminated over in the northwest. But look at NN. Look at Afrika Freaks. They are right on the verge. Sun Sisters collapse towards it. This is the northeast. You've got to be looking towards this one. Vendetta are trying to hold on, but they go down. Couldn't quite claw back enough, as this is W-Click holding back Tempo Storm. This is further away. The Sun Sisters still doing damage as Afrika Freaks slowly trying to strangulate over in the northeast of the map.
We've got 2 different battles. We'll try and cover as much as humanly possible between this. Tempo need to make a movement. Again, the circle, it's not too far away. There's not too much pressure just yet, but W-Click are feeling it. After all the points they've been picking up, you've got to feel good they'll be able to upgrade any utility they're going to be lacking.
They're just over this ridge. W-Click are literally over this ridge line. I don't know if Tempo know how close they are to this now. Ragnar's going to start putting down the utility, playing quiet, playing safe. That's Afrika Freaks still engaging towards Sun Sisters, and it looks like they've swept them aside. Big play from Afrika Freaks up in the northeast. That means they get a bit of ground, but they also get the attention of the other teams. Back towards this Tempo fight. The engage began and W-Click held the line, but look at Maluk, look at Zampa. They're trying to provide another angle, and it's with high ground to supplement. Big positioning, paying big dividends. Ribo goes down. A bit of a tragedy there for W-Clicks. It looked like they wanted to transition away from this area.
Miluk tracking where Silzen will be pulling up. These individual rocks will provide cover, but they are now split, and now they're at the mercy of different angles. Zampa already encroaching on the top position with that barrel. He's got the 4 times at distance, but up close and personal to Silzen, that will knock him in half.
Yeah, Maluk's nade could do some work there as well. Let's see if it goes quite well enough. It got the tag, not the frag. But now you can see W-Click have to pick up the pace. They can't disengage. They have to just fight head on. And look at Maluk. This guy wants it. He is aggressive with the barrel, but there's still players in that smoke. Zampa on the other side. Sharp shot does find Ragnar. It looks like W-Click are done for in this scenario. The nade in hand is all he can do, really. Surrounded all fronts. Bursts out the smoke and gets put to the grave.
Battered from multiple angles. Great pincer from Tempo Storm, but all that noise is not going to notice. TSM have put 2 to their side, and AHQ are also coming down from the mountain, so they have to be aware that there is potentially snakes in the grass. Gustav is in front, Ira is behind. To give you an update on how things went in the north, we saw the Sun Sisters. They collapsed on Vendetta, took them out, and then AFF came in to wipe them out.
You've got to look at this then. This was the setup that was about to happen. Gustav there catching one on the cross, and Tempo Storm are completely unawares. TSM set up well, and they perfected the timing on this one. Ira needs to be careful to not get isolated. Has to bank on Gustav to hold the line for him and supplement those shots. Tempo Storm with the blue on the back needs to move forward.
Rory's committing to the calls. He'll come and try and give them support and overwatch so they can work their way back. This is really nice from TSM. They've got a knock and they've got a point, so they pull back now. Reconsolidate themselves and get ready for the push. The blue will begin to hurt eventually. We are in phase 6. So you don't want to be stuck or caught out there, because if you are, you're going to be run up against it. There's no healing really through it. Yes, you can, but you're always at the mercy of running out of the blue, completely tanked up, and someone just one-shotting you, regardless of where it hits you on the body.
Tempo Storm have disengaged. They're running south to north as far west as they can. Probably a good shout, because I think they've realized the GX is in that compound. So this, I think they're running into the unknown here, which is always a problem, but they know the scenario they'd be walking into would be probably an unfavorable one in the south.
So if we think how this circle goes, you've got to look at GX's position with a full 4-man stack and the most strongest compound. Pretty much anywhere for a good 600 meters, they can control how this game goes. Certain angles will be completely denied. As soon as you show your face, it's not only if you have a hill, but it's the height advantage they have over you. They can control this entire center map area. The only real problem you have is from QM. Yes, TSM will be downhill. They'll be out of line of sight for now, but eventually they have to come forward, so long as Kane and Sophia keep check on them, they're going to be laughing.
Oh, Zampa! The readjusters paid off well. They found the fight against AHQ, who are completely unaware that this could be a potential position. T1 have flexed towards the north to find the Afrika Freaks. We are seeing AHQ taking too many fights on too many fronts, and they're losing too many of these. They heavily stifled Tempo Storm, but this is not without answer. Afrika Freaks have fallen in the meantime. We're down to 6 teams now.
QM is actually pushing on T1. We need to be aware of that. They're moving up. They smell blood. They understand that they've just been in a fight and they could be damaged up without heal. I'm looking for responses. It's not coming in the way of T1, though, because QM is opening up on them. They've only got 2 left standing.
Yeah, they have QM's position. I like it. They've left one back to
and now
control
QM on
the
TSM
south.
as well?
That's so smart from QM. That's really, really good play. Holding back to make sure no one can push you back. And this is the main front of the assault. Ada stays coiled and patient, but gets removed. As QM maybe want to do another one. They had the taste of victory, and maybe they want some more.
This is massive, and this causes knock-on effects down the table. For QM, being able to take out 2 different sides, the other 2 players now, I think, with QM, unless they can get the res off and be really quick about it, AHQ should be able to solidify this.
They're
SR,
back up to 3.
With an M24 in hand, if you're going to be called SR, then you have to be able to use the sniper rifle. Could be the end of QM. They're letting them get the reses, though, Lauren. This is so dangerous.
I think they couldn't overpush this angle. Look how open that last little push would be. I think that's the line that they've had to draw. If they push too far, I don't think they maybe kept full attention to who was knocked to who wasn't. Just about. So here we go. AHQ are currently gatekeeping at least 2 of QM. That means QM will be the ones to move. GX hold everything here. Tempo Storm outskirts. TSM outskirts. These are the final battles. SR. Let's see if you can live up to that name. If you can connect one of these shots, I'll lose my mind. 15 players, 5 teams though. Still plenty more targets to be had.
Hit the world. You could be winning the world. Going to the world stage in the Oakland Arena, for the simple fact that QM are one of those teams that are down in the bottom part for elimination. Back-to-back wins and some good points on the board. It would shake things up fantastically. Now remember, when you're firing a sniper rifle like this, you are giving away your position, so it's not without its downsides. But again, you put one in the face, they are going to hit the deck, and you can make a collapse on that.
Yeah, but now TSM fancy a bit of this. They want some of these points. Leo did find Sharky. That's Tempo Storm being pushed back even further. It's never going to be easy for Tempo Storm to move away from where they were. TSM trying to find their way in. They are not in the current circle. They still need to find a way forward. Iro being denied by years. This is QM holding the south as well as disengaging from the north. A transitional play.
Lauren GX are actually going around TSM. They don't realize this. They're pushing up against the blue to wipe them out. Tempo's gone. Holy hell. SR pushed up on them aggressively. Went at them with the AR. TSM are gone. Now GX will be the next. So we have GX, AHQ, and QM. Bit of a standoff here as we see GX with the compound. AHQ own a good amount of that map in the north. They've got the 3-man split all the way across, so no one's behind them. And they have the tree line to play with.
I'd say the one danger of this compound, and it always will be the same, is when you try and leave it. You have a couple of pieces of cover to play to, but once you move away from that, that's why I liked when they looked south, they tried to springboard off it. They've got a 2-man hit squad heading up on the western side, just to the left side of your screen right now. SR will probably be the first port of contact. I think Milk and Yan Lee have just been informed of this potentially. I'd love to see what SR sees. I'd love to see Milk's angle maybe, as it looks like GX are trying to find a way, a bit of footing towards that northern side. There's the crossfire coming in. They've been spotted, and now they disengage. They fall back. It looks like AHQ are trying to dominate this northern side as best they can. SR's nade not going to the right tree. They're just slightly further towards the left-hand side.
Sophia goes closer to the center, which will cause a bit of a stoppage now to AHQ's advancement if Milk has seen him. Remember, we still have that M24 in play, should be able to make use of it. As an update, coming into this, these 3 teams were 12th, 16th, and 18th. They're all playing for points. And again, this just shakes the leaderboard up going into our final matches that much more. It's such an important win.
I really like how GX is readjusted so far. I'd love to see Leo maybe move up. I think maybe he's holding back until they get the full picture that maybe they can't get any more angles. You could see him looking for one. He's trying to find some pressure to be alleviated from QM. Now, looking at their angles, looking at where they're going to have to be, they're going to be really, really clustered together in that southeastern side. Hard to move away from. If they wrap towards the north, AHQ still hold it. Where are their options here?
No helmet as well. We can see the hood up. That'll be problematic because one bullet will get the job done, so you can't overpeak that. You can't look for information. Now for AHQ, they have to wait till the other 2 engage. Because of SR's position, it's held back by Shyware. They'll hold for now. Yanli, Wu Feng, and Yiz will all have to move. Outside of the circle, this one will tank them down to nothing. One bullet, and it'll be the death of you. So you have to be proactive and not get touched by. I'm looking towards Wu Feng. He has to move any second now, otherwise it's going to cause him problems.
It looks like the fight's about to break out. Look at QM. They're going to get the nades ready.
time.
First nade comes through. Does it find anyone? No. They're just over the lip of the hillside. There's still room to be had and kept safe for GEX. You can see QM is so desperate to find someone out there, catch someone off guard. And GX aren't letting them. They are being steadfast, patient, smart. And they'll wait and see if anyone will make a mistake, and it looks like no one is. This is a stalemate, and we look at the circle. Hits center point. Now, who's got the best shot? It's hard to say. QM are packed into a corner, hard to play out of.
It is hard to play off, but the problem, I'd say the only advantage they've got is that they're a four-man stack. So if someone comes over, they can shoot together as a team. But then there's the other side of that coin. You're going to be all lined up for either one grenade or one AR just to completely melt your entire roster. This is where AHQ need to be looking now at the teams coming up the hillside.
The smokes, you saw the nades. They've got plenty to put down. This could be an absolute line of smokes to let them step forward.
They denied with the mollies.
Look at the southern swing. They're going to go on the push. There's the nade. Bye-bye, Leo. And it looks like the following push will happen. They picked up the pace. They found the players. Can they find Kane? Yes, they can. It's going to be clinical. Sweep in the south from QM, but there's AHQ. Finally say hello. They've now moved from the north to the south. They're holding the center point. And slap bang in the middle is GX. Sophia is just the last one standing, I think, at this point. Next to Milk here. No easy way out of this. They're just praying that now the other two teams fight. And there they go. We're down to 2, 7 alive. 3 in the north. It looks like maybe 3 in the south as one of them's knocked. Good shot from Wu Feng. Gonna find Milk. As we're looking like this surely could be QM's victory. Back to back would be huge. And a shot like that, even bigger.
QM. If there was ever a time to step it up, it would be now. Back-to-back games and 12 kills on the board, 22 points. If you want to be in Oakland, this is the way to do it. Insane approach up the side. Yes, they had manpower, but they were up against the blue. They were open to mercy from everyone that was in front of them. But they wipe out one team without losing anybody. And then they turn and they face HQ, and it's job done.
Supreme play at the end there. I'm going to say I doubted them. I thought they might have left it too late, but no, they proved me wrong. They held that utility that the observers highlighted to us, and they had it ready. They had the game plan in mind, and they executed that to absolute perfection.
I suppose it speaks a bigger game of what kind of utility teams were lacking. Maybe not necessarily even down to the throwable side, but how are you doing with the helmets? We saw players without them. How are you doing with the chests? There are some fights which simply are not survivable, and you don't want to take a chance. You need to let them to come to you. In any other circumstances, they may have pushed on to QM. Have done with it, move on.
Yeah.
But honestly, I don't think they could. They had to wait it out. And unfortunately, once they came up and over that hill, it was the death of them.
It absolutely was. Truly a performance to be proud of. Back-to-back victories at this level, in these pressure moments, is truly noteworthy. So you can see that has really pumped them up. And again, that was the last look we're going to have at Erangel here for the semifinals. So if you're a team that favors that, and now you don't have that to fall back on, I think you start realizing that maybe your run here at the PUBG Global Championship might have just ended.
Genesis watching in the crowd, and it's for many other teams that are from that group. You got to think it's scary moments when your life relies on all these other teams. This is going to be a wild one for these final 3 matches.
It certainly is, and I think that's enough from us. Let's find out what everyone else thought of what we just witnessed.
That's it. Thank you very much for tuning in. China has won PGC. It just it never ends. It's a never-ending conveyor belt of just China winning.
I'll tell you this, okay? QM was not supposed to win that game. If you looked at QM, you had AHQ, and you have GX in the end there. QM had the worst positioning. They were hurtling together. They engaged the first fight there. That's all the signs of not winning. But they play out of their minds and won that game somehow.
So who was supposed to win that game?
Someone else.
AHQ. What do you mean someone else?
AHQ. They were literally just holding back there. They had the control. They had everything.
Okay, fair. I was hoping you'd say someone else. Of course, let's take a look at the highlights here for our final game of Erangel for the semi-finals here for PGC. And starting things off with 4 Angry Men, getting some cheeky knocks here and there. But, you know, in the end, unfortunate for Ghost Gaming.
I mean, it's like everybody wants to kill Ghost, it seems like, and they're getting their way. I mean, Shrimsy had a nice grenade here. Ghost did their best to sort of hold them out, but 4AM has nothing to lose, and they'd like to teach Ghost a lesson.
As we've been saying, 4AM has points to spend, and doing it on Ghost is very unfortunate for them because they are looking scarily far behind now. W-Click, though, Harold, Silson, these guys, they blew up Lazarus.
I like the play they had there. After they lost Harold there at the shack after taking out Lazarus, they just sent Silson there. They wanted to have the control. So from a 3-1 split to a 2-1 split straight away.
Yeah, Tempo Storm pushing W-Click as well. Maluk fragging out.
Huge. They did, though. I mean, they got 6 kills. Like 4 of them went to Maluk, so not too shabby there. But they needed that. Tempo Storm has had a rough start to the day, as seems usual at this point. And it was nice to see him get a little something to put on the board.
We do see some sponges here, though, but we also have some of our lower teams getting a lot of points. QM before today had 20-some points. They're jumping back into it, and it's looking scary for some of the other teams that are trying to get into the top 16 because they are sponging a lot of these points here.
I mean, I would say pretty confident QM qualifies after that. Great performance.
It's a massive result for QM. Back-to-back chicken dinner here on the last 2 games of Erangel, and they put up the numbers. Not only that, but they were aggressive with their sweeps, and it's a 2nd in a row for QM Gaming.
I mean, what else can you say about that? It's China came to play this weekend, and they had a slow start, and since then it has just been absolutely nonstop as you get the match results and just see just how big a win that was for them.
It's 22 points for Team QM up towards the top. They've got a 4th place in the first game as well, so 4th first. Massive stuff from them here for the start of all of this. AHQ with 14 points. Tempo Storm, thanks to Maluk, fragging out 6 kills in total for that team. 9 points to get them in 3rd place for us.
Yes.
Yes.
And they have GX coming on 4th place with 8 points. I mean, that's some needed points. Actually, not too needed, but it's nice to see that they're still keeping up with the performance they had from the first day here in the semifinals.
AHQ also needed some of the points. Total so far today, they've gotten 17. It's not going to be enough, though. They need to continue this. They need to get more points on the board. QM already at 72 points. They have qualified already for our finals.
I mean, that's it. The reality is they got 46 points in the first 3 games. TSM on their day got 54 for the whole thing. W-Click got 2nd with 50 yesterday. QM came out here and said, all right, guys, they're just going to prove. We were excited about how much you talked about 4AM. Let's make you talk about us today.
We also want to be talked about, and if they continue this, we will. This is a better performance so far than what 4AM had yesterday on their Erangel map. So if they continue this, they can break the record of how many points in the day.
You think it's going to happen, though?
I'm hoping so.
All right.
If QM keeps on this form, the top 3 going into the grand finals could be all China, very importantly. That would be huge.
Let's be honest, when we looked at the group stage, it didn't show that China was that strong, but they definitely stepped up the game coming in here to the semifinals. What are they going to do to the finals then?
I think that comes down to preparation and support. The Chinese teams come in with some of the best support teams, some of the best preparation, some of the best willingness to just sit and work in terms of ethic there. And I think we're seeing that. In a tournament that gives you these long breaks between phases, you can really put in the time and the effort to adjust, and they definitely did that this week.
They're highlight worthy as well. You think back to FACEIT Global Summit just for a second, and you think back to the potential of what is going to be happening in these next few days. For us, it's big.
Yeah, I mean, QM, they came in on the 19th place today with 26 points. Now they're 6th place with 72 points, and they're just going to keep on going. We only played half of the games today.
Yes.
If they keep sponging up these points here, it's going to be nice for the teams that are sitting in the crowd watching Genesis, Rumblers, these guys that are not playing today. They're going to be safe and sound. But there are currently 3 teams kind of behind them. If we have some of our teams in the bottom that jumps in front of them, it could be looking scary.
I mean, that's right. Genesis and Rumblers have fallen into the middle of that sort of middle bracket right there. They're going to start to hit that stress point pretty soon. Remember, they have the same score. Genesis has 1 more kill. So it's very easy for teams to leapfrog both of them in a quick pack, and that's only going to get worse and worse as we move through the next 3 games of the day.
Erangel is done. Do you know what time it is?
Listening time.
They do. I'm just going to put this out here, all right? You listen to me, all right? This is going to keep happening, I think. All right, let's listen in, because you know what's coming.
不错吗？就是按照你，跟我顶一下，我在顶。 看到一个，右边石头，右边石头，石头倒，石头倒，又倒一个，最后一个，还有个在右边，还有个在右边，看到了，右边，右边。哎，石头趴一个，石头趴一个，死了3。还有前面，真的哪边？打标2号点。但是还有一个。牛逼！
You know, I'm glad that they were very loud and everything because I couldn't see a damn thing of what was going on during that one, but I heard everything. That's why it's called a listen-in. It's perfect stuff. We get to hear from QM. Clearly, everything that they said was brilliant.
Yeah, PGC starts next week. PG Listen is happening now as we get to learn all about sort of the way that the Chinese teams play over those last 2 days.
I feel informed.
Just nodded.
I feel informed.
Ross just nodded his way, left mine to drown.
It's fine. It's fine. Ross is just expecting me to pick up. And I was like, yep.
Guys, okay, well, let's go back to seriousness for a second here. Africa Freaks Fatal has got 28 points on the board so far for themselves. That's a big move and shift up from where they were prior. Now they're in 17th place here, just 1 place away from getting into the top 16, which is big.
Infantry is unfortunately out. It's done for them. They didn't get enough points in yesterday. And even if they doubled their points, like they got the same amount of points yesterday as they did the first day, they would have gotten 62, which would also have made them kind of the last place. But they're out, unfortunately. I was hoping for a recovery, though.
Other thoughts regarding kind of our results so far here is,
I mean, I see Tempo Storm's been slow, but I think they're still climbing at a pace that will get them above that 65 mark, especially with how they've played sort of the second half of the days going forward. So I'm not too worried about Tempo as long as they keep that progression. T1 is a team that was strong yesterday and has been a little...
They hit the brake a little bit.
Yeah, I don't want to say befuddled, but it's been slow to say the least. And I'm relating that to them. I think they're playing more defensive. They're trying to just sort of slow grind those points, which I don't think is the key to victory here. You come out, you got to play your game. You can't take your foot off the gas. Whatever worked the previous days, what you bring today is such a short series.
Well, it's almost what we've been seeing throughout the whole tournament so far. The team's doing really good one day, and then did really bad the next day. And that's kind of happening all the time for a lot of the teams.
It's because they change, right? Like there is a temptation when you're in front to add an extra defender to take out, you know, an attacker and just shore up those points. It doesn't matter what sport it is, that's just the mentality. But it's proven time and time again that that doesn't work. More often than not, you change the mentality, you change the pace, and people take advantage of that.
Well, we see a lot of the teams playing a lot more passive once they're getting close to that cusp there, and they don't want to be the one who don't make it, right? And that's kind of what hurting them a lot. One of the great team we know, FaZe Clan. Right now, they're not playing like FaZe Clan at all.
It doesn't seem that way.
No.
Even their rotations into some of those final circles of Avenger and then heading up towards Everest to try and do a little bit of scouting for a moment.
But to give them credit, though, they're not looting in their usual spot. So they're not. And FaZe Clan is probably one of the teams that have been looting in the same spot the longest. So putting them in a new spot and like they have to come up with new rotations on the go.
Yeah, but you're saying to give them credit. The reality, though, is at this point, I don't know if that's a credit to them.
It's not
like
credit.
I think they should have gone back to their spot.
Take away the credit.
Taken the fight. Yeah, and said, you know what? We are FaZe Clan. Instead of like, okay.
We were hoping for that when we saw the drops. But anyway, that is by the by. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Thank you very much to everybody that's turned up here for the studio. And a big thank you to some of our sponsors here in Plantronics and HyperX for PGC. We are going to a short break, and when we return, we're on to Sanhok. Let's go.
Oh, yes, the desk can take a short break, but I'm glad James talked about who's turned out here, at least in the crowd. Nice to see Twitch chat send their best representative to sit down here and have a nice drink.
I'm okay with it.
It's cute.
Might as well. As a father, I really miss my boy.
Aw, all right, all of that niceness aside, something that's not so nice for some of these teams is Sanhok. Quite the beast to tame. It's been the downfall of some and the come up of others. But in this moment, it's going to be a bloodbath here.
There's no other nice way of putting it, to be fair. This map can be pure and utter insanity, and it also gives and allows teams like 4AM, teams like even FaZe Clan, to be fair, who I know more than capable of this, even the LATAM regions, anyone we're at a region race now. This is one of those maps where you can frag out. You can pick up points like no tomorrow. To give you a really quick update on how the last match ended us, we were saying, you know, you want to be in there looking at about 60 points. You want to be safe, you're looking at 65. Hell no, 65 points won't even get you into, get you into 14th. Like now, 49 is gatekeeping 16th place, and 3 of those teams, 14, 15, and 16, they're in this lobby. This is madness. We're in a region race now. Like, we're at a world championship level. This is the kind of lobby, and this is kind of leaderboard that I want to see. PUBG can be utter madness, and that's the best way to describe this lobby and how this day is going to unfold.
Look at the teams in front of you fighting valiantly for their place here to make it out of those semi-finals. 2 more maps wait after this one. Miramar on the horizon, but for now, Sanhok awaits, and they've got to deliver. Some of these teams who've been quiet, turn it up. Southeast to northwest, we are into the game. 16 teams enter the battlefield, 64 players. But only one team can walk out the victor here.
There can only be one PUBG Global Champion. If you want to get there, you have to get through this map and 2 more. After this, the green, grassy pastures of both Erangel and Sanhok leave as we move on to Miramar. If you are one of those teams that actually plays well on this and can use the topography of the map, use the terrain to your full advantage, and frag the hell out, then right now is the time to do so. If there was a team that you didn't like, just to kind of also put a flip on that, if there was a team that you didn't like, this would be the time to jump in, jump down, get your boots on the ground, and raise holy hell.
I want to look at TSM for a second here, because they were a team, when we first saw them here in the semi-finals, they looked untouchable. They looked pretty solid. Honestly, today, I haven't quite seen that come through just yet. I'm a little bit curious to see if that maybe comes out a little bit more on Miramar. I guess you could argue they're in the same boat as 4AM, that they've put up the numbers. They don't necessarily need to show everything. But I'd like to see a little bit more fire with them. I want to see, Iro popping off again. They did fine, I guess, on Erangel. They were okay. They're not having bad games, but the firepower they were bringing before, they looked, on level with the likes of 4AM.
It's slightly different approach to what they've been doing so far. I mean, the circles haven't really been with them, and I've always said it doesn't really matter. It's how you play that scenario. And TSM have been doing well, but they've been picking up kills along the way. The placements haven't been great, but today they've actually been kind of average. You got a 3rd place, a 4th place, picking up a few kills along the way. I mean, hell, you look at 2nd through 5th, so 4 teams are all within 6 points of one another, 22 to 28. So they're up there at least, but
they're certainly
I have to agree that we've not seen that big firepower game. But honestly, I think that's because the other teams that have been a little bit quiet have finally said, you know what, maybe it's time to play. Maybe it's time, if we see TSM even slightly at a disadvantage, we push on that. We pick up the frag, we grab the point. Because at this stage, you can't let players go. Any kind of knock you get, you have to bloody push on it. You have to take advantage of the scenario.
Okay, let's look at what we're seeing so far. Sun Sisters, what a split for them, isn't it? Quite sporadic throughout the map on the Eastern Island, where the circle has hit. Not too surprising there. And anyone on the outskirt islands will have to make that transition across. Somewhat what you expect here. We've seen this circle quite often. I don't think any of the teams will be too surprised, upset, or shocked that this is the case. It does then play to the likes of WClick's Compound. I will always put this as a high priority pick, position-wise. Same, you could say, with, I guess, SDV has a good shot there too. That sort of area, to me, is always so powerful. If it does go further north, of course, it does shift things up, but that has just seemed to always gravitate so many end games.
One of the downsides to this map is that we generally get not exactly the same 4 circles, but we know roughly where things tend to end because of how things move away from water, things move away from the rock sides. We have a rough guesstimate of where things can be, and this is where you look towards a very good IGL. One big instance of this, which you could take, again, advantage of the scenario that's provided to you. Red Canids have absolutely no one behind them. If anyone wants to take a quick bankment and play slow, play late, then it'd be a good place to be. But for the Red Canids, they now probably have about a quarter of this map to themselves.
Hold on, first engage coming through. That's WClick extending and stretching their legs slightly further north of the compound. They want the complementary hill that sits just slightly to the northeast of it. And that's where one of the Sun Sisters players was residing, but the Sun Sisters were split. I said it earlier, they're quite split up across this map. They have since then consolidated a touch, but it's not by much, so keep in mind, if they do get a knock, there may not be a revive to follow. And I saw some of you guys asking previously, why are some of the names faded on the standings? Because they're not playing today, so those points are set in stone. That's how that works, and all the others have ability to shift. They're the ones playing live today. So that's how that all works. But you can see all the teams kind of, I guess, slowly leaning a little towards the Sun Sisters, W-Click, SDV. You've got Lazarus now extending away from Resort. They're putting 2 players down slightly further south. You've got GEX heading east. Everyone trying to get to that central spot.
It's kind of scary when your life hangs in the balance and on the knife edge of... Oh, this is some brake level driving there. On the edge of a knife and someone else's knife, to be precise. Genesis are in the crowd, they're watching this. Again, they're not even safe and they're not in this competition. But anything can happen, and QM shaking up the leaderboards. It makes things that more interesting. AHQ, this is going to be a hell of a long play. I hope they've got the meds for it to take this boat, unless they decide to go straight down the middle and just send it. If they do, this will be bloody scary. I'd expect it to be a wide one because it won't hurt too much just yet, but if they send it straight down, that'll be madness. Crazy Sam with an M24. I want to see sniper shots on my screen. They look amazing when people land them. And W-Click are making an advancement on this. 4EM's got involved.
They overreached. They left that compound. They left the strongest compound, and now they're being punished for it. Sun Sisters hot on the chase. They see points. They want points. They get points. They flush the knock. Harold goes down, and W-Click, I thought they had such a good opportunity here, such a paramount position, and now it's been ripped away from the Sun Sisters. Well, they want a bit of that, don't they? Look at them instantly getting to... Oh, the timing on the switch. Rather unfortunate for Ragnar.
The one that actually sat back, Lauren, got hit by 4AM, and SDV on the opposing side of the road are also... This is going to be a 4-way game. W-Click, the last person, Ragnar,
they're rushing
on that
this.
side.
They're pushing it.
4AM will push up, SDV will push in. QM will hear all this going down. We're going to have 4 teams, all within 2 compounds.
Phaser on the way as well. We've got so many teams. That's the first to fall. Nice little passive angle from Ragnar. Holds it. Whoa, he tries to make a run for the window. Big tag, no frag, but he looks for the follow-up. He tried his best, valiant attempt, but it does mean W-Click lose out on that position forever. Wants to show him how it's done. Shut down eventually, but that's a 2-man pickup. An SDV, it's not over yet.
Hang on, they're not flushing forever. They can't get him. He's round the corner of the wall. The grenades are in there. They're pushing Lee. Levy's outside of the back. That's 3 ZGG. The man's on fire. 4AM continue to apply the pressure. This is madness.
Kings of the castle for now. They hold the central position, but it's not all of them. Keep an eye on that map. You can see there other players sitting in the southeast side, ensuring no one's creeping up, no one's taking what's theirs, because look who's about to try it. FaZe hears all of this. Are they smart enough to scout this correctly? Will they just run in haphazardly? I hope we see the best of FaZe here, just to remind us of who they were, because we have not seen it today. 8C leading the charge with Uber, trying to get closer before him hold both sides of this.
Lou at the top is there to read the info.
There's a shift south.
He'll get the... Either the bullets. If he was shooting, then obviously, yes. So it's Uber that's now slow walking this. Doesn't know he's there. Stands ground. Oh, no. IT's there to give him the support. Wheeler says, okay, well, we're not having none of that, so we'll start to drive away. TSM will open, excuse me, FaZe Clan will open up, and rightly so again. Every single frag they need. We're looking now for this team to have any chance. In my personal opinion, you need at least 18 to 20 points per game. They have to go off, they have to win, they have to kill. The region race is on for this entire lobby.
They're so greedy in this. Look at the way they're approaching it. They want all of this compound. They want as much of it as they possibly can take. They don't want to share with the Sun Sisters. They don't want FaZe close by. They don't want QM anywhere near this. They are split pretty wide in this, and that is such a big take. Look at what FaZe have in comparison. This is a little bit of a rollback to that first shot I think you wanted to see, and that's got a bit of distance on it, leading the shot beautifully. Let's see when he lands it. There it...
Go on, son. Yep. More of that.
Yep.
More of that.
Yes. Sun Sisters still holding the hillside, unable to really transcend away from this. Lazarus not moving either. No one's really intent on moving here. TSM with the slow creep in the southwest, that's about what you're going to get. And I think most teams are somewhat safe, excluding QM. Look at their current position. Them and Tempo Storm are very close by, and at least what they can see of each other. You could see Nox there, maybe revives, however.
QM will have the worse position here, coming out the back of the quarry. It would have been detrimental had Tempo Storm put someone over the other side of the road to just make that even more difficult. And the reason it's so difficult is because of this height that Tempo Storm will control. Again, one simple knock will make the massive amount of difference. I'm seeing an M24 across that roster, so if you can dink one, you take one man out to get the res, he'll stick that, you're into a 2 versus 4 scenario should they want to go for the res. FaZe Clan, they're just sitting and waiting for now to see what happens with the next circle because they do have the center point. Everyone will eventually roll to them should the circle be favorable.
This is the patient time for some of these teams. Need to take a couple of moments of breath here as everyone getting quite close by. And this is where you start looking at anyone who's got those Kar 98s, those 24s that can get those knocks. As I said, the flushes are very unlikely because they're normally in compounds. I think Vendetta might be being kept back on the hillside here as they're just north of Kampong.
It's a bit of a stalemate, to be fair. We'll see.
TSM moving through quarry, hold on.
Yeah, this is kind of what my issue is. You've got TSM, you've got Ghost Gaming all down the south. Once they walk up, if these teams are just standing there and not doing much, they'll also be put into the predicament where they have to do the same. They can't advance, otherwise they're going to be at the mercy of 2 different rosters. But does Ghost Gaming see them first?
Oh, Ghost Gaming aren't really looking their way. That's what gives me a slight worry. I think we're starting to see one of their players look around. Gustav is right at the foot of the hill, though. He's got the low ground to work through. There's the spot. Drassel, cometh the hour. This is the time to land those shots we are so aware you can do. As the circle will shift, going to move right towards the compound, kind of south of Barn, where FaZe currently sit. As TSM have got themselves to the foot of the hill, but Shrimzy's off angle could work out well for them. You can see how open Gustav would be to this sort of position. Let's see if Shrimzy gets a bit of a glimpse of them.
Contact made. Gustav should go down here, but he's holding point, which puts him at the mercy if anyone does see him. Kind of same scenario happened with ITC yesterday. But that...
Nice work.
Knock and confirmation instantly. I mean, hell. With the silencer, you'll never have seen it even coming or which angle it had been. So they'll only see the point to give the info back, and by that time, it's too late. Everyone starts to encroach on the center point. T1 are coming in from the east. AHQ, they'll be held at gunpoint from the Red Canids. Lazarus. The engagement might come as soon as they crest the brow of this hill. Everyone else in a compound, they have to fight for theirs.
Do they hear the Sun Sisters? Do they know what's over this hillside? They have to be so careful when they peek this ridge. They've got to be aware of that. Sun Sisters are disengaging. They're moving slightly further south. Wait, they're going towards Barn. We all know that anyone who steps towards Barn never really makes it out, and it looks like Lazarus are closing in, working from the hillside, sweeping as a line. They're going to move for this. You can see they're moving with some pace as well. Uncivil's there.
Ready for this.
Alo's there. This could be death from above if they get the right lines of sight, and they have already. The first shots come through, but maybe a little too early. Sun Sisters have cover. They're in the low ground. Can Lazarus convert? Yes, there's the first. Trades looking like they want to come back in from FaZe. Shots coming through from far out towards the east.
That's what they have to be careful of. Red Canids now move out. This could be a domino effect here. FaZe will open up onto Lazarus. Lazarus looking towards the Sun Sisters. Red Canids have been hit by T1. AHQ are making a move on Red Canids. This whole thing is about to go off. Vegas in the kill feed. That's Vendetta. They're going to lose someone instantly. TSM yet to make a real show in this circle. For QM, they're just holding, and so are GEX. They've done nothing, and neither of AFF. All these teams going into these final circles, they're going to be geared. They'll have bandages, bullets, body armor, everything. Once this updates, there is no room to breathe. Everybody is going to be constricted together.
Do not stand still. If I see Drassel with a 24, you do not stand still, Vendetta. Keep moving. They need to keep heading north. It looks like Icon's trying to do that, trying to extend some sort of step towards the northern side to ensure circle position, to deny any sort of wrap from Ghost Gaming. And there's the first bit of a glimpse. Drassel maybe overextending a touch, gets a little bit pushed back, but he does stay alive. The rest of the teams hear this, but they're not moving on it. Afrika Freaks still hold too much territory to give that one up.
Good God, why are people so scared on this? Well, I suppose we know why. It's because of how much is on the line.
14 teams, 51 players. I wouldn't be moving for the life of me.
1.5 mil. It's not as if it's much, right?
Oh, that's a lot of money when you put it that way. GEX control a great deal of the West. We have Lazarus, AHQ in the North, Centralized, FaZe, Tempo Storm, QM are over there. TSM have slowed themselves into Quarry, Ghost Gaming if they disengage from Vendetta, who've moved further north. Whoa, okay. Now,
all right.
Tempo Storm have completely shifted up, and they've taken over the compound that we... Well, not completely, but they've taken such a good foothold here. And they haven't been taking too many casualties, which is quite surprising considering how many teams potentially have vision on this. And as soon as Kane got a little bit too close to QM, instantly there's a big no. There's a big flag. That's their compound. They are not sharing it. The North and the East now. This is a hard transition. You're moving into the likes of 4 AM.
The biggest thing of all this is that it's kept Quarry in. That's absolute madness. TSM have just been given a crate right on top of the head. Brendan says, there you go, boys. Thank you very much. You're having a great day today, so take that little upgrade. Ghost Gaming is just over the road from them, keeping a track of what's going down. Vendetta are creeping and crawling.
Lazarus are at the door of 4 AM. They're pretty close by themselves. AHQ getting a glimpse through the woods towards the Red Canids, who've not had the largest of days here towards the east of Barn. And as Lazarus moves closer, 4 AM get the glimpse. Now the engage begins. That's the aggressive split. That almost bold split that I didn't expect. Purdy Curdy just going to pile in there. ZTG on the run, and he makes it out. Going to consolidate with the rest of the side, try and pull themselves back together. Because Lazarus are posing enough of a threat. There's the smokes, there's the safety for them. Trying to move forward, they forced 4 AM back.
That's a beautiful selfless play. Get the vehicle in, then you become a point of contact. Everyone looks at you, the smoke goes up, and all his teammates are allowed to walk in. Yes, it's on the edge of the circle. Yes, it's not the best place in the world, but they're in. They avoided dying, and they have a compound to work with.
Red Canids, this is the time for them to try and get some points on the board, get those kills going. Milk's in the blue, they have at least some sort of safety in the north until T1 leapfrogs them. They're about to cut in just towards the east, but it looks like a Freak of Freaks might see them. So this could all kind of like fold upon itself. Red Canids running right past them here. How is Milk still standing? He's gone away with this, and the FPS is right in front of them. Rusty's Era, they're taking down T1, but look at Milk lurking in the back line. Zada still trying to hold on here, but the Red Canids are doing the damage towards AHQ.
Oh, the blue, it's going to take so many players here, but the mop-up could be real for many of these teams. These are easy frags. T1, the last two players have just turned up in a vehicle. They're outside of the blue. Helen's healing, Jeff Locker's here also. Milk shooting away, but AFF, they've stunned fast for quite some time, and now they can finally open up. Not much is happening, and AHQ go bombing out.
Sunsisters tried to move from Barn, and FaZe have extended their hold from the compound. They have vision towards it. There they go. Not surprising, a lot of attention came their way, but it's not resolved in the northeast, but it's coming to an end, as we're seeing Red Canids just down to 1. T1 there in the back lines. Helen so far away! Somehow takes down the Red Canids. Heartbreak for them.
He's going to die. Yep, I think that's going to be T1 gone as well. Yes, it is. SK Telecom T1 goes out in 11th. GEX, they've moved on to 4 AM and distracted them. This gives a bit of time for Lazarus to get their fallen comrade on his feet. One down either side in that battle across the road. Circle comes the way of Quarry. This is absolute madness. How is this thing still in?
No one knows, but are we going to see 3 games in a row? 3 wins in a row? Because I'm seeing a team in perfect position here for it.
The circle's been absolutely sterling.
Hold on, Purdy Curdy's on the run again. This guy's sending it right now. Past FaZe, past 4 AM. Purdy Curdy, how are you alive? This man's got moves in the car. He's going to pull up, and he's actually about to make it somewhat in. That's madness from Lazarus. Come hell or high water, somehow he's made it to the next circle. He's going to have to leave the rest of his teammates behind. That was too much of a risk, but he's got them a step in. Now Lazarus trying to make the last part of the run. Tempo Storm are punishing GEX, who are out on the northwest side. Uber overwatching all this, trying to find maybe a victim here or there. But Luke 12 waits so patiently, way less. Now lines it up, and there he goes. Luke 12 going to punish 4 AM. That's going to be a quick nade and say goodbye. Doesn't want any more of that. Has to get his heel off.
The rest of 4 AM are looking this way, but GEX might have heard the bullet, so they could engage that scenario if they want to. FaZe Clan also yet to make a stance on this one. You saw a couple of kills early on, but they've really been quite passive in my opinion, but I understand why. Once they come down the hillside, they will be open to Tempo Storm. For me, they have to go all the way around the circle to where Vendetta are. Try and stay out of line of sight, but that's much easier said than done. When Non-Reg is holding the hillside, he can feed all the this information back. There you go. Fuzzface knocks him down. That's an opener. You have to make a move on this one because the blue waits for nobody.
Lazarus is still doing damage. Purdy Curdy finds Mexi. FaZe on the receiving end of this fire, and it's not feeling good. Fuzzface gets traded on as well. And really, a FaZe dropping this at this point. GEX finding a bit of revenge towards 4AM, who have fallen. They were late to leave. Luke 12 got the first punish, and the follow-up was theirs. But GEX, the last man standing for them, is well into the blue. This will hurt. He does make it out somehow.
3 points there for FaZe. That's decent, but they are bleeding out the wayside. They'll leave one back. Uber front and center for them. On the defensive, Vendetta. They have an eye line. It's not much. Mexi went out to the blue again and goes down straight off the back of the res. That's not great. That slows them down further. QM have to be careful. They've sent one player out to get the res off, but Shyway is behind them. TSM have been given another drop, by the way, just so you're aware. That's 2 crates now in a row that they've got. There is a knock, though. Drassel up and over. Lobs the nade, takes Michael down. They're not pincering it, though, and that's fine. Shrimzy has gone ahead of the pack. He's got an angle, which denies any approach
Hold
from
on,
around.
Rich. Uber is at the door. Doesn't get in, though. Knock all your one sharp shot. He's not having any visitors today. Tempo Storm want to hold this. And it looks like they might do just that with a little bit of help from the Australians coming in from that eastern side, having full vision on the rundown. Not landing the shots they want. Mexi now put to task towards sharp shot again. Can he avenge? It looks like the answer is a swift no. Gonna have to get off the med here as AT at least puts down sharp shot. But it's gonna be Tempo Storm with so many players in this position that can make it so hard for FaZe to get any further forward.
FaZe have only one avenue of approach because of what the Australians are doing. They're holding them back. They're doing the damage. OCE to the eastern side is a very big problem. FaZe have to face this head on. That's exactly what they're doing, but unfortunately, Tempo Storm says no, not today, FaZe Clan. This could be the end of you.
FaZe took down Lazarus, but it looks like North America might have the last laugh on this one as AT puts down the molly, but the blue comes in and he knows he has to make the run for it. There's no two ways about it. They stand and they deliver. AT does take one with him, but it's still going to be Tempo Storm well on top as FaZe go down in 6th, and we're down to 5 teams.
Circle updates. It goes more towards the north, and that's fine. QM, they'll be able to hide behind the barriers and watch the fight unfold between Ghost Gaming and TSM. Both of them have to make the open approach. It'll be difficult, and it won't be without loss. Drassel, now it's time to shine, my friend. There'll be level 3s in abundance across the road, 2 of them to be precise. But as TSM make the move, QM, they set up, they are waiting.
They're lurking in the depths, and Michael can be the first to find the pointy end of the stick. At least Iroh's there to trade on it, but this could be a huge performance from QM. Again, they have a great crossfire. I don't think Tempo Storm has full vision on them, but if they can get that final man up, that'd be perfect. Ghost Gaming decide they want to move east. They don't fancy running the road, and I don't blame them, but Vendetta in their way. Shrimzy praying for some of those shots to find their target, but it's not come through. Iroh goes down in the end, and we are going to be seeing the nade coming out. Does it go anywhere near it needs to be? Yes, that will do it for them. Instantly, pressure relieved as Ghost Gaming, step by step, drudging their way forward. There is no easy path here.
TSM is gone, and that's Tempo Storm taking an off angle on top of the buildings. They see the faces, they find, they click the heads, and it's job done. Tempo Storm 4 up, same goes for QM. Now all eyes are on the prize as we look towards the east. Vendetta, or at least the last player remaining. Never mind, he's gone, he's dead also. 4 teams. 4 players up for the 2 that are in the north. Vegas is going for a wild and wonderful run in a car over the road. It's time to step up for Tempo Storm. This is frags in abundance for both of these rosters.
Is this going to be 3 in a row? Are you serious right now? They're down to just 2 players, though. Tempo Storm have 3 standing. It's a standoff. Sharky wants this for North America. They need this as well. They want the revive. Only 1 stand for QM currently. Can he stay in this? Can he do any damage towards Tempo Storm, or is this the game they make their mark? They wait patiently as the circle confirms the center point. They get themselves back on their feet. Tempo Storm stand as a legion at this point against just 1 man.
It would take a massive performance, but they know where he is. He's out of options. And after this, he's out of meds. The death squad is here, Lauren.
It looks like it's all but done. He can try and take one with him, but it's a no. Tempo Storm! We were waiting for it to hit. We were waiting to see it again. And finally, the form comes through.
20-point game. That's what we were looking for from Tempo Storm. They were 14th in the leaderboards as we entered Sanhok. This does wonders. This puts them up above the 60-point club. That game in itself might just reward them with a place in Oakland, but QM, absolutely nobody can take anything away from them. They are playing out of their minds.
Second place, a boatload of kills. I don't know what to make of these guys anymore. They have just found form at the perfect timing. It's pushed them forward. It's made this lobby even more competitive. And the one thing that I want to take away from this is I can't wait to see someone try and take a picture of Tempo Storm looking excited.
That's going to be a no from me, dog. Maybe Zampa,
brilliant.
you might get a smile from him.
Just look how calm they look. They're just like, yeah, this is what we do. This is it. They just look so like this is a day in the office.
When you think about the reputation they had coming into this, winning practically everything in MPL, but winning nothing, absolutely nothing to be fair, on an international stage, for me, the stakes are pretty high. There's a bit of a cross on your back to do well.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I think that is a big point to take away. Oh, I'm seeing even a smile. There we go. Do you know what? I'll take that. That's what we'll take from them. They are a brilliant team, though, and they have slowly been kind of catching my attention here because I'm so used to, and I know it sounds bad, but almost writing them out in international because you always hear the NA casters, the NA fans, gotta look at these guys, gotta look at them, and we do, but we don't see the results. But now we're seeing the team that maybe everyone was waiting to appear.
Toffee's mentioned it, that this is the house that Tempo built, so to be able to qualify today and get the job done would be fantastic for them. I'll always say, like, you know, we've mentioned 96 games for PEL. Sometimes it can be the downfall, to be fair. Teams get sloppy, teams get complacent. For Tempo Storm, there's about 4 or 5 very, very good teams in MPL, then there's a bit of a drop-off. Now on the international stage, you have to play the best because you are playing against the best.
For sure. And speaking of the best, let's hear from the best desk in the West. Over with James.
Aw, that's the nicest thing she's ever said about us. There you go. Tempo Storm, though, 2 wins in the semifinals from day 1. Now moving into day 3. And as previously mentioned, this is the house that Tempo Storm built. And it's very nice to see them getting a win here on Sandhawk with stiff competition because QM was making it look like they wanted to go for 3 in a row. But no, you cheeky little fellows.
QM keeps sponging up some points, but Tempo Storm comes out. They play that very cleanly. They found a good compound. They defended against an onslaught from a couple of other teams, including FaZe, who, yes, are having a bad day, but they're still some of the best shooters we've ever seen. So a really good defense, and I'm happy to see it. They turned on their game around earlier than they did last time, so that's good news.
To the highlights here first, Sandhawk, as we've got 2 matches in Miramar coming up. After this, Ragnar starts things off by sending that boat sailing down, sets it on fire, and it is done for the Viking there for just a moment against One Sun Sister.
Your highlights was pretty good.
Yeah, it was fantastic. Yeah.
I like that. All right, 4 AM. You know what? We thought they'd come here and like just sponge up points and go crazy. It seems like they're just kind of having fun out there. Like they're making some crazy rotations, looking for fights. It seems like they're just kind of like, whatever, let's have a good time.
And that's why they're scary, to be honest.
Yeah.
For me, like, they're just punching up points yesterday. Means they can do whatever they want today. They're looking like they're having fun.
I mean, so far today, it's all about QM sponging up all the points. But Tempo Storm finally showing up. We said it before, they're slow in the start, but they come out strong towards the end.
I mean, this should, I think, put them into a point where they can feel relatively comfortable going forward. This win will put them over their brothers from North America, Rumblers and Genesis, so they'll be able to breathe a lot easier as they head into Miramar. And honestly, a Tempo Storm that's breathing easy, the Tempo Storm is a lot more scary.
Look, we all expecting Tempo Storm to be the #1 out of the MPL teams coming in here. So this is what we want. This is what we've been asking for.
And they've definitely stepped up to the challenge. Ghost got 3rd on that one, but only with 3 kills. So yes, North America did have a better showing that time around. Lazarus got 4, but I don't know if it's going to be enough for Ghost as it was for Tempo Storm.
I'm just going to say QM, they got 4th place first, and now 2nd place. I mean, that's just crazy how consistent they are.
Definitely so. 20 points for Tempo Storm. Lightning will strike twice here in the same spot for the semifinals for Tempo Storm. QM, 11 points to their name. They just do not slow down. Vendetta, 8 points. And FaZe getting 7 points, but it feels too little too late, Avenger.
It does. 2 more games to go, and Tempo Storm getting 20 here can be a bit scary because they could be looking to kind of block some of the guys out to make sure that they don't get into the top 16. So they're going to have an easier time in the finals.
That's possible. Tempo does think strategically. They know that they had a couple of teams that were challenging them in the early rotations. We'll see how that develops. I'm glad to see a big game out of them, though, to move them up in that 3rd place.
Lazarus doing good as well there on the 2nd place currently. They got the 1st win, and it's nice to see MPL actually showing up big time here.
Earnings
We
coming in.
did pretty good last weekend, too.
That's
Anyway.
true. That's how it'll sit. Earnings coming in here for SK Telecom. Team 1, only 10 points. Let's take a look at the overall points so far. Team QM. No surprise, really, after what we've seen today from them. They pushed themselves up to second spot. That left-hand side column is looking absolutely a shoe-in. They are almost certainly 100%, 99.9999% going to Oakland. And then at the same time here for the right-hand side column, you've got to put up numbers now. You have 2 more battlegrounds to do it with Miramar, then Miramar Toffees.
Yeah, I mean, I think the good news for the guys in the middle of the pack is that Sun Sister, Freaks, they kind of had a rough game. Ghost only got 4 points on that one. So, you know, Genesis, Rumblers, I think, with the 65-65 is the real stressor line.
Yes.
And I think they feel a little bit better after that match.
Well, now's the time, if any time, to show us how much you want to go to the grand finals.
Oh, yeah?
Because you need to step it up if you're on the right side, and you need to get yourself a win or a super good game.
Yeah, I mean, go ahead.
Although with the teams on the right side, if you're in the 40s, if you get a win with 2-digit kills, you are above the 65 mark with another game, with a decent other game. So, yeah, it's looking a little scary, but it's interesting. Yeah. I'm not expecting the right side of the board to kind of overperform like that.
I think the reality, though, is the teams that are there and they need to put up that sort of banger of a match, as you know, Rich would probably put it, they need to do it now. You don't want to leave it for the last one where the guys on the very bottom of the right side sort of have nothing left to lose and the top teams know they're a shoe-in. You need to do it on your first Miramar match. You need to come out, Ghost, for instance. If they could put up a good 20-point game, then they're back.
And finally, because I am an incompetent Brit, it's time for a listen-in that I can understand. Let's take a look.
Throw us on foot. Throw us on foot, pushing us.
One just got knocked. I see him.
All dead.
QM, go in the defensive. QM, Corey. Down to Corey. That guy's 1 HP. Knocked one. I got knocked. I'm full safe on the wall. I think he's tunneled the... Knocked one. 2 knocked. They're both on the side. One on the side. I'm smoking. Both 2 tunnel. Give me a smoke. Both of you tunnel. Yellow. They're both out. Okay, yeah. Flushes maybe. Tell me a nade. You gotta warn me for a nade. I see the knock. In the shack west. Like the north. I think it's 4v1. Is it 4v1 on the shack? Yeah, maybe. It's no, there's still a guy alive on the half wall. He's crawling. Okay, he's alive on the half wall. Okay. No, he's crawling. Then it's 4v1 at the shack. Yeah. Somebody move up to this rock while I hold. He's behind it. Okay. I'm nading. Behind shack. I'm with you. You want to? I'm just holding. To die to blue. I think we all push. I'm holding left. Okay. I think we all push. He's behind it. Shack. I got him. Good job. Oh, good shit. Easy qual.
You know, after watching a lot of Chinese, we had South Korean yesterday as well. It felt like there was a lot less finesse to that one, but it's just kind of, we get what's going on, we get what's happening.
I mean, I like how hyped Sharky was all the time, while all the others, they were super calm. Luke was just calling, he's like, hey, do this already, what are you waiting for?
Well, you can hear the strength of them, Luke calls. Sharky's excitement. Every once in a while you hear Zampa go, I'm smoking. They're by the quarry.
That's what we want, right?
It was good. It was their personalities on display.
You can hear the awareness of the guys as well. I think it's only one guy left already with the call, so it's good to see all pushing, also aware that he might be trying to deny, so they just go full after him because they want to secure that extra point.
But the best quote of that scene, easy qual.
Easy qual.
There you go. Thank you very much, gentlemen. It's time for a short break here for PGC. A big thanks to Zowie by BenQ for bringing us all the monitor action down at the stage here for PGC as a whole. We shall see you in a few moments for Miramar's 2 games left.
Black Equalizer brightens dark scenes without overexposing bright areas. Color Vibrance allows for more realistic and vibrant colors. It also provides the convenience to tune colors in-game, making you see the change instantly.
great to see the eye tracking software giving us a bit of extra detail as to what's going on.
For battle, this is more than just a game. Breaking through the silence, it's time to stand up. It's up to the fear, it's time to rise up. Now is the moment, now is the time to win or die. To win or die, to win or die, the moment you want so bad. Stand united. Got metal in my hand, we roll, yeah, you keep coming on. We have the scroll, yeah, rise up to the sky. The enemy is here, we win or die. We win or die. Win or die. To win or die, the moment you want so bad.
2 more games decide the destiny on who goes to Oakland, and we're making our way over towards Miramar. 8 teams could be eliminated. But I'm Matchroom, joined by Paper Thin, and we're going to be taking you through these last 2 rounds. I feel like it's about to get spicy.
2 games to set the stage for the World Finals next week in Oakland, Matchroom. 2 games of Miramar. I can't wait.
I mean, there's been a couple of upsets. We've seen some teams that we thought would perform significantly better than, let's be real, what's going on right now. And they have still an opportunity, but they have got to have huge games. And if you have a chance to have a huge game, it's going to be on Miramar.
When you look at the leaderboard around the 16th place mark, that's the cutoff. There's still quite a few teams who are very much in this. And there's a lot of teams watching in the audience today with anticipation, hoping that they can survive the next 2 games to find themselves in Oakland. There are, look at this right here on the bottom of your screen, on the cusp. Some of these teams, they've got to get it going. Now is the time. Put the car into overdrive and kick it into high gear.
T1 AHQ, Sun Sister, and Afrika Freaks are so close to making it to that grand final, but there's a ton of teams right back behind them that want every single point that they can get, and it is just going to be so interesting to watch this layout. But here we go. We're making our way towards Miramar for match number 5 on the day. 2 more to go, and let's see where this plane path is headed.
Leave nothing on the line. You have to go for it here if you're one of those teams in contention. Go for those points, find the right moments, and get them dead.
Going over prison, gonna end up in Campo Militar. A lot of drops could be adjusted. A lot of these teams know the fact that they've got to play scrappy as possible. They need to get every point they can possibly muster. But on the other side of that, there could be some teams up towards the top of the leaderboard that might want to try to cancel out some of these teams, deny their chance for Oakland. Everything is in your hands at this point. Can you rise to that moment? Can you just step up when you need to? Because this is the time.
Absolutely. I can't wait to see what these teams are going to do in their drops. Is anybody going to try to mess with some of the other teams? I can see that the Divine team and Red Canids, they're pretty close to each other there over Chumacera. There'll be some skirmishes.
Hacienda, that's going to be the one to watch because 4AM and Lazarus both, they love to drop in this position. Now we're finally seeing them mixed up together, and it's going to be Lazarus that asserts dominance, gets there first, and forces 4AM just a little bit towards the north.
All right, we'll see if there is going to be any battles that erupt over there. There's a couple teams near Power Grid. You've got TSM and Tempo Storm hanging out over there. Ghost Gaming has Picado all to themselves here. So a couple of teams are pretty happy with their setups, and we're just going to keep our eyes on this one, Matchroom.
Oh, Circle pops back down towards the southeast, right on top of Los Leones. But really, notice 4AM. These guys have been, they were running and gunning yesterday. They were forced out of their drop, now playing up to the north of where Lazarus is and Hacienda. They're just trying to scrap loot at this point, seeing if they can get anything out of it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, at this point, 4AM knows they are good to go. It's a matter of if they want to try to mess with other teams or if they just want to try to practice their game, just kind of stay in the flow of things and get ready for next week.
Now, one thing to note, whenever you have a circle that drops in a position like this, a lot of the area around Los Leones, nobody really wants to play in Los Leones Central. It's very dangerous if you have to exit from that position. That's why WClick is the only ones that are kind of posted up on it. A lot of the other teams right on the edge, such as Ghost Gaming that we're looking at right now, get Picado to themselves, separating out, should have a ton of loot, and don't really have to move too far. But I would say that they don't want to stay on that edge unless they're hunting points. And I got to be honest, if you're Ghost Gaming right now, you're in 19th. You're just within touching distance of making it up into that 16th spot. A couple of kills could be the deciding factor.
It's a difficult decision to make in terms of rotations. Do you want to get on the eastern side of Los Leones? Do you want to try to get on that side? Because if the circle shifts that way and it ends up on that side, you're going to be in a fantastic position to find yourself in one of those 6th, 5th, 4th place spots for sure. But if it shifts west and you have to go back through Los Leones, then you are in a world of trouble.
It's all about that mentality. What's your strategy? It's the big PUBG conundrum. Do I go for placement points, try to go for the center, not have to move much and just kill a few people, or do I play along the edge and just massacre everyone I can and hope somehow I can cut a path to the next safe zone?
I want to talk about this team right here, T1, desperately needing some points. 54 right now for them. They're okay. They're in it if AFF and SST and some of the others below them don't catch up. So they need to get themselves some points. I like the early rotation here. They just need some placement points, get center circle, and try to take advantage of that.
2 games left, and 3 points is the only thing that separates 15th and 16th. You're right, they're in it now. but one bad game for them could be an absolute disaster, and you can tell they know that. They're playing a little bit more aggressive in these earlier games. We've seen them try to pull off a little bit of sneakier moves, but a team that has been absolutely dominant today, QM, these guys have just absolutely showed up. They're running this huge split across a very large territory control that's mostly flat. They're moving up, getting those high ground positions, looking back across it, and this is a very popular rotation point. Could pick up a couple of kills.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see Easy just setting up on that hill, looking over there, probably caught T1 out a little bit there in terms of seeing them. And now we have Vendetta putting some shots into the red Canids. Rusty Zera trying to drive up the hill. Nothing really connecting there for Critical Motion. He is going to get in his buggy and move along.
Vendetta, it's time to start summoning every Aussie bone in your body. Jump in vehicles, chase every single kill you can find. You need every point you can get at this point. They're in 23rd, so they've got to start going after the hunt. But no, it's FaZe that's under gun from Tempo Storm right now.
All right, Zanpa continuing to spray in with his Scar. He's going to back off now. No real damage done there, just a little bit. Gustav with a bit of a vehicle accident, or did he get shot? I didn't quite catch it in the kill feed there. I think it looks like SR might have caught him out.
So you can see AHQ trying to reposition off this, trying to get another point out of it, but TSM feeling very comfortable right now. Nobody likes to take that early loss, but I mean, they're up at the top of the leaderboards right now, feeling, I would say, pretty confident about going over towards Oakland. So they're not going to cry too much about losing Gustav early.
No, they're pretty much a lock at this point. They are only 4 points behind QM. QM, 4 a.m. It has just been all China this weekend, and here we go. Jeff Laka might get the knock on to QM over the hill with that bike. Indeed, he does get the rip. Liga is down.
Everybody is trying to avoid Los Leones right now in these hills just to the east of it. There's a lot of very rough terrain, places that people can hide. There's a lot of little dips. There's these really sneaky high-end angles that you can find. QM finds themselves on the receiving end of that situation. So now, trying to get a little bit of vengeance back. But, I mean, Helen has himself a nice little angle to play off of. Just going to go ahead and retreat back off this. Decides that he's going to lay down and crawl towards the door. Is like, oh, okay, this might be a little bit too hot. And Tempo Storm, is this them on the hunt for FaZe right now? Because we saw them taking a couple of shots earlier.
I mean, it looks like Zampa's in a pretty decent position. That grenade explodes in front of those metal sheets, protecting him from the damage. Now he's going to come around and get a few decent shots into 80. Fuzzface is going to back him off.
Tempo Storm has a couple of members up towards the north. Zampa does go down, and nice shots come out from Uba. They want this. They're going to go ahead and flush that out. Now, 2 other members of Tempo Storm get shot in the back off in the distance. You can see now it is just Maluk. They might have bitten off more they can chew. FaZe seems to be on fire right now. They're containing back Tempo Storm. Maluk's going to try to figure this out. Okay, has a second before the rest of the FaZe members get over here, but it's full on damage control. Did Mixie see it? Looks like Maluk's going to step out and around, go for the shots on the side of it, and Tempo Storm goes down in 16th.
Okay, that's a little bit of life here for FaZe, but they are going to need a ton more. If they have any hope of being one of those 16 teams, they are almost at the absolute bottom. Those kills put them up into second to last place. Fuzzface trying to put a few more shots on a crossing team, but I don't know, man. Two games.
20 more of those. 20 more of those. It's fine. That's all
probably they need to win both games.
Well, they at least need to stack up a ton of kills, and that's a good start for them right now. So, good guy, Tempo Storm, helping out FaZe there. But you can see Helen is now down. Had a couple of shots come back his direction, but long-range skirmishes shouldn't be too big of a deal. Reses are going to come through, but that is going to be utility burned off.
Yeah, it's not what you want. Helen has struggled a bit here for T1 in this tournament. He's kind of a newer member to the team, so maybe a little of these rookie jitters that we're seeing from him. He's going to need to pick it up, regroup. All of T1 needs a few more points. Every point they get is so important for them right now. 55, they are 10 points behind the Rumblers and Genesis at 65.
Oh, look at this little sneaky crate off to the side of it. Does anybody from Fatal see that? Looks like they might. Like, hey, yeah, we'll go ahead and pick that one up for absolutely free. Gonna get themselves Mark 14, but really it's all about the level 3s.
Yeah, really you want the level 3 gear, giving you that utility, that sustainability that is so crucial, especially as the game goes on. AFF desperately needing some points. They started out really hot today. Since then, things have started to cool down. I want to see them to pick up the pace, and Halo is going to find Adder. Adder, what are you doing out there?
That was a down and easy flush to follow up. Kyle looking back over towards Alo. Rough position awareness off of that, but T1 running a very separated split right now. You can see he's kind of by his lonesome. Rest of Lazarus looks like they might be opting to make the push back over here. Alo's just trying to clear out, make sure nobody's hiding inside of any doorways, but I don't think that anybody from T1 can actually come over and support Acad right now because there's a couple of teams right next to them.
It was a greedy 2-1-1 split here from T1, and they pay the price for it. They can get away with that stuff in the PKL, but here on the big stage, the teams are too good. They aren't going to give you that space that you want.
We were talking about scrappy teams. Let's be honest. HQ. These guys somehow figure out when they lose 3 members to get into like a top 3 position regularly, a lot of their points, they're just kind of death gripping right on that cusp position. But it's off the back of a lot of solo play, I would say.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh,
and there's
okay.
FaZe making a late rotation. We're just going to center up right on top of Los Leones and Matchroom. I don't know if you remember, we had a game in PNC that ended up inside of Los Leones, and that was chaos. These teams looking to try to set up around it and try to play the odds. Looks like it's going to go south of Los Leones, but that's not guaranteed.
But here's the thing. Now you have to start taking the gamble. Los Leones is such a huge part of this circle. Do you go ahead and say there's a chance that Los Leones is going to be the finishing point, push in, and then risk not being able to make it back out? Because right now, Los Leones is just fortified. Every team is around that point right now. So even if you manage to make it in, which is so risky, if you have to leave, you are absolutely dead.
Well, what's fascinating is there are 2 teams that are kind of flirting with moving into Los Leones. WClick has gone basically 2 of their members dead center with a 2-2 split. The other 2 are on the south side. AHQ is set up on the south side. Those 2 might butt heads there if they keep moving towards each other.
Ghost making a little bit of a rotation towards the north of Los Leones. You can see the rough terrain that we were talking about just a second ago. Going to go ahead and opt into regrouping at this stage with 57 alive. You have to be aware. Oh no. Okay, that's fine. It'll right itself. All right. That's everything. I mean, we've seen a couple of car funny moments, but that one comes out okay there. So, all right, Ghost can be able to regroup just fine off of this. And again, like I was saying, with 57 alive and everybody trying to avoid Los Leones, this is a smart call. These splits could be very, very hazardous to your health.
Yeah, if possible, you want to be able to rotate around Los Leones depending on where this next circle goes. For sure, you're going to do everything you can to avoid going through the center of it. WClick already made their rotation through it, playing the odds here, expecting this to go south of it, as did AHQ. There's a lot of other teams on this other side, as that is where there's a lot more room inside of this circle, and the circle tends to like to move away from the cities.
So with this, you can see Vendetta looking back over towards Shadow. Contemplating taking those shots, but it's going to be shots coming out from AFF first, but they're out and in the open. Critical Motion gets some damage back over towards NN, but not enough to do a lot. Icon's got a different angle. You can see shots coming back down towards the cars, so it can take out some tires, but really, these guys are after the kills, and there's no clean angles right now.
Look at Style making a very wide flank in a vehicle out to the left here. That could be a really important situation for a Freak of Freaks Fatal. NN and the others need to keep this busy. Try not to get knocked in the process. Let Style get over there and get the damage into Vendetta.
Should be noted that there are only 2 members of Vendetta looking back over towards AFF. That's why they're playing this so cautiously now. They know they need to have big games. They're bottom of the leaderboard right now. They want the kills, but they feel that the risk is just a touch too much. So instead, hop in the vehicles. Looks like they're going to look back over this direction. There is a crate coming down right next to them, but let's be honest, that's a trap. Don't go for it. It's out in the open. That's a good way to die. Just continue on.
Yeah, look, you can see Ragnar was up on the hill overlooking that, seeing if anyone would take the bait, but wisely Vendetta opts to move on. Here is 4 AM, of course, and the Japanese team, the lone survivors from the PJS here. Sun Sister looking, they still have a chance. They're at 45 points. They are still very much in this. They're right on the edge in 17th place.
But they do have 4 AM right next to them. If we know one thing, 4 AM, they're feeling pretty good about their points right now, and they tend to play quite fearless. So we're going to have to keep an eye on seeing if they decide to push in, because Sun Sister now finds 4 AM on one side and QM on the other, and I got to say, that's a scary place to be.
That is, especially today, stuck between 2 Chinese teams is definitely not what you want. And oh my goodness, Matchroom, so much of this circle is Los Leones.
All right, it's go time. You're either playing warehouses, you're playing dips, or you're making the choice to go into Los Leones. The center of it looks like we have Sting Divine that's already decided to hold down that point, and now it's vehicles galore. It's Mad Max time. Everybody's hopping in. They're making their rotations. They know that this is going to be rough. It's going to be Sun Sister that's pushing in first. We did see that Vendetta crossed up and in front of them, trying to make their way into Los Leones as well. But these different points are going to have a lot of different firing angles. And just because you make it by one team, it doesn't mean you'll make it by the second or third after that. So Sun Sister says, nope, this is good enough for us right now. We'll just hold this position.
Yeah, gonna find an edge position here. It's gonna be real interesting to watch Vendetta. They're split up 2-2. They're gonna try to regroup right now. They're sending some members in. There's the 3 surviving members of T1 who are pushing towards WClick's position. WClick has backed up more towards the center of Los Leones, so we could see some real urban combat.
I like this from WClick. They landed here, they had a lot of loot, instead decided to regroup onto this. Vendetta still looking back over towards AHQ right now. They continued their push, so I was a little bit dangerous there to have one member down. Edge is thinking about peeking around that corner, but says, no, okay, this might be a little bit risky right now for it. HQ is running a little bit separated. You can see CC doesn't have good firing angles to really support the other members. So this is turning into a close door battle. It's all going to be about peaks and different angles that you can hold. SR feels like he's got an aggressive push that he can get off, so starting to push around the side of it. Milk's trying to get a couple of shots off as well. Edge finding himself in a really rough spot as he gets double peeked and taken down.
Great surround here by AHQ, and I'm pretty sure Milk got some damage in through that thin slit in that truck. That was really impressive shooting there from AHQ. Great job to get that. Vendetta's down to 2 members.
And welcome to Los Leones and why nobody wants to fight there, because around every corner, every angle, every bit of wreckage, there's going to be a guy with a gun ready to kill you. Meanwhile, you can see a Freak of Freaks Fatal looking back over towards GEX. A little bit of a contain going on right now. GEX doesn't have to move too much. We are inside the safe zone, but looks like Fatal really wants his complex.
Fatal needs to take and win this fight so desperately. They have to get away from the angles of 4AM now, who have moved up to the hill. Style has been knocked by Sophia. This could be disaster for them. They need these points so desperately.
Well, really, 4AM is kind of like the referees of this fight right now. You can see that Fatal wanted to make the push. 4AM took the shots, and suddenly it just comes apart. Everybody has to stop in their tracks. They don't want to take the damage from the third party, and now everything kind of resets for just a moment.
Wow, they are just able to get to Style. If they're able to get this res, this could be huge for AFF if they could survive this. But Leo thinking about the frag grenade, opts to not go for it. They are able to get Style back up. That is monumental for a Freak of Freaks Fatal.
All right, so now what are we going to see have happen here? GEX looks like they want to be a little bit more aggressive with that. They do have the high ground. Where are we going? Are we sticking to Los Leones or are we moving to the fields? It looks like we're moving towards the fields off towards the west of this phase in a good position. So now we can see TSM post up right in the middle of this, as well as Sting Divine. Now, everybody that opted into Los Leones has to figure out how the hell do we get out of here?
Yeah, now is the real challenge for those teams. You want to get in there. It's relatively safe to get into the cities. It's getting out of them that becomes a huge problem. Now, Chaiwei taking a few parting shots at AFF, but they are quite okay for now. There is a little bit of room for AFF to maneuver on the southern part of the circle, but they might bump into red cannons.
AFF making their push. Nothing too crazy. We do have Sun Sister that's making a long rotation back around behind this, so might find a similar angle as well. A lot of our Los Leones teams almost playing musical chairs. No, that's not how you do a rotation, AFF. You don't rotate your friend's car. Now it's just stuck sitting there. It's going to roll back on that side. No, I'm sorry. I know, Style, you're looking at it in hopes, but that thing's not going to right itself. So now, AFF, you're in the safe zone, but you're on foot with, well, I don't think they could all jump in that truck, but that's not a good call.
You don't know. You could never do that, especially in this late situations with this many teams up. There's no way you're getting further than a couple hundred meters before you're just torn apart.
I don't think that's how you do that either. So does manage to make it down the hillside. But you can see nobody's wanting to really encroach into that area around Los Leones. That's why everybody's moving off towards the edges for it. HQ and a little bit of a skirmish right now with 4AM. Depending on how Milk moves into this, he might find himself with a very nice angle back down on that. Says, no, okay, we're just going to move away. And instead, 4AM they're going to have a lot of cover to play off of, but it's going to make it a little bit more difficult. Sun Sister, here comes their rotation right next to GEX.
Yeah, all right, GEX is putting the shots down into Sun Sister. Kendes is able to get inside, only takes a little bit of damage there. Kane not able to land many of his shots, and now Shadow is taking shots at Crazy Sam as he is pushing way ahead, but that motorcycle is very on fire. Kendes is gonna go down.
You can see Shyway coming through and cleaning up a couple of shots. Sun Sister can try to continue this rotation through, but it's just bullets crisscrossing all over the place. Gamba's got to be very careful off of it. I think they're finally going to break the angle away from a Freak of Freaks Fatal, but Freak of Freaks Fatal find themselves having shots coming at them from the red Canids.
Yeah, the Canids give Sun Sisters just a little bit of breathing room for now, but so far this is disaster for Sun Sister. They need more points. They need as many as they can get, and they're already down to 2 members. You don't want to be in that situation right now with 4 members strong of the Freak of Freaks Fatal on your right and the red Canids in front of you.
Very often we see teams go, okay, I'm down to 2. I need to play for points. I need to play play passive. You can't do that, Sun Sister, right now. You still have to play aggro, even not having the numbers at this point. T1 making a push back along this hillside. QM's back down on the other side of the street, so should have a little bit more space onto it. The hill's going to block this out. So now a lot of our teams have managed to shift around, kind of playing musical chairs through the buildings of Los Leones. Not a lot of big skirmishes, but I would have to say very good rotation from those teams that are inside of a very dangerous position to at least get a couple of buildings right on the edge of the safe zone.
Yeah, the good news for QM, if SK Telecom comes out onto this hill, a lot of teams could see them up there, so this rotation should be relatively safe. They've got a little bit of room to work with. T1 might come up behind this now. Actually, Helen was hearing the footsteps. You could see him kind of watching the direction of the movement of QM, and now he's actually going to push out there. This might be a little bit risky for Helen, but actually it doesn't look like anybody's really looking this way.
Where's the circle going to go? And it's making its way back up towards the north. Going to favor those teams that were stuck right on the edge of Los Leones. So now, a little bit of a skirmish starting to break out as T1 is looking back towards QM. They know that they need to make their way just a little bit further forward. They need to get it down. They need to get something out of this so the way they can complete their push. But QM, I gotta say, I like the way that they're holding these different angles, trying to expect somebody to push back down that hillside because, I mean, at this point, the Blues back behind them. They can choose to rotate back around through that, but there's not a lot of places really that T1 can go.
All right, let's see what Akkad can do with this M24. No, he's gonna take some shots from Nikki. This is what I was talking about. Up on this hill is so exposed, you have to either get down or do something else because you're gonna get torn apart up there.
Meanwhile, 4AM still just trying to figure out how to cut through AHQ. AHQ is just holding the line. This is what I want to see, CC. Get up in a sneaky little spot. Sneak up on top of him. Nobody would expect that position. Way less. Just trying to move back away from it. Being forced back over here next to CC. He could have a great grenade. Depending on how the angle for this goes, it's going to bounce at least once. Roll down to the face, but not quite far enough.
It does damage way less quite a bit, but it isn't going to get any knocks. Counter grenades coming up and over. Yan Lee gets knocked as well here. Some nice shooting from way less. Good positioning there. It is only one member standing for AHQ.
HQ, they had the line, but now it's just SR. He's holding a different angle, and it looks like 4AM know exactly where he's at. He's going to have to move, but 4AM, these guys have just been on a roll yesterday, a little bit slower today, but Helen realizes, okay, we can't make the push back down on that angle, so just going to have to run back through a very populated remnants of Los Leones that are still inside the circle.
That was too indecisive by T1. They either needed to get down that hill. Oh, SR is going to get found out, though, and he is going to go down. That is disaster for AHQ. They're right on 16th spot. That opens the door for another team to leapfrog them.
All right, 4AM, you managed to get down one team, but guess what? W-Click is now posted up right past that, and you're still going to have to continue along this path. High ground positioning coming up from W-Click right now, so you can see Rez actually going to come back for T1. That's going to be big, get them back up to 2 at the time. But I gotta say, it's starting to get really heavy on that eastern part of the circle. We've got right now 4 teams all roughly pushing to a similar location, and that's gonna be a strong push coming out from 4AM. One of the members for W-Click is already down, but also one of the members of 4AM is down as well.
All right, ZGG, he's pushing in on the bottom, takes some damage from a grenade. Decent grenades coming out from W-Click as they want to hold 4AM's push off, give themselves a few more points, although they're pretty well secured in this, so this could be a battle for just some pride more than anything else.
With the amount of fans and the rooting that happens for 4AM every single time they get a kill, they are never going to be satisfied. They're going to continue that push every single time. So now, W-Click forced up towards the top. New circle has popped. You can see still just sitting back over towards the center. Ghost Gaming right in the middle of it, and they need a big game. But the problem is, I don't think that they're getting a lot of kills based off this position.
Yeah, they really need to secure a few more kills with that position. They control so much of that circle, but oh no, Harold gonna come in, finish off way less. A nice push by him, and this is good for Lat AM right now.
We do have Sun Sister, the remnants of it, still looking back, trying to find a couple more kills. Does get it down back over towards one of the phase members at Red Canids, was looking back along that similar path. But look, Sun Sister starting to see a lot of down people next to him. That's potential points, but has to survive. There's a lot of aggression coming back towards Flychan's way.
I mean, there's a lot of knocks coming in from the Sun Sisters. They're just not able to confirm the kills. There's buildings and other things. Let's go, Fiat-chan. This is the tournament on the line for your team. Get up there, rock some faces.
Oh, no, that is not what you need to do right now. 0 kills, 10 teams still remaining, so not a good position if he goes out at this stage. Jeff Laka looking back over towards Vendetta, Trying to figure out if he's going to take the shots off of it. I cannot believe Vendetta did not see him back over towards that angle. Five Chance taking a little bit of damage. Throws out the grenade, but it is going to go down. So Sun Sister eliminated in 10th.
Sun Sister still has one more game. They're still in it. 45 points for them. No doubt they could come back. The Canids looks like they're going to get all of their members potentially back up if they can get out to Andy FPS. He is bleeding out, but
That's too risky. And Jeff Locke is like, okay, well, I got to try to avoid that. That Molotov in that angle is going to be huge. The blue is back behind him. There's nowhere to go. Bye, Jeff. You're down and out. And SK Telecom T1 goes out in 9.
Yep, they don't even get placement points off of that. That is disaster for T1 as well. They were really looking to secure some more points. Tried to, for sure, be one of those 16 teams. Here comes Psycho up over the hill. 4 members of Sting Divine are inside of here, but they're going to back him off with some nice shots, and he is down at 22 health.
Rusty Zera's back behind him, but they don't have the numbers. They have the aggression. They know where they want to go, but there's so many members of Sting Divine still alive, and this is a dangerous push. A couple of teams do have an angle back down towards this right now, so a couple of grenades coming up in defense from Sting Divine. There's no opening right now for Red Canids, and that's going to be Psycho going down. Now it is all just onto Rusty Zera. Nicky's got the angle back over towards him, but look, Lazarus is starting to make a push back out into this position. They're on the hunt for some kills themselves.
It's Luke 12 basically by himself over here, coming up on the flank of Rusty Zera. A good grenade from Turtle is going to end the Red Canids round.
Meanwhile, Sting Divine did have 2 get knocked in this, so having to retreat back, try to get those reses back up. Look at this aggressive play coming out from Lazarus. They're separated on so many different points. That's Ghost right in the middle with so much control. Meanwhile, 2 members of Lazarus, Purdy Curdy running across the road by himself, and Luke is just looking back towards Sting Divine like, yeah, maybe I could kill them.
Lazarus is playing with absolutely no fear right now. They are spread out all over this circle. They want to gobble up all the points they can. This is like hungry hippos right now.
But let's not forget, we do have QM still up towards the north of this as well. Purdy Curdy gets it down onto Shrims. He tries to get the grenade up, goes a little bit short, so that could be a res coming back. But I feel like Ghost is starting to realize they're getting surrounded, and we've seen Lazarus do this quite a bit. They can kind of breach a building in a way that so many other teams can't. They just dismantle you slowly and steadily, but they have to get there first. That's another down coming back as Purdy Curdy did get knocked. Shrimsy's right on the edge of the flames, just barely clinging to life, trying to get the meds up.
It's a nice attempt with that Molotov, but there's just enough room for Shrimsy. I actually really like the greed here from Ghost Gaming. This is a big 2-2 split. If they can make this work, they will clean up a ton of points.
And they desperately need them right now. They need to climb up that leaderboard. They have the position, but they have Lazarus and QM knocking at the door, and it is so cautious. They only have 1 kill. They know that they need way more kill points than this right now. Uncivil's got an angle back towards Sting Divine, taking a couple of shots at them. Meanwhile, we can see Vendetta still slowly encroaching around the east.
There are so many teams bunched up underneath that 16th spot. 2 of them still in it. Ghost Gaming and Sting Divine want to win this. They want everything they can get, and it is going to be a tough slog ahead for Sting Divine. They've got a road to cross. They've got some smokes, but Lazarus has the angle on the bottom. There's some Vendetta members up on the top.
Lazarus is just carving out more and more of the map. Look at the stranglehold that they're taking back down towards the south. They know where Sting Divine is. Now moving in, getting a little bit more control over it. Sting Divine's trying to walk up, but Purdy Curdy has the angle. That's a down and a flush onto Jet. And now Turtle's like, I can't even go on that path. Where do I go? Which angle is open? He needs to get it down if he wants to continue, but does see Alo. Gets a couple of shots, but doesn't get him down.
Oh, Turtle has to make those shots work. Missing that is going to be disastrous. He takes a ton of damage from a grenade. He is almost down. He is the last surviving member of Sting Divine. They desperately need him to get some more points.
We do have an aggressive 2-2 split coming up from Ghost as well. QM is starting to cut a path in between it. Vendetta's looking back down towards Sting Divine. We got Luke 12 looking back up towards his Aussie friends, thinking about taking a couple of shots.
They're going to take their licks here, but Lazarus is doing a great job maintaining this position. They're beat up, but they're holding it together. This is a masterclass in positioning. Purdy, Curdy, and Luke up here on the flank, and they're holding down that warehouse, which is still just ever so slightly in the circle, but we're going to have 5 teams match them in phase 8.
It requires such good communication whenever you're making these aggressive split plays. Really, you've got Alo back towards the back, calling out, okay, this is where they're moving. This is how you go. And these guys, instead of sitting in buildings, waiting to see if somebody walks in front of them, making pushes around all over the place. McCoy, rest to go, starting to find themselves under even more fire. Critical motion, slowly creeping up on this. I don't think that Ghost is aware. 2 of their members are stacked up in this complex. He's just slowly creeping his way in with the smokes out, with the meds going off. I think McCoy might have finally heard it, but we do have another member from Vendetta out on the outside of this watching. Vegas has got to be very careful with these peeks. I like the way Vendetta's playing this, trying to lean on the outside, draw them out, make them peek. Maybe they can get it down off of it, but it's going to be just a continuation as we see. Up on top, McCoy gets the angle, gets the down onto it, so now 1 member of Vendetta is up. Ghost is looking around onto this, but it's going to be a shot coming out from Lazarus that drops down Vegas.
Shrimzy is trying to get in there and cover some of his Ghost teammates. Vegas has been knocked by some long-distance fire from Lazarus. McCoy now as well, trying to put some pressure on, but the circle is on top of him, and this one hurts so bad. I don't think he has enough time for this first aid kit.
He's down and out right now, but keep in mind, while all of this is going on between Vendetta, Lazarus, Ghost Gaming, QM is just hiding out. They just keep sneaking into a new position, and they're waiting to pounce.
I mean, this is a really interesting play from QM. We've seen them be ultra aggressive today. Now they're just going to wait it out and see what they can do here at the end of the game. Really smart stuff from them, and critical motion. He's doing everything he can here for Vendetta. He's going to have to be an absolute hero. He's even going to throw that pan. He throws the pan just in desperation.
Maybe it'll work. Maybe I'll get it down. I'll get something out of it. Alo looks like he's finally spotted out QM, but it's going to be a push on the side of this. That's going to be Ghost that gets it down and a flush onto him. Vendetta is now spotted over QM, and it's going to be QM that takes them down. So now 3 teams, 8 alive, and we can see Lazarus still continuing their rotations, their hunt right now with 9 kills. Ghost still firmly defended up in this position. Only 2 players alive, and QM starting to be a little bit more aggressive as well.
This is such a weird position for Ghost Gaming to be in. Yes, they have a closer position to the center of the circle, but all Shrimzy has to work with is that one door to see Lazarus Gaming. This is so challenging for him. He might have to bop outside of the building, but Shrimzy does get Wu Fang.
That's going to be huge. That's going to slow down QM. It's so important right now. That's going to be a return shot coming out from QM. They have 1 member, but trying to get the shots over towards it. Purdy Curdy's going for the spray onto it. They can't quite get him down. Lazarus starting to realize, okay, we need to start getting more control towards the center. QM wants to go for the res, but it realizes it's a little bit too risky. Ghost gets their res back up, and it's just continuing to shrink down. QM pushes up into Ghost, gets the down off of this. Shrimzy's just waiting. He gets taken down. QM is still alive, but Lazarus is looking back. They heard the fight.
Shrimzy with the absolute worst time to try to pull out the grenade, and it's going to be easy with the sneaky push. He is the one who collapses onto Ghost Gaming and wipes them from the face of the earth. Now it is just 3 members of Lazarus versus Easy. He goes down. Lazarus takes the chicken dinner.
Another victory coming up for Lazarus with 12 kills. These guys are feeling good. They got the smiles on their faces. I gotta say, this lobby is hot right now. We're seeing a lot of repeat winners show up over and over again.
It's been a day of teams that are just feeling it. They're on fire. Lazarus with such impressive movement in those last 3 circles, cutting a swath across the southern path, eliminating everything that was down there, and they come out with 12 kills and a win.
Lazarus didn't need a ton of points, got the win. QM didn't need a lot of points, got 2nd place. Ghost desperately needs points right now. Only got 3 kills in 3rd. Vendetta, they need more points than you could possibly imagine, but you can see Critical Motion coming up with 4 kills, 4th place. It's a great game, but is it too late?
I gotta give Easy some credit from QM. That sneaky push he came up with there absolutely dashed Ghost hopes in that game. It was crazy.
We've talked about Lazarus several times, about the way they can just take control over different parts of the map, the way that they can move through it. It's so much different than the way a lot of other teams play. Like, they'll get into a control point, they'll be like, hey, look, we can see the center, we'll just hold this down, wait for other people to move. Lazarus is like, no, we're just gonna jump from position to position. We're gonna clear out everything because it's just more points that can get fed back over, and it's just so beautiful to watch.
I mean, Luke 12 and Purdy Curdy with an excellent job holding that southern angle up front for them. Alo in the back. Just an impressive team right now. They're firing on all cylinders. I love what I'm seeing from this NA team. They have a real shot going into this finals to be one of the teams that comes home with it.
All right, so we've got Los Leones ending, rotations around Los Leones, so much crazy stuff to go over. I know the analysts are chomping at the bit, so take it away.
That's right, a confident victory for Lazarus, and almost to a certain extent, elements of style as well from Lazarus that we did see from the drop, to eliminating FaZe later on, to being able to control these final circles. They looked confident in this game.
They look beyond confident. They look a little bit cocky. Like Lazarus was...
We'll take it.
I mean, they were literally just like, yeah, running around. We saw like Luke was like, come with me. Let's go see if we can kill these guys. And it doesn't work. They go back. It was funny.
That's what happens when the pressure's off their shoulder, right? You can just play like you want, and they can just style on everybody else.
That's what we saw with Tempo Storm as well early on in the game. They just went straight for FaZe. They knew that they dropped it. They didn't want them in the finals.
Let's do it. Highlights.
Highlight.
I mean, we take a look.
As we talked about earlier, you see Tempo trying to go for FaZe. They've got the call. I think they're at 5th overall, so like, why not let loose, have some fun? Challenge some guys who are favorites. Also worth noting, Lazarus, who we said earlier, if they did well at the early games, they would go to Hacienda and fight for it to secure it for Oakland. They did, and they were uncontested. So I think Hacienda probably theirs going forward.
Well, it comes down to 4 a.m. that they would fight there. Haven't had the best of a day. So, I mean, kind of feels all right.
On the other side, some of the teams that are trying to make it MC Sunsister here, it's starting to become very, very close. But I think after this game, Genesis and the Rumblers, they're kind of relieved after this game, because none of the teams that are kind of close to making a big jump into the top 16 really did it.
I think that's the key. Is nobody made huge moves, but largely because QM continues to be a juggernaut. They only got 3 kills on that one, but they were still just a ridiculous force, total control, forcing everyone else to get involved in fights, and just managing the map very, very well. You saw the synchronized lean by Lazarus to finish that fight right there.
The double lean.
It was actually pretty fun to watch.
Big stuff by them. The second chicken dinner of the day for Lazarus. Putting up numbers, putting out the wins. Fantastic stuff from the boys in pink. You do enjoy to see it, Mr. Avenger.
I do.
And you
but
spin on
if
things.
they want to win this whole thing, they got to get rid of their 13th place, 14th place, which they also had today. I want to see more consistency like we've seen from QM. They have had a 4th, a 1st, 2 second places. If they get 12 more points, they will beat 4M's record.
It is massive. 22 points coming in for Lazarus here. 12 kills to boot. Vendetta, 10 points. They actually did show up in the last game with a 4th place and 4 kills. And again, it does still feel a little bit too late, Toffees.
I mean, yeah, I think that's the reality of it. Is right now that separation has established itself. There's 1 game left to play. Really, I think it's AHQ and T1 that are, or AHQ probably by themselves, that are sweating the most right now, as Sunsister and Freaks are kind of in striking distance. But neither of those teams performed particularly well in the last round.
I mean, this is what we're talking about. The teams at the cusp right now.
Yeah.
They are panicking. They don't know if they're going to make it or not. They're trying to play it passive. Look at Ghost, for example. They were in Los Leones there, basically doing that 2-2 split and just holding down. The 3 kills they got was towards the end.
Yeah.
Let's take a look at the 24 teams here in the semifinals as we have Lazarus at the top, combined with 4 Angry Men. I'm guessing they win on kills. But regardless, for now here, as we take a look at things, the left column, middle column, cool story, bro. What I want to see and talk about is that right-hand side column. Ghost Gaming, Red Canids Kalunga, Sunsister, some of these teams still in reach of trying to get into the grand finals.
I mean, they are. And it's becoming a race is more than a reach, right? I think that the Genesis and Rumblers were the bubble teams, but I don't see that bubble bursting. I think it's going to come down to the last match. T1, AHQ, Sunsister, Freaks, and maybe Ghost racing each other in this game to see which one gets to advance here.
Question is how they're going to play. Are they going to go super aggressive because you know that you need the points, or are you going to go passive and kind of turtle mode?
I think you got to play your game. Ghost went passive on that last one, and they had a chance to jump up, and they ended up getting, what, 3 kills in 3rd place because of sort of that spread of defense and let's not push out, and I don't think you can do that.
That's the thing, right? 3rd place, 3 kills, it might not be enough coming into the last game, so they got to step it up.
It's closer than I expected, to be honest. And the hypothetical point we said yesterday around the 60-65 mark is extremely close. 24 kill win for FaZe Clan would put them above Rumblers and Genesis. Very unlikely, though, but you'd love to see it.
I mean,
also comes down to them getting 0 points, right?
I mean, we've all heard the phrase sort of go hard or go home as sort of like, you know, a t-shirt brand or something like that.
A sticker.
Yeah, but it is very relevant right now. The teams that want to stay, the teams that want to go to Oakland are going to have to put up bigger, I think, than 12 to 13 point games. That means massive games, or go join everyone else who's waiting at the airport to fly on back. And I don't think you don't want to be those guys, right? So come out, leave it all on the table. I would rather try hard and die early than not try and go out with 1 point less.
At the same time, this is the last game. Some of the teams in the middle left column, they know that they're through, right? So they have not much to worry about, and I mean, we might see them drop on someone.
So let's break this fully down. The two teams that are truly sweating buckets, T1 and AHQ Avenger here in that kind of 15th, 16th spot, still in reach of some of those teams. When you look at T1, when you look at AHQ, the performances today haven't been phenomenal by any means, and now they're going to have to really step up. How do you think that they do that, or what are your thoughts?
I mean, they will be bringing this game. They're going to be taking this approach that they're currently sitting in this spot. They will be trying to play it slow, passive, making sure they get 4 guys alive so they can take a fight. And that's the style that you need to play if you're in this spot. They're sitting comfortably with like 4 points, 6 points ahead of Ghost. If they can add another 4 to that, they should be sure.
Normally, I'd agree with you. The problem is they did that last time. They took that sort of chill approach to the whole thing. AHQ ended up in 13th, T1 in 9th with only 1 kill. And Ghost, who they know is sort of nipping at their heels, did relatively well. So if I watched that and I went, man, the passive isn't working, I need to go out there and try to put 4 or 5 points on the board right away and make it harder for Ghost to catch you.
For T1, that's kind of been the story of their today, right? For us, when you look at it, they've got themselves a few placement points here and there, but their kill counts haven't quite been there. And we have seen, yesterday specifically, Ada being able to put up the kills and the rest of the squad.
I mean, yesterday came in with 44 points overall. Today, so far, they got 11 points with 1 game left. First 2 games, they didn't get any kills. This is not the T1 we saw yesterday.
No.
They're totally playing way too passive. They're afraid. They're just scared right now.
Yeah, I mean, defense is the best offense in football, but in PUBG, it is the worst offense. You cannot win games if you're sitting inside of 2 God compounds that have no actual cover points. I mean, that's what we saw from Ghost. They didn't collapse. They played safe. They kept the spread. And when it came down to it, they were surrounded, and you can't get out of that compound. Even to the point where, like, Shrimps, I still don't understand the grenade play. I guess we'll leave that for later, because, once that pin pulls, they push you. There's no way around it.
I mean, about 70%, 65-70% of the points from each game is from kills itself. That's why you don't go for the placements alone. You got to get the kills as well.
Yep.
The problem is playing your own style of game will not work because you have 10 teams that are or something like that that's playing that they have already qualified. They don't care. They can run at you. They will run headlessly against you. So you have to play it safer than you would normally.
Well, gentlemen, of course, at the beginning of the day, we had game 1 happen, and I have an apology to make. We did you dirty, Lazarus. I'm so sorry. We didn't get you listening, but this time we have you listening. There you go.
Can't hold that.
It's QM and Ghost.
Peak yellow. It should only be yellow. Like, only in that area. Concrete and yellow.
Okay, I'm going to play for the left side.
The south side should be completely empty. And the west.
Kneeling?
I have no boosters.
I have a booster. I'm dropping booster behind me. We basically have zone control. We just need to chill.
One far on the
far zone, far right.
Or the concrete as well. Guy far, twin north.
Watch out, Birdie.
1 knocked. I'm gonna play this, kill this kid far right.
You kill far right, you have full control, you got all these scouts. It's QM and he's busy.
Yep. That guy's letting him come back.
Me and play on me if you need to.
I'm gonna play the high ground.
Just for that smoke. Second floor concrete peak, I got killed from there.
Okay.
Watching the smokes.
The concrete, QM no.
Got watching the smoke to your right.
Nice try.
Want to QM? It's just QM up, I think.
I think it's
Last guy's up top. Last guy's in top.
Concrete.
I'm holding top.
I don't know if
there's two up.
I knocked one. Okay.
He should. He was second floor.
Second floor.
Yeah, hold second floor. Pretty hold the open roof. Chill.
Good job. Good shit, boys. Yeah, boys. Let's go.
Easy.
Easy.
It was like a sensual lullaby. They were so calm, so collected.
Calm, collected. It's just, this is the style of play I like to see from Lazarus.
And the thing I liked most about their comms in there is you noticed a lot of the other teams we've listened to have been very like, this is the information about what's happening there. they were all very clear about relaying what they were doing. I'm holding left. I'm pushing this guy on right. Like, and it was fast and succinct to the point where you heard one go, I'm holding left, and immediately his partner said, be careful, I got shot from that second story. So they're not only dictating what they see, but letting the entire team know, here's where I am and here's what I can do.
At the same time, you hear from Alo as well, relaying the info that was missing to all the other players so they know on your team, okay, this is what's happening, this is what's going on.
Efficient communication and extreme chemistry. They're so connected, so synergized. It's insane.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls of all ages here for the semifinals of PGC. It's time. It is the final game here of Miramar, and we're about to find out who qualifies for Oakland. So get hyped, get ready. We're going over to the commentators for one final time.
One game to decide it all. Who makes it over towards Oakland? We've got a lot of interesting games that have gone through over this weekend, but so much rocked here at the end.
It's been one hell of a weekend, Matchroom. There are two teams I really have my eyes on right now because they are the last hopes for their region. Sting Divine out of SEA and the Sun Sisters out of Japan. They are the sole hopes for their regions. Everyone else has somebody who's pretty much in it, but I'm going to be looking to them. And this team, of course, as well. T1, who came into this, and I thought they just need to have an okay day, and they have had an absolutely abysmal day.
So I know you're with the underdogs right now. I've got an underdog of my own, and that's Ghost Gaming. Drassel Sun, I'm proud of you. I want you to do well for me, so let's see how they come through. T1, great performance from them. HQ, again, these guys somehow, some way, cling to life in the most unexpected of ways.
Looking to join the other team from the PML, GEX pretty much already secured AHQ right on the cusp. They need to have a big game for themselves if they want to join their sister team.
Ghost, again, keeping my eye on these guys right now. I mean, they got gifted a great circle, but it feels like Lazarus is contained on their complex. They just could not peek out. Can they find the kills that they so desperately need?
The Red Canids have played fairly well, but when it comes to team fights, they seem to struggle a bit. They're great at positioning. They need to find some confidence in their shooting and their team fighting.
So here we go. We got stage set. We know where we're going. We're making our way over towards Miramar. We've seen a very chaotic last circle around Los Leones. Where is our final stage of the weekend going to take us on this map as a plane is up and in the air over Puerto Periso and gonna end up towards the northwest?
Here we go. One more chance for these teams to qualify for Oakland. All their hopes and dreams are on the line. Destiny is there. It's time to grab it.
Where are we seeing the jumps coming through? AFF jumping very early. Vendetta as well. Tempo Storm following on a path. They always like to go towards Impala. Nothing crazy going through there. W-Click. They keep playing Los Leones. Nobody's contesting them. I still have my eyes on Hacienda because guess what? Team number one, team number two. Out of all the lobbies right now, both like Hacienda. And it was Lazarus that bullied out 4 a.m. last time.
I want them to put on a show for the crowd here. Let's just go at it. Let's have some fun. You guys are into the finals. All the points are wiped clean next week. Let's just get it on.
So we do have them flying right on top of each other. Are they both going to commit to it? Let's find out who the real top dog is of this weekend. Get that fight in Hacienda. Come on, guys. We want it so badly. Oh, everybody is starting to drop down. It looks like they want it too.
Let's tango. Let's go.
This is exactly what we wanted. We're seeing the drops come through off of it, and it's going to be very contested off the start. Dropping on the balcony, we've got Luke looking back over towards Lou. It's going to be peeked back and forth. Reloads are coming through, sprays back and forth off the start, and that's going to be Lazarus getting the first down.
Luke outduels with his S12K of his own, but Forever's waiting here for Alo. He does get backed off. It's just an SKS, so the damage output isn't as high as he would like. That's going to back him off. Purdy Curdy's got a VSS. See if he's going to opt to put that thing into auto fire, see if he can rip some faces.
This is the way PUBG should be played. Bring it up, step up for Pride right now. You can see Uncivil realizes he is outnumbered on this angle, waiting to see if somebody's going to encroach around. A lot of people like to move around that location. You can see 4AM contained back on the side of it. Lazarus has a lot of the nodes for loot that they can play off of. 4 Angry Men starting to realize, we don't have the numbers. We don't have a lot of loot at this stage. You can see no armor, no helmets for multiple members. Everybody is just in peak battles right now, waiting to see who's going to push. But Lazarus starting to get a little bit more aggressive, encroaching into that territory that 4 AM is just trying to hold down.
The do-si-do continues as Lazarus starts to swing further west into the compound, but way less. Is being very, very quiet, looking to see if somebody will show their face for him. Alo is pretty hurt, no heals yet, because of course a lot of these teams have been in a standoff. They haven't had much time to grab gear.
And that is huge right now. The longer that this fight continues means that these guys are not going to have a chance to get meds, armor, ammo. It's going to make their rotation so much more dangerous. ZGG going way around the outside of this. New circle is popped. Luckily, Hacienda is inside the circle, and well, we might see a rotation from that point, depending on who comes out of it alive. But it's a lot of the teams up towards the west that are going to have to make their rotations.
I mean, I would love it if they just stayed here and they just tried to play a King of the Mountain type situation. Oh no, Alo, you're gonna get caught out. Great spray by ZGG is gonna find him.
And that's that long flank coming up from 4 angry men. Now the numbers are neutralized. Luke took a lot of damage as well. Grenade's gonna come up, go a little bit too far, but it's gonna be a Molotov that's gonna make it very dangerous. Luke has to watch his feet. If he gets knocked, that's gonna be real bad. He's got a couple of bandages to play with right now. Nobody has a lot of utility, and that's making this so much more stressful.
A smart grenade by Luke, knowing that that's about the only angle that anybody's going to be able to find him out from. Now he's stuck out on the balcony. Bit of a risky move here, but it is paying off for him as he's able to get inside. Oh,
Purdy's got the angle on the side, trying to go for the shots with the VSS, but the Angry Bees do not connect, so Purdy's going to have to sneak back away from this. ZGG's got that vector, but remember, Uncivil has been holding this point, waiting for the push to come through. Is he going to hear the footsteps? Because it is so sneaky right now. ZGG's coming up back behind it. I don't know if Civ has heard this. Surely he has to have at this point. ZGG just creeping ahead. There's the shot from Civ. That's another one down.
Great patience by Uncivil. 3 for 2 right now as Wayless and Forever look to see if they can even up the score. Luke's gonna cross in front of him. Woo! He takes a shot, but it doesn't look like it connected.
So we got AK coming up from Wayless, trying to get the spray back over towards Purdy Curdy, who's running the VSS. One is a little bit stronger than the other one, but it's gonna be the VSS on top.
That is why I love the VSS.
Yeah, that's it, Purdy.
Better than you think close range when you get it into auto fire. It spews bullets at an unbelievable rate, and that is going to just out-duel the 4 AM, and you can hear the USA chant.
Everything's up. This is what I wanted so much. These are two of my favorite teams at this event, playing exactly the way I love PUBG to be played.
I mean, what a show they're putting on for us here. And of course, there is something meaning in this.
He's still going for it forever. I love you. Don't run away from this. You got pride at stake right now. Let's see how this goes through, though.
It's not just pride, because think about this. They're both going to be fighting over this in the finals. So this is more of a jockeying situation here. They're trying to find out who will be the real owner of this location.
T1 and HQ in a fight. Remember, these are two cusp teams right now. This is really big. We got our top dogs fighting in one spot, and then we've got our guys fighting for life to make it to Oakland in another. Tempo Storm's getting caught up with W-Click right now, and that's going to be one of their members down.
Yep, here comes some grenades up and over. That one's going to be off the mark from Sharky. Rybo is very, very weak. Tempo Storm on the move. Sharp shot coming up here. Luke is up there already, but Rybok's actually going to get found out by Wu Fang from QM. Harold's going to get Luke.
Sharky is getting really flushed very quickly. They've got to watch out for it. Silzen's trying to go for a rotation. It's going to be QM that's taking the shot back over towards W-Click in the back. Harold steps up just trying to at least get one, but look, the shots come out on the other side of it. There's a lot going off over here as Sun Sister also has an angle on this.
Vendetta's come up on the backside of QM. There's about 5 or 6 teams skirmishing in the open out here, and everyone wants these points. Everybody is getting aggressive. Silzen is able to finish off Luke. Oh, sharp shot. He might get Ragnar here. Gets a few sprays, isn't able to connect.
So with this, Tempo Storm's trying to retreat back, reset. They know exactly where W-Click is. Gonna throw out the grenade that could land pretty close to him, depending on how bounces go. Gonna be just a little bit on the outside, not get the down off of it. Zampa's playing right up in the face of Silzen, but no, that's gonna be Tempo Storm going down as W-Click comes up on top.
One member of QM did go down to Vendetta on the back of all of this. Sun Sister did steal a kill. Gabba's gonna get one. Purdy Curdy's gonna finish off for forever.
The VSS again. All right, Purdy, you're going to stack up those VSS numbers. I like it. I like it. So with that, our second place team is now down and out, and looks like we have a new top dog up on top of it, and all I can say is America. Yeah.
Yeah, fill in that middle word. I gotta go with Pansy on this. Love the VSS, so I was really happy when she pointed out that Jeff Blocka is gonna get Trimsy. That is a huge loss for Ghost and a huge pickup for T1.
So with this, T1 does have an angle back towards the other members. That was just one rotating point for Ghost. So going to pull back away from this, but T1 slowly trying to make their way up towards the high ground with this. That's going to be a little bit more information fed back their direction.
A lot of confidence from Adder getting up here. We saw him take the high ground, get an easy kill earlier in the week, and he is looking to replicate that success. Akkad is coming up now. T1 looking to group up just a little bit. They have quite a large split for where this circle is. They're a bit west of the center.
HQ has a rough idea that somebody might be next to him, trying to get sight lines back towards it. Khan is creeping up on this angle for it, and I think has actually managed to creep right past where we can see SR's position at, so I don't think that they're aware of this. So now, HQ getting more and more information off those profile positions. Once you crest the top of the hill, that lets everybody know where you're at. You can see that so easily. So now HQ trying to figure out how do they want to approach this.
And the overall grand picture meaning of this battle is huge. Both of these teams right on top of each other in the standings. Neither wanting to make the first move. Now CC does fire off a few shots. Jeff Laka is going to connect onto him as he jumps back behind the hill.
A couple of shots now coming out from Cat as well, trying to buy a little bit more space, makes his way back down here. He does have a vehicle that he can use, but it is so risky. Luckily, it is facing downhill, so that should help it speed up just a little bit as it tries to make it out and away. But oh, yep, give us this one off of it. And oh, Forever was waiting, trying to get something out of it, but it's gonna be the VSS. 2 kills with the VSS to start the game. I love it. I love it.
Love it. T1 is going to group up and move more center circle. Get ready to go wherever this circle shifts to, and it is actually going to go southwest, and they are immediately about facing and heading that way. Ghost in the center, Vendetta, and the Red Canids as well. So a lot of teams that are on the cusp are going to be duking it out.
But there is a lot of flat land just to the east of La Bendita. It's just open fields, a couple of shacks that you can use. You can see a couple of teams are looking back down that direction. Do have FaZe that's making their rotation. They do have GEX that's in front of them. FaZe is way towards the north, and they're going to have to cut through several teams to make it in the safe zone.
Yeah, they're north of El Azahar, and this circle is centered around La Bendita almost. So that is a tremendous amount of distance they're going to have to cross, and it looks like for now they're going to be able to successfully rotate around GEX. Ghost, of course, has set up pretty central here on the edge of the crater.
So right now we're looking at 15, 16, 17, 18. These guys are vying for their life. Fatal gets a line of sight back over towards W-Click. Remember, there was a couple of exchanges already happening with them. T1 running along the side of Ghost Gaming right now. Looks like Helen wants this complex. They're committing the sprays coming through. Beautiful seat swap to keep them alive. Jeff Locke does go down off of it, but now we've got T1 looking back over towards Ghost. Drassel's trying to find the angle for it. The approach is coming through. Vegas is holding down the top. He's all by himself inside of this building. The support from Ghost is coming around the outside of it. Helen's trying to find a sight line, but just can't see anybody yet.
Yeah, Helen takes a few shots at Vegas as he's running out, doesn't connect with anything there, trying to cover the outside for T1. They are going to be able to get the res onto Jeff Laka. It looks like Ghost has backed off a little bit, and for now, a slight beachhead has been established for this Korea team.
This feels like two different conflicts right now. T1 knows that Ghost is in competition with them. They're playing it a little bit more aggressive on it. Ghost still opting into that defensive style. They're not going to get that. They're allowing that res to go off, and that could backfire in their face terribly.
Yeah, absolutely. It's hard when you're in this situation because you don't want to overcommit and end your tournament life. This is everything on the line for Ghost Gaming. At least for T1, you can hang your hat on it and say we're already in.
There's no information being gathered right now. They're just holding angles, waiting for somebody to hopefully walk in front of them. That's so dangerous at this point because now they don't know what's rotating around them. Drassel's kind of the guy that's on the outside trying to feed information back towards everybody, but look at Vegas moving up on top. This could be a huge, sneaky angle, but we have seen T1 use this in the past. They should be aware that somebody could approach from up here.
Yeah, and if they were paying attention during the last game yesterday on Miramar, DJ from one of the Chinese teams was up on that angle as well, and just sniffed them out despite losing.
And I have to be very careful with these peeks back over towards it. Meanwhile, slowly creeping off to the side of it. It's got two different buildings lined up. Couple of exchanges, but remember, when we see these prolonged exchanges like that, losing helmets, losing armor makes you so much more vulnerable. But it feels like T1, everything rests on this back position. Meanwhile, for Ghost, it's Drassel just trying to creep over and hopefully get something. They're down to 3 right now, and there are 4 still up for T1.
These teams got to be careful. The more noise they make, the more attention they're going to attract. And oh my God, he saw his foot. He's going to get knocked. Vegas is going to find the head, and that is 1 laying down now for T1.
Look at the reaction come out from T1. They tried to defend instantly. That's going to be McCoy going down. Exchange going back over towards Helen. Going to force him back around the other side of this. T1 now starting to be a little bit more contained. A lot of flanks coming through, but that's going to be Vegas down. Now just Drassel. Remember, Ghost needs a big game, and they are now down to 1 alive. They have to be so careful.
This could be disaster. Ghost Gaming is
eliminated.
They are eliminated. Let's see if T1 can get the revive onto a COD like I was talking about. Too much attention has been drawn to this location, and Lazarus is moving in.
Lazarus hears noise, and they want to kill. They're running a separated split off of this, and they're like, hey, we hear people killing things. Let's go over there anyway. We know it's really far away, but you never know. We might get something out of it. So Siv's off over here by his lonesome, looking around, saying, hey, maybe I can get it down, but nah, this feels a little bit too risky. We'll just retreat back over there.
Oh, and now Vendetta's found an angle into this as well. Icon gets the knock onto a COD, but quickly Adder is there to get the revive. So as T1 took a lot of damage throughout this situation, a ton of their utility, their helmets and their vests are beat the hell up.
I love this. Lazarus is like, well, we can't kill you, but we'll just make sure your rotations suck. Let's just take out all of your tires, walk away, and now you just get a walk across Miramar.
Yeah, that's not ideal this early in the Miramar phase. You want to have a few vehicles available to make those quick rotations across the terrain.
He leaves afterwards. He's like, my job is done. I return to my people. So now it's about rotations coming through. We've been caught up in a lot of early game skirmishes. So you can see HQ looking back over towards Sting Divine right now. We got a nice angle back over towards Milk, trying to get away from that. Looks like he should make it back around the hillside, but HQ is going to have to figure out, okay, how do we handle this? They do have the inside gatekeeping position back towards Sting Divine, though.
Yeah, somehow Milk is just able to find an angle behind these Twin Peaks to give himself enough time to get his heal off. He was almost knocked down, but SR is going to group up with him. They are going to move their way into the top part of Minas Generales.
So now you can see GEX just to the south of that. Lazarus kind of contained around a similar location. Vendetta's taking some shots back over towards Sun Sister, going to connect with them. So it's a lot of late rotations coming in for a couple of these guys as, yep, you can see the shots coming back over towards Kendesu, and he goes down. Gabba's still playing off on the other side of that. 3 members for Sun Sister still up and alive, and they are in the safe zone, but they're just not in a comfortable position inside the safe zone.
Yeah, a big loss there for the Sun Sisters. They really need 4 alive and getting into the late game to have a real good shot at this. Sting Divine still 4 for themselves. They are very much in this as well with 46 points. Not too far off of that 54 that AHQ currently holds. So a lot of the teams that are still in this are still in the game, Matcham.
So look at this. You see Red Canids have actually posted up directly in the crater of La Bendita. We don't see that happen too often because you lose so much information. You're in a bubble at that point. You can look around and see if anybody crests up and over, but you have no idea what's happening on the outside of those walls. Look at this. Sun Sister running back down, but they're going to bounce around where we see Sting Divine at. They do lose one inside of that rotation, so that's going to be Levis that gets the shots back over towards him, but I think he's got a little bit of a wall and should have some smokes to play with. Meanwhile, Sting Divine, they still need to make it inside the safe zone. Are they going to choose to crash that angle? Looks like they're at least going to approach along it. Jet looks like he wants this. He's going to deny. 2 jump off, looking around the angles for it. You can see Gabba's just waiting to see where the push comes from. He's going to line up towards Turtle, trying to connect with a shot. Turtle just keeps powering through, and now everything's come apart for Sun Sister, and they're out.
And that is going to be the end of the Sun Sisters in this tournament. What a push here by Sting Divine. The confidence, the chutzpah to do this was incredible.
I love the word chutzpah. Thank you for using that there. So now you got Sting Divine looking back through. They managed to make it to the safe zone, but now they got to go again because just south of Minas Generales is going to be where the circle's at. can see Red Knids are posted up in that position. We do have FaZe pushing back over towards Afrika. Freak's Fatal right now. I don't know if these two members are aware of it. With the vehicle reposition, there might have been a couple of shots that come through, but Uba might have an angle back on the side of this depending on how they rotate.
Yeah, the Freaks only have 2 members left. Yes, they have 2 kills, but look at that, 46 points for them. They need to post up a huge round to get into this. So right now they have to play for the late game and then try to get some kills.
Red Knids, what is going on? You're supposed to be holding down this crater. They've just let 2 different teams encroach on this point. You can see that QM's off on the other side of it, and AFF just ran down inside of it. They don't have any good firing angles from this point. Sure, they can play for position, but we've seen that does not work at this stage.
Yeah, they had a good spread, and then they kind of condensed it when this next circle came through. Helen's going to get a knock onto Vendetta, looking to secure themselves some more points, find a way into that final next weekend, and nothing there for Adder right now after getting that first knock.
So now you can see T1 looking back over towards this angle. I don't think that there's anybody left that they can really take shots at except for one more member of Vendetta that, I think 2 actually, that might need to make a push along the side. But really, Sting Divine just continuing their motorcycle rampage across the map is catching a little bit of air here. They've got the ghillie suit on the back of the motorcycle. I don't think that helps a whole bunch, but we do have Vendetta. It's going to take a couple of shots, but remember, we just saw T1 also has a firing line across this side. QM was also trying to encroach up over here as well as FaZe. So they're opting into playing in the blue. That's going to take a lot of damage. Once they turn in, if anybody has a sightline for it, it's going to be very dangerous. That's why they're medding up right now. Stop, take the time, make that last little push, and pray nobody connects with any bullets. Meanwhile, Vendetta's just full on Synta time. Oh, no, they lose a tire. That's bad. Trying to stay alive out of it, jumping out of the vehicles, trying to use it for cover, but there's so many firing angles coming back towards them. That's another down going back over towards T1.
The SLRs are raining death and destruction here onto Vendetta. Their tournament hopes being dashed as this goes down. That tractor is not enough protection, but ooh, Chaiwei is going to steal one of those kills from T1. That's actually kind of a big deal.
I like how T1 looks over. Adder's like, keep taking my kills. Looks off over to the left there. So now you can see Lazarus still running their split right back over here next to T1. Keep hearing firefights, and they're just very interested in it. With this, it feels like La Bendita is probably going to be where our end point is going to be at. It's going to try to probably shift away from Minas Generalis. A lot of the planes are now out of the circle, so it's going to be a lot of rough terrain points. You can see QM does look back over towards one of the members of STV, but QM has so many defensive line points right here.
I tell you what, if you're STV, this is not the team you want to run into. QM is absolutely on fire today. Circle just centers up right over La Bendita. Meanwhile, the battle rages on here between QM and Sting Divine.
But FaZe hears this, and they're pushing up on the other angle as well. FaZe looks back down towards this. You can see Levis trying to move back around this, but it's going to be FaZe that's starting to peek up on the side of it. Sting Divine is in a lot of trouble, but now QM could find themselves literally in a barrel that they could be shot out of.
Oh, what a grenade lands right on top of GYY. Good grenade from Uba, looking for him to light the scoreboard up. Levis is prone, getting some smokes down. Buzzface is gonna spot out Liga, and out goes QM in 11th place.
All right, FaZe, it's the last game. You're playing for pride at this point. I mean, it's a long reach to make it back up there, but the dream could exist if they have a giant 20-plus game. There is
Well, I tell you
the
what,
outside chance.
Matchroom, I tell you what, if that happens, that will actually be the greatest moment in PUBG esports history.
That would be a huge comeback. Probably look back over towards AHQ, taking a couple shots. He's going to go down. Lazarus was running a very aggressive split, so there's no support except for long range that's going to be coming through. Civ does get the down and flush back over towards CC, but Purdy is going to go down for that. Lazarus down to 2.
All right, Kane making a dash across a lot of firing lines. He ends up getting knocked by Luke 12 up there. Once again, Lazarus hasn't had to move too far. They're just kind of covering that northern angle on La Bendita. Uncivil's coming into this now. Picks up Chaiwei, trying to get some more shots in, is backed off by Leo.
Just trying to pick up more kills at this point. Lazarus sitting on 7. You know, a couple of these other teams might want some of these points, Lazarus. You can kind of relent at this stage. You made your point with the 4 AM drop earlier.
They really did. I mean, look at this, 8 kills here. Of course,
yeah.
You know, they won the battle. 4 the middle, Hacienda, man.
Hacienda battle. I'm
just so blown away by what they're doing today. They are just incredible.
But look at Levis kind of creeping up back behind this. FaZe has to be very vulnerable up towards the top, but there's a lot of members of FaZe over here that Sting Divine is going to have to contend with. Go ahead, get the stems up onto it, but you can see FaZe feels like they've got a lot of control over this angle, looking back down into the crater. And this is kind of what I was talking about. This is the wall around outside of the crater. The guys down towards the center don't really know what's happening on the outside. They don't have good sight lines back towards. If FaZe is not careful, Levis could find a very sneaky angle back behind them and do a ton of damage.
Well, Levis continues the crawl, the army crawl up the hill. Right now, FaZe's attention is in different directions, but ooh, they're gonna take some damage from Jeff Laka, landing a headshot with that SLR, but Uba gonna be able to get behind the crest of this hill and get rezzed by Fuzzface, assuming Levis doesn't have anything to say about it.
He sees it, and you can see he wants it, goes for the spray, and that's 2 down back over for FaZe. The spin comes back around. They get the down onto it, but look, HC is charging over here trying to get these reses off.
And that is going to be the end of the day for Sting Divine, the end of the tournament for them.
T1!
Oh, here comes T1.
If they make this push, if they were paying attention to how the knocks were coming through, they could capitalize on a huge moment and catch FaZe while they're trying to get their meds back off. Jeff Laka leading the charge up this hillside. He's got to figure out how does he want to play this. He doesn't have a lot of utility, just smoke grenades. It's not going to be a frag that takes down FaZe if T1 gets them. It's going to be just a brutal approach off of this, and they realize, okay, it's taken a little bit too long, but I don't know. Is FaZe still expecting anyone off of this angle? Looks like they're starting to hunt around a little bit more, realizing that they were vulnerable from that angle, so trying to spot it out. Shots come from T1, and it's going to force them to play a little bit more defensively now, and they should be able to creep away from this and be prepared.
This is what I wanted to see from T1 more today. Being aggressive, taking opportune moments. AHQ is going to go down in 9th place.
That's
so
big.
55 points will be the cutoff mark for 16th right now.
But we got a couple of teams that could potentially do it. You can see Red Canids just nipping at the heels back over towards it. AFF caught in a lot of skirmish. I mean, the La Bendita crater area is so messy to play around. There's so many weird angles because we have like walls that are missing sections of them. There's just kind of like all of this rubbish that's down around the bottom of it you have to be careful about. There's so many sneaky angles that people could be hiding behind. It makes it so much harder. And to have a finals end around this location, Lord, so much pressure.
It's going to be really fascinating to see how these teams approach it. Of course, the Red Canids have been in there for quite a while, but they need more points. They need to get some kills here. They see TSM over on their left-hand flank, and they want to try to get some more points in. Iroh, Michael, Rory on the side. Andy is going to get backed off. They're spotted out by TSM. I'm a little surprised that the Canids waited that long to get this kicked off.
They wanted to wait for the moment that TSM stopped kind of juking around, looking on something, that TSM is not going to stop for it. TSM got the smokes down, starting to encroach back over towards Red Canids. You can see Aspu's trying to hold the angle back, but Iroh's going to step up to the side of it, try to connect, but not going to get any damage off. A lot of spray coming through, but it's got to be very, very careful off of this. Michael is down. Rory's taking a lot of damage, and now you can see the push starting to come back away from this. Red Canids want nothing to do. They're like, no, we need to stay alive. The problem with it is you guys also need kills.
Right, that grenade gonna back off the Red Canids. Rusty, Zera, and Raspu moving back and forth, trying to see if they can outposition him, but a nice peek by Rory. Is he going to be able to secure the kill? That grenade might roll a little bit too far. Raspu finds a decent angle, but there are no shots making their mark there.
That was so close. Now going to opt into going for the res right now. FaZe Clan starting to come more and more alive. The threat looms back behind it. The grenade's going to go a little bit too far. Not take down the Red Canids, but you can see TSM wants to make this push. They know that the Canids are vulnerable right now. FaZe is just looping around the circle on the hunt for anything that moves, taking shots at literally anything they see.
I mean, FaZe has to absolutely clean everything up. A Freak of Freaks Fatal moving up onto the remnants of Vendetta. A grenade comes in. It is just a bit too far. Lambu is going to find him. That is going to be Vendetta out in 5th place, and that will be their tournament.
Freak of Freaks playing back down towards the south. Red Canids trying to separate out and away. TSM in a good position right now, but finding themselves under fire from FaZe. That's going to be nice shots coming out from Uba. Michael is now down. Multiple downs have come his way, so he's going to bleed out very quickly. TSM trying to find some type of cover point. Rory goes down as well. That's Iroh. That's starting to turn up for FaZe. We knew the fact that this was a potential possibility, but is it too late?
Uba is starting to go Super Saiyan here. I don't know if it is going to be enough, though.
FaZe is in 19th.
Wow, FaZe is getting up there. They're climbing. They're trying. The Red Canids have backed off, as have AFF. AFF is not too far out of this as well. 4 more points for them. That is all they need. There is everything on the line between these 3 teams.
These 3 teams, out of all the ways to end it right now, it's going to be the Red Canids taking shots back over towards Fuzzface, but he manages to juke almost all of them. Gets back towards safety. Fuzzface, the rest of the guys from FaZe, hold down the north, back down towards the south. It's still 3 members of Red Canids, 2 members from Afrika Freaks. We have 8 people alive with these 3 teams active.
If you ever doubted FaZe Clan, now is not the time. These guys are hungry and they are confident. They have the big stage experience to get this done. Afrika Freaks Fatal on your southeast. 80 is pushing up on them, and oh my god.
And M249 on top of that. That's a ton of ammo to work with. That's going to be a big replenishment off of it. So 80 is going to start creeping back up over on this angle. They know they need to kill everything that's moving around them. They're at 13 kills right now. They're so aggressive pushing across these angles. Uba does see where Afrika Freaks is at, but look at this push coming out from 80. This could be the moment for FaZe, all depending on how they opt into playing this right now, and a lot of it hinges off the positioning of 80 and how Afrika moves. New circle pops. Does favor Red Canids, but let's be honest, FaZe doesn't care about where the circle's at right now. They are just on the hunt.
I mean, if Fatal has no idea that 80 is over here, he could end their day very, very quickly. You can see Lambu is cooking a grenade potentially. He's picking up some items from his teammate there. They're giving a little switch off, and this could be huge. If he finds 80 here, smokes are coming down first. Maybe seeing if he can bait 80 out a little bit. Fuzzface coming over for the shots. 80 gonna get Lambu.
Now looks back around the other side of it. You can see Shadow's like, I didn't realize they were this close. Trying to figure out what's going on. That's more utility being used. Shadow's on the outside of the safe zone. He's got to push through them or Red Canids. Grenades are starting to come out. Shadow's trying to use something. Got to flush out 80 if he wants to continue his push off to the side of this. FaZe getting more control over this angle, but that is Red Canids hearing everything that's going down right now. That grenade lands close at the feet. Third-party shots coming into it. Everybody wants all of these kills. Afrika Freaks Fatal's trying to crawl through the smokes. Down to 16 life. The blue right back behind him. Which direction is going to go? Looks back out, and it's going to go back over to Fuzzface.
All right, this is going to come down to this battle. The Red Canids versus FaZe here. This is huge. This is crazy. They're right next to each other. 3v3.
So now we do have the Canids that were posted up. They know a lot of the information, but FaZe has a lot of different angles that they can play around, and they're trying to use that. The smokes that the Canids are playing around right now gives away some of their positions. They want to play it a little bit more aggressive. Oba trying to take out that grenade, seeing if he can get anything off of it. So now we do have Rusty Zero right up on this angle. How's the push going to come through?
All right, Andy FPS peeking up over the hill. Uba not able to connect with his spray, but he knows where the Canids are now. Gonna get that grenade up and over, but it is too little too late. The Canids have already moved off, sniffing that one out. Rusty Zero on the left, Andy in the middle here, and you can see Fuzzface making the flank for FaZe. They control a lot of this circle. The Red Canids are a little grouped up, and it looks like FaZe is going to try to surround them.
15 kills looking back over towards the Red Canids. Both of these teams playing to stay alive, stay in this tournament, make their way over towards Oakland. So much stakes right now for both of these teams. So now Rusty Zero still holding back down towards the center. Now all the smokes are starting to come through. Psycho does connect with one shot onto this. You can see the dance around. Everybody's trying to figure out where the reposition's coming through. Rusty Zero takes a little bit of damage, but Fuzzface still trying to encroach up onto it. Psycho goes for the peek onto it. Gotta be so cautious. I love the fact that we're getting a Toby eye tracker right now to see exactly how these teams are reacting.
Look at this. Uba's going to reposition. A lot of this is going to come down to him. The superstar for FaZe Clan. AT coming up over the hill. Nothing there. The smokes are down. Still a little bit of utility available for FaZe as they are looking to come around.
Andy goes for the peek off to the side of it. That's going to go in position. Uba steps up, gets one. Goes for the spray into the second one. There is just one Canid alive right now, and FaZe knows it. They're starting to push back through this. Rusty Zero playing inside the smokes. The hunt is on. The spray comes through, and the EU Giants, FaZe Clan, walk away with a huge, massive 18-kill victory.
FaZe Clan shocking the world. 18 kills and a chicken dinner. I don't know if it's enough, but goddamn Matrim, they made a hell of a round.
Fuzzface, 8 kills. Uba, 6 kills. 80. These guys guys stepped up and played when it mattered. You can see it is just adulation on their faces. This was so tense. They were so upset about how they were playing through the stages to finally step up and play when it matters, to be that clutch team we knew they could be. That's
Impossible, the impossible, the unbelievable. No other team in the world can do this. FaZe Clan, are you kidding me?
Everybody in this audience is excited. It doesn't matter regions right now. It doesn't matter what country you're from. You just know you have seen something monumental happen.
Uba is your clutch player in that moment, getting the 2 downs there to surround Rusty Zera and end the game for FaZe. Nothing in the history of PUBG Esports has ever been like this, Matchroom. What a finish.
A massive comeback off of this, you can see. Waiting for everything. Everybody's doing those last minute tabulations, trying to figure out, okay, is everything right? Let's make sure every single point is calculated off of it. FaZe, they are so happy right now. They did not want to be a repeat of what happened to Liquid in the earlier weeks. So now, finally, stepping up when it mattered. But guys, can we please not wait until the very end again? Well, good Lord, some of us thought that's bad for the heart, man.
I was just gonna say the same thing, Matchroom. My heart cannot take this. It is thumping in my chest right now. I am speechless.
We planned this. That's why we were red today. We knew this is how it was going to happen.
FaZe red.
Holy, I'm going to just say, holy shit, FaZe Clan. Good Lord, man. That is such a great performance for this one. But I know we've been talking for a minute. There's some guys over there that have been waiting for this moment. So we're going to go ahead and throw it to the analyst, break down everything.
Wait a minute, just 1 second. What was that?
FaZe Sunday, that's all I'm gonna tell you.
These two never doubted them, just for by the way. Like, I cannot believe what we just witnessed. This is the single most ridiculous finish to a tournament moment, to a stage, to a day. That was unprecedented. And we just witnessed that. There was no other way they were going to qualify. No other way. And somehow they did. I'm still shaking.
I literally burned 500 calories from that. Like, my heart has been 180 beats per minute for the last 20 minutes. Like, I'm dying.
They literally broke the new record as well. 18 kill win. I mean,
yeah,
I don't even know what to say. Oh, my God.
Face up, boys. Face up.
All right, PL boys have finished. MPL?
I mean, I'm making a note of what day this happened, when this happened, 18 kills. This is something that's going to go down in history. FaZe is a team that I doubted. I said, man, imagine a world without Liquid and FaZe in the finals. And to his credit, as we stood here, after FaZe had their first 5, he goes, I believe. And I was like, no, you don't. Right. There's no way. He committed to it.
He did say that. He did. All right, we have protocol to get on with. I have a headache. Let's take a look at the highlights. As
just FaZe, all the kills. The 18 kills from FaZe for the highlights, please.
FaZe the whole game again.
Highlights.
I can die happy.
Let's go. Oh, jeez.
Oh, this was amazing though, guys. The 4 a.m. because this is gonna matter in the grand finals. This is literally gonna matter. And Lazarus, they won. This was amazing for Lazarus.
This was a big team deathmatch. This was just a big team deathmatch in Hacienda. I mean, we saw 4M. They didn't go for it the last game before this, but they won it.
I'll tell you what this did. Sure, it determined who gets Hacienda in Oakland, but what this did is it set the stage for one of the greatest matches of PUBG in history. We started 100%. With a hype deathmatch, then we moved to Ghost in a fight, to T1 in a fight, to HQ going out to FaZe.
The most amazing thing, especially for me, about all of that end moment is all 3 teams had the potential of upsetting going into that 16th spot. It was...
look at this. This part here, both Vegas and Helen had peaks that made no sense to me. They saw invisible enemies and destroyed them. And then I think Lazarus cost Ghost big time on that.
And they took too long for the finals wall to happen, and then Lazarus third-partied them. I mean, unfortunate for them. I expected Ghost to do better here.
They were sent off the map more or less, but as you're saying, they dragged that fight out too long. People came and started third-partying, full-partying. Then so, Gabba, why did you stop shooting him?
But this is where it starts to change. Sun's sister goes out. Levi's could have definitely ruined FaZe's run here. He gets the double knock, but he goes down in return. FaZe gets the reses as T1 pushes them aggressively. The timing was incredible, and then it comes down to 3 teams. The one who wins goes to Oakland. Any of them winning was Oakland.
Yeah.
But you could see FaZe Clan, they were taking control over the situation. They wanted to win. They went full ham for it. They didn't stop for anything.
And this sums up right here what we talked about. Cannon's had a better position because their macro's been phenomenal this whole tournament, but FaZe does what FaZe did. They come out, they play their last game the way that they play the last day, and they kill.
It may have led up to the very end, but it was the biggest victory for this team right here. FaZe Clan somehow, some way clawed themselves back from defeat and made it happen. A magical moment in PGC history here as we take a look at the match results. Not only do they qualify for Oakland, but they also gain themselves a record-breaking victory. 28 points to their name. Huge, huge moment here.
They came into this last game with 32 points.
In total.
In total.
Yeah.
In 11 games. And then on the 12th game, they just exploded.
I mean, I think that a lot of this comes down to those point sponges we talked about. Lazarus was yanking points. QM spent the day grabbing points, and they made it so those guys there on the bubble were all so close that one huge game determined whose fate, whose $1.5 million dreams are going to be realized. And it's going to be FaZe.
There were so many emotions in this last game. We saw as AHQ went out, we saw the disbelief on their face. Have we made it? Haven't we made it? And unfortunately for them, it is not to be. Red Canids, African Freaks, Fatal get to the last moments in that circle. And here is the leaderboard for today. At the very beginning of this game, it did not look that way at all. Third place, FaZe sneaks right on up there. But QM and Lazarus has absolutely knocked it out of the park today, Avenger.
They have been showing some amazing games so far, and I'm looking forward so much to see them in Oakland. It's going to be absolutely amazing. These guys have moved from a mid-pack candidate to a top-pack potential favorite from their regions.
I got to give a shout out to Lazarus. I got to give a shout out to QM.
Absolutely.
But once again, you said FaZe snuck up to third place. That was the worst job of ninja sneaking I've ever seen in my life. They came in with fire and brimstone. You saw it. Even AC was out there by himself looking for kills. They knew nothing mattered except cashing in big time.
For FaZe, you were only supposed to blow the bloody doors off. And, well, that's how that's going to go down. 46 points for them across the day. Let's look at now the 24 teams overall, which now confirms are 16 teams which are going to Oakland, as of course we will have up towards the top. Lazarus is the one to break the 100-point mark.
Yeah,
big congratulations to them there as they will be moving on to Oakland. Our 1 through 16 is moving on to Oakland. Commiserations to our 17 through 24 who put up a fight and a half. However, who would have saw this coming at the end? Who would have saw this?
No one. Not even you did.
I did say they had to do something like a crazy game with 50
no, you guys
kills.
believed. And I mean, but to the point where the players, I don't even think we're sure of it. After that game ended, Luke and Larson ran up there and started hugging the guys, and you saw Fuzz looking around going, why? And then they yelled, you made it, and the guys lost their minds. Like, they put it on the line, they did what they had to, and they came up in a way that we're used to FaZe doing, I guess. We should never have doubted that.
You gotta remember, though, we see the live stats all the time.
Yeah. We know.
The players does not. They have no clue if they're gonna make it or not, how close it is, who's alive. But they fought until the end in the last game, even coming in from the last place.
I will say this, my heart goes out to AHQ because they got eliminated and they were kind of chill. I think they thought, oh, we made it. And then there was that moment where their cameras went up on the screen. And I think they started looking at each other like, why is the camera guy over here filming us? And realized, uh-oh, FaZe might actually pull this off.
Yeah.
And then they had to sit and watch it unfold in front of them.
And with that, gentlemen, that is our top 16 going into Oakland. It's massive, to say the least. Before we kind of deliberate a little bit more here, though, of course, let's focus on the fact that Lazarus getting themselves the top spot. Would you have, coming into our top 24, would you have said that Lazarus was going to be top? They've certainly proved it here.
Lazarus was one of my picks to potentially surprise everyone out of North America. I think they trained harder and better than everyone. Yeah. Starting today, not really. I didn't expect it. But seeing the cockiness and the brashness with which they played, even in that last match, they were out there. I think they put up like 12 or something. 10 kills on that match. 7th. Exactly. They are out and hunting, and they're hungry, and you can see it.
Gentlemen, let's hear from Lazarus themselves, topping the leaderboard here going into Oakland.
Thank you so much, guys. Down here with Purdy Curdy. Lazarus, we were cheering for this victory today. Well, I was, as an NA representative. Always happy to see my MPL boys succeeding. But it's been amazing watching you guys, Phase 1, Phase 2, coming now into this tournament. you have improved so much as a team. And part of the improvement, we got to listen into your comms on your Miramar match. They were clean, they were concise. How have your comms improved over the seasons to get to where you are today?
I don't know if our comms have improved too much, honestly. I think they've always been a strong point for us, but the main thing is teamwork and kind of getting used to Luke because he's an insane player. So just getting that chemistry down is the main thing.
Excellent. Well, you guys have also been innovative in the 2v2 splits across this day today. So tell me a little bit about how that's improved for you guys, how you guys have moved as a fluid unit now.
As far as the 2v2 splits, it's just confidence in everybody. Like, I think we can take any team 2v4 on a crash, so it's just having confidence in our team and relying on that, yeah.
Well, speaking of crash, in this last match, we got to watch you guys land with 4am and duke it out really early on in the match. Tell me a little bit about that.
Our fights with 4am are always fun. They want to come to Hacienda, but it's Lazienda. It's all us, all day. So hopefully they show up in finals.
Fantastic. And let's talk about finals. You are heading to Oakland at a very pretty position. You got a lot of points today. Tell me how it is to play with the confidence, unlike FaZe, not fighting for your tournament life.
It's all fun. After that first game, we won it, so it was pretty easy going. We knew we were basically in, so a lot of the games were just us having fun and trying to frag out.
All right, how about representing NA at Oakland? You feel a little pride there?
Always. We think NA is the best region no matter what, so we're here to prove it.
I love it, I love it. And you've had a very dedicated fan in the audience today. Tell me who's been cheering for you on the cams.
That's been Luke's mom. She's our #1 fan right now. She's so loud, it's great.
Well, you've got so many fans out there. Anything you want to say to them before you head on up to NorCal?
Thanks for the support and bleed pink, baby.
Beautiful. Well, thank you so much, Curdy. Let's send it back up to the analysts. Then we got another interview coming.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Rachel. And great to hear from Purdy Code there. And obviously, I'll admit it, Rachel, that was fine. That was okay to take that shot of face. We understand it because it has been not a clean road by any means.
A nail biter.
But that nail biting towards the very end, I'm still absolutely bemused. I can't even get the word out. Bemused as to what we just saw here. It is... the road was not clean, but the finish was historic.
Yeah, I mean, ask any racer. It doesn't matter if you win by an inch or a mile, right? Winning is winning, qualifying is qualifying. I do want to be clear, they had a great game, and we're going to talk about this for a long time to come.
Yeah.
But Lazarus beat 4am, a team that looked like absolutely undestroyable yesterday. They came out on top of #1. QM, 4am, China is still terrifying in terms of how they're playing.
Oh, yeah.
So I do say, like, this is great news, but FaZe can't do this when we get to Oakland.
But the good thing, though, they got a clean slate. We're starting off a clean slate. We're not having teams that are going to have an advantage. They're not going to be putting the same pressure off them. They're most likely going to be looting in their home turf.
Guys,
so it's going to be exciting to see.
They've got to iron out the kinks for sure.
Oh, for sure.
Before we go and listen to them, let's listen into the final moments of our final game.
How does right look?
Can't see, the ridge is fucking bad here.
Am I nated guy?
Fucking bad.
Okay.
Beep.
One guy was fucking close here. Beep. I think it's 3 of them playing. The right side should be fine. The right side should be clear. I think I saw 3. I'm gonna go with fast.
3 alive. 3 with 3. Okay, then come push with me here.
Okay, I'm coming. Falling back.
I saw one on the far ridge. Let's play together, boys.
Come with me, one. Come with me, one guy.
Coming.
Fast play there, where we play.
Yeah. They're nading towards me. Now they're smoking.
They're for shooting me. You kind of have a star. I think we have
Once we have the smokes in front of us.
I think the star is your side of the ridges, boys.
One guy should be going left. I'm gonna go this fast a little bit.
I'm looking left. No one is left. No one is left. No one is left. Yeah.
Okay.
I'll look left.
You guys picking? Far ridge.
There's 3 guys left.
2 left now. 2 left.
3 left. 3 left.
They're pushing left now.
Okay, chill.
Far left. One guy's far left.
Down on me. In the smoke here.
Come inside.
In the smoke here.
I'm holding right. I'm holding right. Kill him. I'm holding right.
That's it. Nice.
Is it enough? How many kills? I have 8. How many kills?
4.
4. 14.
Did we do it?
Did we?
Did we do it?
And in those final moments, you could truly see what it meant to FaZe. You could see what it meant to their support staff here as well. Just that slight doubt, that slight moment of emotion, then breaks out into absolute elation. Fantastic stuff from FaZe. Without further ado, let's hear from Uber down on the stage.
Thank you so much, James. Yeah, we got to talk to you guys after that incredible match. And first and foremost, what do the sound effects mean on comms?
What do you mean, like sound effects?
You guys are going whoop, whoop, whoop. Just letting off steam.
Did we?
Yeah. You guys had clean, wonderful comms in what was an intense and crazy situation there. So walk me through what you were feeling in those final moments.
I don't know. We actually didn't know that we qualified until Luke ran in. Like, so yeah. We just made it interesting, you know.
Yeah, you just leave it all on the floor. There was nothing you wanted to leave outside of this match.
Yeah, we just, you know. PUBG sometimes is like boring kind of game, you know, to watch. And we just made it interesting.
You made it.
All was planned. All was planned.
Very, very exciting. I'm glad you guys also read the script. Now tell me a little bit about FaZe Sunday, speaking of script. This is a bit of a history for you guys, so give me a brief rundown.
I mean, that's how FaZe trying to get this game interesting. Basically, FaZe Sundays, they just come back. That's it. That's how we roll, you know.
Well, keeping it interesting has got you guys a lot of fans, so I want to give you an opportunity to dress them all out there. What do you want to say to them?
Yeah, shout out for everyone cheering for us, being supportive towards us. So yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you so much for the great games. See you in Oakland, Uber. Let's send it back up to the analysts and break down the rest of the day.
Uber, you are far too calm for me to even quantify with words. This is not how it's supposed to be. But regardless, FaZe get themselves into the final. That is our 1 through 16. Lazarus, of course, topping the charts here. It's enough about FaZe for the moment. Lazarus, QM, 4 Angry Men are the 3 teams that really did shine through in the last couple of days here. Fully so. The grand final teams are here. These 16 teams will be playing across the 2 days in 12 matches to determine not only who is going to become our world champion, but is who walking away with $1 million+ for that first place. It's a massive, massive prize pool available to the best in the world Avenger.
It's going to be very exciting to see, and for me, it's almost destined to see FaZe come on here. I think they were the fan favorite before the group stage. In terms of the Western, we have 4 AM here. We have an amazing lineup of teams. I'm extremely excited to see all of them in Oakland.
This is what they've all been working for the whole year. This was the last step, the last test before you reach the grand finals that we're gonna go to. And it's gonna be amazing to see all these teams over there.
We invited the entire world, or they all earned their spots to come here and prove that they were the best 16. 2 regions have fallen aside in the 16 fatalities that we've taken so far, but the rest are standing strong, and I don't think anybody, we proved last place in this 16 has the potential in Oakland to take the big win if they play like their last game and not the previous 11.
Crazy stuff.
It is.
Magical moments made day after day here.
Amazing.
I'm not even going to ask you two what your favorite moment was. Jeez Louise.
I don't think it is undisputed the most insane moment in any PUBG tournament I've ever been to and ever watched anything. This is undisputed. The nade from Captain with a wipe. This making a clutch situation like this, the absolute last spot, is undisputed the most amazing moment in PUBG.
Those 2 moments, as you say, with CPT, getting that at FaZe Global Summit was amazing. I almost sweared on broadcast when we came back. 9 years of broadcast. I had never done that. I almost did it. And that was some amazing stuff. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Thousands of miles have been traveled by all of the teams here. Thousands of bullets have been shot and thousands of kills have been registered here. And in the next weekend, we have just 2 days remaining to determine who becomes our world champion for 2019. The 16 best teams in the world will congregate on Oakland. We shall see you then for the global finals of PGC.
always great to see the eye tracking software giving us a bit of extra detail as to what's going on.
Nothing in my way will make me be afraid, and I can feel it in my bones. Yeah, I can feel it in my soul. Yeah, I can feel it, no letting go, and I can feel it, it's getting close. I said I can't stand by anymore. Looking in from the outside, I know I can hold the phone. They can't keep my hands tied. I need strength to carry on and help me push it through. Oh, no one can save me from myself. I need force, breaking down the walls by force, keeping my head above the water, screaming till I lose my voice. I need force, breaking down the walls by force, keeping my head above the water, screaming till I lose my voice. Yeah. I need force, breaking down the walls by force, keeping my head above the water, screaming till I lose my voice. I need force, breaking down the walls by force, keeping my head above the water, screaming till I lose my voice. I can't stand by anymore. Looking in from the outside, I know I can hold the phone. They can't keep my hands tied. I need strength to carry on and help me push it through. Oh, no one can save me from myself. I need force, breaking down the walls by force, keeping my head above the water, screaming till I lose my voice. I need force, breaking down the walls by force, keeping my head above the water, screaming till I lose my voice. Like a tidal wave, like a hurricane, nothing in my way will make me be afraid, and I can feel it like a hurricane. Nothing in my way will make me be afraid. And I can feel it in my bones. Yeah, I can feel it in my soul. Yeah, I can feel it, no letting go. And I can feel it, it's getting close. I said, I can't stand by anymore. Looking in from the outside, I know I can hold the phone. They can't keep my hands tied. I need strength to carry on. Without me pushing through, oh, no one can save me from myself. I need force, breaking down the walls by force, keeping my head above the water, screaming till I lose my voice. I need force, breaking down the walls by force, keeping my head above the water, screaming till I lose my voice. Yeah. I need force, breaking down the walls by force, keeping my head above the water, screaming till I lose my voice. I need force, breaking down the walls by force, keeping my head above the water, screaming till I lose my voice. I can't stand by anymore. Looking in from the outside, I know I can hold the phone. They can't